Chapter 159. Bastard. Manager Yu was so furious that his face turned white. Was he still a human? He asked for money when he had the chance. That was extortion, he was just snatching. Wasn't it just because young master told Wolf Brigade to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain? How much hatred did he have? With such a small heart, Marshall Path Mountain definitely wouldn't be able to develop. That night, on a small hill far from Marshall Path Mountain, the four black-robed men were waiting. Chen Xiao knelt there in panic and didn't know what to do. What he was thinking in his heart was whether that Lin fellow would come as promised or not. These four people were so cunning. He thought that they would personally bring him up Marshall Path Mountain, but who knew that they would send someone to ask him to bring things to redeem him? Damn. He was finished. His relationship with that surnamed Lin person wasn't good. Maybe he wished for him to die. How would he come to save him? The four black-robed men exchanged glances with one another. Instantly, three of them split up and hid in the darkness. Only one of them held Chen Xiao and waited for him to arrive. If he doesn't come, are you going to kill me? Chen Xiao asked. The black-robed man said coldly, since you know the outcome, then why ask? Isn't it pointless? Chen Xiao panicked. I am rich, my Chen family is rich. As long as you let me go, I can give you a lot of money. So much that you won't even dare to imagine it. Pa! The black-robed man slapped, and Chen Xiao covered his face as he fell to the ground. Don't use money to insult me. The people who insulted me are all dead. Chen Xiao looked at him in fear. Crazy. When did he insult you? Didn't he just talk about money? Apart from money, he didn't have anything in common with him. Time passed minute by minute. Chen Xiao was tormented. He looked into the distance and prayed in his heart. Come quickly, big brother. I'm begging you, please come, otherwise I'm really going to die here. After a long while, he was still nowhere to be seen. The black-robed man's gaze towards Chen Xiao became dark and cold. Chen Xiao was terrified and said anxiously, don't rush, he will be here soon. He doesn't have a sense of time. Just wait, don't rush. The black-robed man did not speak. It was as if he was giving Chen Xiao one last chance. Not long after, a voice came from afar. To Chen Xiao, this voice was like the sound of nature. It was so beautiful. Chen Xiao, are you dead? Chen Xiao immediately shouted, no brother, I'm not dead yet. You came at the right time. I'm so out of time, yet nothing happened. Sigh. Lin Fan was filled with regret. He thought that Chen Xiao had already been killed. Who would have thought that the other party would give him a chance to stall for time? The professionalism of these kidnappers was not very high. Whether Chen Xiao lived or died had little to do with him. Rage points plus 666. It exploded. Chen Xiao exploded and reached the peak of his life. What the hell are you talking about? This is too hurtful. You actually came late on purpose. Fortunately, these guys gave me a chance to delay, otherwise I would have been killed by you. Lin Fan brought cousin over. Zhang Tianshan wanted to come too, but Lin Fan rejected him. What was he doing here? It was completely useless. Zhou Zhongmao looked around. Not only did he have to be wary of these people, but he also had to pay attention to the Yin demons. He felt that cousin was taking a risk. But if cousin wanted to come, then he would listen unconditionally. So what if there were Yin demons? At most he would just fight them. The black-robed man didn't bother about Chen Xiao. He had already fed him the bug. Without his antidote, he would definitely die. Did you bring the thing? The black-robed man asked. What he needed was 9 bug gang's treasure. He didn't care about anything else. Lin Fan asked, what thing? He asked even though he knew the answer. The thing they wanted should be that 9-headed bug. He really didn't expect a bug to attract so many people. Rage points plus 111. And the black-robed man's tone changed. He was unhappy. The thing you got from those people. Don't play tricks with me. People who play tricks with us won't have a good ending. Maybe you have heard of 9 Bug Gang. That belongs to us, hand it over. Lin Fan was a little lost. He felt really bad. He really hadn't heard of this gang name. Oh, don't tell me you are talking about the 9-headed bug? Lin Fan asked. The black-robed man was delighted as expected. That's right, hand it over. Your friend has been poisoned. Without my antidote, he won't live until tomorrow morning. Chen Xiao shuddered. Damn. He had already explained clearly that it had nothing to do with him, so why did he have to be brought along? Did he rape his wife or kill his entire family? I'm just an ordinary commoner with a little bit of money. Then I am really sorry. He is dead. I placed him on the fire rack to roast. It smells really good, crunches in my mouth and tastes really good. Lin Fan smiled and said. He didn't pay attention to the matter of Chen Xiao being poisoned. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. Lin Fan looked around. Weird, why haven't the other three come out? Why are they hiding? Come out and have a chat. The moment he said that, the black-robed man was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would notice his partners. Hand it over, otherwise he will definitely die. The black-robed man pointed at Chen Xiao, using this to threaten Lin Fan and force him to hand it over. Chen Xiao felt really awkward. Actually, he understood that his relationship with Lin Fan didn't develop towards a friendly direction. Instead, there were many conflicts between them. But he didn't want to die. Who would want to die if their brains were sick? Sect leader Lin, save me. We can discuss the conditions. Chen Xiao shouted. He could see that this surnamed Lin person loved silver. As the Chen family young master, he was actually really pitiful. He had nothing and only had those emotionless silver. Discuss the conditions? Didn't you say that you are good friends with him? The black-robed man asked. Chen Xiao was speechless. Are you a fool? You believe everything I say, why don't you just die? Cousin, let's end this quickly just in case. Zhou Zhongmao wasn't worried about these people, but he was wary of the Yin demons. There were just too many of them. Once he was tangled up with them, it would be tough to escape. Lin Fan nodded his head and slowly walked towards the black-robed man. There is no point in saying more. It is just nonsense and a waste of time. He really wanted to see how strong his physique was. Using unmovable bright king body, a wave of qi spread out from his feet. The white wave of qi was boiling. He stepped on the ground and the ground cracked. He stretched out his arm and clenched his fist. The spinning wave of qi was attached to his fist, dragging out a long tail. The black-robed man was shocked and hollered. He placed his palms together and pushed forwards. Pung! Fist and palm clashed, and there was a low and heavy sound. The black-robed man's face was filled with blood. His arms bent, and his palms slowly deformed. He was actually unable to block it. Bug shadow! He hollered. The black-robed man's body seemed to be made up of numerous bugs. With a paw he turned into many bugs. It was a really weird martial path cultivation technique. Lin Fan raised his head and was really curious when he saw those scenes. He instantly pulled out his blade and slashed. Internal strength surged out, turning into a blade glow. When other people slashed, they would at most use up a bit of internal strength. However, each time he slashed, he used his strongest internal strength. This wasn't the end. That moment, Lin Fan's arm turned into an afterimage. The blade in his hand was so quick that one could only see its shadow. It was so dense that it blocked the path in front of him. To Lin Fan, internal strength was endless, and he could slash without limit. The blade glow intersected, forming a giant net that locked down everything. Numerous bugs were killed. The blade glow landed on the ground and directly sliced a deep hole in the ground. Although it wasn't shocking, it was really terrifying. As expected, internal strength felt much better. Poochie! The black-robed man appeared, but he used one hand to support himself. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His nose and mouth bled, and the wounds on his body were really terrifying. It was so serious that one could see his white bones. His expression was one of shock, terror, and even disbelief. How was that possible? He had no energy left to fight. He was defeated right away, and that was something he couldn't accept. Rage points plus 666. Leave quickly. Return to the gang and tell the hall leader about the situation here. The black-robed man hollered towards the people hiding in the darkness. He knew that the mission had failed. Out of the 4 black-robed men, he was the strongest. He was at the middle of martial path grade 9 and was good at weird cultivation techniques. Even if he faced someone at the peak of grade 9, he would be able to fight. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose so quickly. Actually, he was thinking too much. Although Zhou Zhongmao was only initial grade 9, the cultivation technique he cultivated was really amazing and his foundations were strong. Facing Zhou Zhongmao, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. To true martial path geniuses, even if they were a realm apart, one would know whether or not they could win. Not to mention it was just a small realm. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 555. Lin Fan wasn't prepared to let these people leave. He had to have some fun. Suddenly, in the distance a dark energy boiled. Even if it was night time, one could see the dark energy that gathered. The Yin demons were here. Who knew that they would come at such a time? It really wasn't the time. Cousin, bring young Master Chun and let's leave, Lin Fan said. He had an initial understanding of his own strength, but he didn't want to continue fighting with these endless Yin demons. As for those people, they couldn't escape. The Yin demons were much crueler than him. In the night, it was really tough to escape from the Yin demons. Zhou Zhongmao carried Chan Xingyao on his shoulder. Chan Xingyao shouted, "Sect leader Lin, you haven't taken the antidote. If you want to leave, you have to let me find it first." What a waste. Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao jumped up and swiftly left the area. The black-robed man who spat out fresh blood looked into the distance in disbelief. His face was devoid of blood. Yin demon? How would there be Yin demons here? Impossible, that is impossible. Oh. Chapter 160. Ah! Screams of terror spread out from behind. Listening to his voice, one would notice that his control over music was really amazing. The high notes were accurate, the middle notes were sweet, and the low notes were low. The voice was close to one's ear, and the mouth shape was really clear. Anyways, one sentence was really clear. Rage points plus 666. Rage points plus 555. Where did the rage points come from? What did it have to do with me? I didn't attract the Yin demons over. They were the ones who chose this place, so what was the point of being angry at me? Chan Xingyao's face was ashen white, and he was filled with despair. My antidote. Without it, even if he was saved, what was the point? He would still die. The Yin demons in the night were filled with strength, like they were on drugs. Their four limbs crossed as they climbed. Illusions appeared, and they roared out. Any living being was food in their mouths. Cousin, throw, Lin Fan said. When one was outside, one had to follow the safety laws. If not, one's corpse wouldn't be left, and one's family wouldn't have corpses to send off. Zhou Zhongmao took out a bamboo tube from his waist, and he threw it behind him. The bamboo tube exploded in the air, and an eye-piercing golden light exploded out. Zhang Tianshan had two types of bamboo tubes to deal with the Yin demons. One was white and the other was golden. It was obvious that the golden light was stronger. The Yin demons that followed closely behind were wrapped in the golden light. Black smoke rose up from their bodies and their limbs slid. They roared as they rolled on the ground. It was obvious that they were badly injured. I told you not to follow, but you still chased shamelessly. Lin Fan didn't have anything to say to these Yin demons. Their brains were lacking and they just felt like fools. Speaking of which, Zhang Tianshan's thing was really useful. These Yin demons were so pitiful, rolling on the ground, and they didn't even have a chance to get close. How pitiful. The four black-robed men from 9 Bug Gang were all sick in the head. Why were they negotiating in the middle of the night? There were so many Yin demons around Jiang City, so how strong were they? Even he didn't dare to fight them head-on, but they came out in the middle of the night to ask to die. They really overestimated themselves. Although the four black-robed men were strong, facing the endless Yin demons, they couldn't hold on for long. Moreover, one of them had no strength to fight back at all. His injuries didn't seem serious, but he knew that he couldn't even lift a finger. The Yin demons stepped on the four of them. They didn't suck their blood or swallow their flesh and blood like they were waiting for something. The black-robed man was filled with despair. They knew how cruel the Yin demons were. As long as they were caught, it was impossible for them to keep their corpses. The situation now was a little different. These Yin demons didn't attack. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. The four of them were delighted. The Yin demons didn't swallow them, which meant that there was a chance to talk. As long as they could talk, everything was fine. Even the Yin demons had heard of 9 Bug Gang's name. Just at that moment, The four of them saw the demons open up a path. They were shocked and didn't know who had come. A 3-meter-tall demon slowly walked over. Its body was hidden in the darkness, but a fierce aura surged around it. Demon heroes, we can talk," the black-robed man said. The big demon's red eyes were like rubies, shining with a devilish glow. He was very unfriendly towards humans. The torture on Marshall Path Mountain was fresh in his mind. He was tortured every night. Who said that demons didn't have feelings and wouldn't dream? They all did. The big demon's heart was heavily injured, slowly developing in a perverted direction. "Bring them back, I want to torture them." The big demon's voice was dark and sunken. He was even a little excited, like something that made him excited was about to happen. "Damn humans, how you treat me, I will treat your people the same way. I will let you know that demons weren't easy to deal with." Since the big demon recovered from his collapse, his demonic divinity was already deformed. The black-robed man was terrified. "This demon was a little different," he panicked. "We can talk about it. We are from 9 Bug Gang, maybe, pung." Before he finished, the big demon punched and knocked him out. The big demon hollered, "I want you scum humans to experience my pain. None of you can think about running." The other 3 black-robed men looked at the big demon in fear. They panicked and felt like something wasn't right. What did this big demon face here? Why did it feel a little perverted? Lin Fan and the others returned safely. After Cousin tossed out a few bamboo tubes, the demons didn't chase. The golden light stung them and they didn't dare to chase. Marshall Path Mountain. Zhou Zhongmao placed Chan Xingyao down and stood beside Cousin quietly. Zhang Tianshan's things were really useful. The demons couldn't get close. Lin Fan pretended to wipe the sweat off his forehead. "Young Master Chan, it really wasn't easy to save you. Luckily you are safe. You can stay on Marshall Path Mountain and return to Chan family tomorrow." Those words weren't from his heart. He actually said that it wasn't easy to save him. It was just a simple matter and he didn't use much strength at all. Chan Shengyao slumped to the ground feeling hopeless. He muttered to himself, "I'm going to die. I won't live past tomorrow morning. Without the antidote, I'm really going to die. This has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. I'm really innocent." He didn't think that the black-robed man was scaring him. He would really die. "Sect leader Lin, can you go back and find the antidote for me? I can pay any price." Chan Xiao hugged Lin Fan's leg and cried. He was heartbroken. "I am the only one left in Chan family. If I die, then my Chan family will have no descendants. Sect leader Lin, just forget about our past grievances and help me find the antidote, okay?" "Young Master Chen, calm down. I can understand your pain, but it isn't that I won't help you. You saw the situation. It is nighttime and the demons have come out. I don't have the ability to get the antidote from them." Lin Fan patted Chan Xingyao's shoulder and said, "Find the antidote?" That was impossible. He didn't tell Chan Xingyao that he could solve his situation. But he couldn't solve it now. Sometimes, only when one was in despair would one be able to use their greatest strength. Chan Xingyao wanted to say something, but for some reason he felt his chest tighten and dizzy. He couldn't breathe and directly fainted to the ground. "Cousin, he fainted," Zhou Zhongmao said. "And I saw it." Lin Fan replied really calmly. "Cousin, it is late, go rest. Help him into the room and inform the Chun family to bring him back." Wolf Brigade Forest. The 4 black-robed men from 9 Bug Gang looked at the scenes in front of them in panic. They didn't understand what the demon was doing. The big demon uprooted a tree and roared out in rage. "How you treat me, I will treat your people." Rage points plus 111. Very quickly, the big demon uprooted 8 trees and tied them together to form 4 crosses. He then tied the black-robed men on them. "Demon warriors, let's talk nicely. We are from 9 Bug Gang, you should know what kind of existence we are, right?" The black-robed man said in panic. What a waste. The big demon was replaced by rage, so he didn't care about what they said. The other demons looked on. They didn't understand what the big demon was doing. The big demon lit a fire and lit a stick. He walked in front of the 4 black-robed men and violently ripped apart their clothes. Damn! Damn! The black-robed men felt that things weren't right. They actually had other thoughts. Did these demons want to do something unpleasant to them? If that was the case, They would rather die to protect their last bit of pride. The big demon picked up the burning stick. A vicious smile appeared on his face. He walked in front of the black-robed man and placed the burning stick somewhere. Feel the heat of the flames. I will help you dispel the poison. He didn't say those words. That human said those words to him. Therefore, he was going to return these words to the human's fellow clansmen. The 4 black-robed men were shocked. Demon, were they sick in the head? They wanted to scold, but shortly after, they couldn't even say a word. Ah! The dark forest resounded with inhuman screams, as if it was an abyss from hell. No one knew what kind of torture the 4 of them would suffer. But if they could satisfy the perverted thoughts of the big demon, then they would be of great use. The sky slowly turned bright. Chen Xingyao was woken up by the pain. He looked around in shock. Where was he? Was he already dead? No. He wasn't dead. But he could feel the pain spreading on his body. So painful. Chen Xingyao covered his chest. Shortly after, he felt a little wet. He opened his palm. His white and tender palm was actually red, giving off a thick stench of blood. What happened to me? He ripped open his clothes. His chest swelled up, forming a pustule like something was about to come out. Large amounts of fresh blood was squeezed out and flowed all over his body. No, I don't want to die. The sudden change terrified Chen Xingyao. He wiped the corner of his eyes and lowered his head. The back of his hand was covered in fresh blood. He walked in front of the mirror and noticed that blood flowed from the corner of his eyes. It was really vicious and terrifying. No. He cried out. He just wanted to live. However, more and more blood flowed out from his body. Terror covered his heart. His face withered up. His eyes sunken like he had been starving for a long time. He was so thin that only skin was left. Death got closer and closer. He felt like he was about to die. In fact, he had thought that he might be able to survive, and the insects that the other party fed him might not be poisonous. But now it seemed that he was thinking too much. All of this was real. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Lin Fan walked in and pressed his palm onto Chen Xingyao's stomach. I can temporarily suppress it for a period of time. Maybe Chen Xingyao heard those words. When he fainted, he smiled and then fell asleep. Hey, sometimes luck is really important, Lin Fan muttered. Chapter 161. The next day, Chen Xingyao woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he hugged his head and cried out in terror. Li Zong grabbed young master's wrist and shouted, "Young master, it is me, you are okay, don't be afraid." He felt heart-pained when he saw that. In the past, the violent young master terrified him, but now he felt heart-pained. Maybe he had been tortured so much that it was a habit. Chen Xingyao panted. His eyes slowly regained focus. I didn't die. Young master, you didn't die, you are alive and well. Li Zong felt heart-pained. What kind of torture did young master go through to actually become so depressed, to not have any confidence at all? Chen Xingyao raised his head, and there were many familiar people in the room. Li Zong, manager Yu, sect leader Lin, and the others were all here. I am fine. Chen Xingyao felt like he had survived a calamity. He suddenly had respect for life. After walking on the edge of death, he had some comprehension. You are fine for now, Lin Fan said. It was like a bucket of cold water splashing down on Chen Xingyao's head. It penetrated his heart and was really cold. Li Zong and manager Yu looked towards sect leader Lin. They thought that young master was fine, but who knew that sect leader Lin would actually say that young master was fine? That definitely wouldn't do. Nothing could happen to young master. Sect leader Lin, why would I be fine? Chen Xingyao panicked. He really didn't want to die. He was rich and had a good life. Moreover, he was so young. If he really died just like that, he would be more wrong than anyone else. Lin Fan said solemnly, the poisonous bug that he fed you is really troublesome. You were about to die from it, but I have a way to help you suppress it. I wanted to help you get rid of it, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. I can only help you suppress it, but I can't cure it. Chen Xingyao was filled with despair. He couldn't cure it and could only suppress it. That meant that there was a chance that it would explode in the future. Sect leader Lin, you have to save me. Chen Yao was about to cry. A young kid who wasn't even in his late years suffered such a huge disaster. His heart hurt. Li Zong pounced beside young master's bed and cried, My young master is such a good person, so why did he suffer like this? If possible, I am willing to help young master suffer. At this moment, Li Tsong also wanted to prove his loyalty in front of young master. I'll let young master know that the one who truly cares about you is me, Li Tsong, silently accompanying you. Lin Fan said, and actually this is a method. If we transfer the bug into someone else's body it might work. But it's too dangerous. Maybe the bug will be alarmed and 2 people will die. Li Tsong was so frightened that he nearly knelt down and begged for mercy. Big brother. I was just saying it casually to show my loyalty. You don't have to toy with me like this. However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, he felt relieved and let out a long sigh. Chen Xinyao was too lazy to deal with Li Kong. Now he couldn't even protect himself. He was panicking, so how could he have the energy to deal with this guy? Sect leader Lin, are you confident in curing him? This was what Chen Xinyao was most concerned about. As long as it could be cured, everything else was fine. He had personally experienced the horror of the venomous bugs when they acted up. It was truly tragic. His heart was terrified, and he was about to be scared to death. Lin Fan thought about it and said uncertainly, it is hard to say. I need to slowly study it, but I need too many precious herbs. The cost is huge. Of course, this isn't a problem of money. It's just that I don't have much confidence, so I can only help you suppress it. When it came to the important part, money was the most important. Sect leader Lin, money is definitely not a problem. As long as you can cure me, I am willing to pay any amount. Chen Jiao just wanted to live. Money was just an external thing. Moreover, he didn't have any descendants. If he really died, who would he leave the money to? Hey, I will try my best. Lin Fan replied, remember, you need to head to Martial Path Mountain every 3 days. Once I develop the medicine to suppress the venomous bugs, you don't need to run anymore. You can use it at home. Nin. Whatever Lin Fan said now, he would do it. Chen Xinyao trusted Lin Fan so much. After all, his life was in his hands, so he had to trust him. Then, Li Tsong and manager Yu supported Chen Xinyao back to Jiang City to rest. Chen Xinyao would never forget what happened last night. Lin Fan looked on as they left, and a smile appeared on his face. What a good person. He had actually wiped out the venomous bugs in Chen Xinyao body. Last night it really exploded. If he didn't help, Chen Xinyao would definitely die. Who knew that the bug-controlling technique's gray internal strength could actually remove such a situation? It was really magical. 9 Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley. The bug-controlling technique that represented the highest combat strength of Insect Valley could naturally suppress everything. He was a person who was honest. Chen Manor gave him 20,000 silver to find Chen Xinyao, so naturally, he had to do it. Now that Chen Xinyao wanted to spend money to protect his life, he did it. This was honest money. He didn't steal or snatch, he didn't cheat or cheat. It was worth everyone to learn from him. Beneath Martial Path Mountain, manager Yu said, young master, do you think he purposely cheated Chen family of money? It wasn't that manager Yu didn't believe Lin Fan, but he didn't believe him at all. That fellow was someone who only cared about money. As long as he opened his mouth, he would be asking for too much. Normal people wouldn't be able to take tens of thousands of silver. Cheat? What is there to cheat? I am about to die. Even if I cheat, as long as I can keep my life, I can cheat as much as I want. Do you want me to die by saying all this? Chen Xinyao stared at him in rage. Rage rose up in his heart. He didn't care who cheated who, whether or not he cheated, as long as he could keep his life it wasn't a problem. Manager Yu shivered in terror. He knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, young master, I didn't mean that. Li Tsong caressed young master's back and said softly, young master, don't be angry. He doesn't know how to speak, I will talk to him. Calm down no matter what, it isn't as important as my young master. At least that's what a human should say. Chen Xinyao nodded his head and felt slightly happy. He looked at Li Tsong much more favorably. Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan found Lin Fan and was worried. Sect leader, are the 9 Bug Gang people dead? He knew that 9 Bug Gang would definitely find Jiang City, but he didn't expect them to be so quick. From this, one could see how much importance 9 Bug Gang placed on the 9-headed bug. Maybe it wasn't just 9 Bug Gang's treasure. It might have been the treasure of Insect Valley. What he cared about now was whether or not those people were killed. If they weren't, then it would be a little problematic. They aren't dead, but it might be worse than death. They were captured by the demons. Lin Fan thought back to what happened last night and felt like he saw a familiar person. That person received all his love. Maybe he would transfer it to those 4 black-robed people. Zhang Tianshan was a little worried. If they didn't die, they would be a problem. Only by dying would they be truly safe. Of course, if they fell into the hands of the demons, they definitely wouldn't be able to live. However, if the demon's brain twitched, then it would be a little problematic. Lin Fan patted Zhang Tianshan's shoulder. It is okay, don't worry. That moment, his rage points jumped up and down. There would be 5 of them at once. That meant that there were 5 living beings who were furious. Maybe what happened to the 4 black-robed people made the big demon think back to what happened to him. Revenge breeds revenge. When would it end? He hoped that he could use their bodies to calm the rage in his heart. Afternoon. Manager, you brought money over. Apart from the 20,000, there was an additional 30,000, a total of 50,000. To other people, this amount was a lot. But to Lin Fan, it was far from enough. Lin Fan wanted to take the money over, but Manager Yu's hand grabbed onto it. His face was a little conflicted. Young master didn't understand, but he felt like he was extorting them. Extorting their Chun family. Let go, this money should be used where it counts. If you don't believe me, you can send it back to your young master. Just say that I am helpless. Lin Fan said. Manager Yu sighed and slowly released his fingers. Lin Fan stuffed the money into his chest. I hope that you can keep your word. Manager Yu said. Although he wasn't willing, he had no choice. He could only rely on sect leader Lin to save young master. If he went to other places to seek help from those sects, not only would they not have enough time, even if they did, Chun family would be swallowed up by those sections. Moreover, he sent himself over. Lin Fan looked at Manager Yu, who left, and suddenly said, 30,000 isn't enough, remember to send some over? Damn. Manager Yu nodded his head. He cursed in his heart. What a bandit, he was even more terrifying than a bandit. Wolf Brigade Forest. 4 black-robed men were tied on the cross. The small demon couldn't help but want to eat these humans. However, the big demon warned them not to touch the prey he was taking revenge on. Naturally, no small demon dared to move. He is dead. It is good that he is dead. He is free. The other 3 black-robed men looked at their heavily injured comrades. After being tortured by the big demon, they couldn't take it anymore and died. They weren't too sad, they just felt sad. Dying in a mission was an honor. But now they were suffering inhumane torture, which was a humiliation to them. I will release you, think of a way to return to the gang. One of the black-robed men said. Now that the big demon wasn't here, the other demons were all asleep. If they wanted to leave, they could only use this chance. If not, if they went through such torture once more, they would collapse. Ugh! Instantly, the black-robed man opened his mouth. A turbid liquid flowed in it. His throat moved up and down. His eyes opened wide like something was about to run out from his stomach. Suddenly, a few black tentacles emerged from the creature's mouth. Then, a strange black centipede-like insect crawled out of the creature's mouth, dragging its long body. The insect had a pair of curved, sickle-like teeth in its upper and lower jaw. Then it crawled to the other 2 and used its teeth to bite off the ropes that were made of black mist that were binding their bodies. Leave, if not we will all die here. That black-robed man's aura became weaker and weaker, and in the end he was dead. Brother, you are magnanimous. The 2 black-robed men who were saved were touched. This was the spirit of brotherhood. Chapter 162. The 2 of them knew that they weren't out of danger. This was still the demon's territory. The huge trees covered the sky and blocked out all the sunlight, causing this place to be totally dark. This was a paradise for the demons to live in. They didn't know why the demons would appear here. It belonged to another matter. When they faced the demons, they were terrified to death and felt like they were not far from death. Who knew that the demons didn't kill them? At the start, they thought that the demons changed. Who knew that it wasn't that they changed, but that their methods became even more terrifying and they knew how to trick people. They had many methods and were challenging to the human body. Retract your aura and be careful. We can't alert the demons here, otherwise, none of us will be able to leave. The black-robed man was nervous. Letting go of the cross was just the start. The true danger was how to leave this dark forest without alerting the demons. They knew that it was tough. However, there was a chance. It was daytime, and even if this place was dark, the demons were used to sleeping in the day. As long as they were careful, they would be fine. Everything was normal. The two of them were really careful and didn't wake up any of the demons. Suddenly, the two of them stopped. In their line of sight there was a stone throne. There was no one on it, and there were some yellow leaves on it. Why is there a stone throne here? One of the black-robed men asked softly. They didn't understand much about demons and only knew that demons existed. After all, there weren't many people who understood demons. Don't worry, let's go. At such a time, why would they care about such things? They didn't care about the throne at all and just wanted to leave this place quickly. Suddenly, the two of them didn't walk far before they felt that something wasn't right. A light breathing sound spread into their ears. When they raised their heads, they noticed that there was a demon sitting on the empty throne. That demon was different from the others. It was a female demon. There were 3 red patterns on the sides of her face. Her body shone with a black glow like she was wearing a leather shirt. There was a white circle in the middle of her chest. The circle seemed to have radiation, pulling out many red patterns. That moment, the chest of the female demon rose up and down like she was in deep sleep. But to the two black-robed men, it was as if they had seen a ghost. There was nothing there just now. Where did this fellow come from? His appearance was too inexplicable. Because it was too inexplicable, it gave them a sense of horror. The two of them exchanged glances with one another. They felt that the demon base was just too terrifying and they couldn't stay here for long. They had to run, otherwise they wouldn't be able to escape. Just as the two of them lowered their heads and were about to leave, a chill came from behind them. It has been a long time since humans dared to enter the demon nest. Thump, thump. Their hearts were beating very fast, and sweat was pouring down their foreheads. They had actually been discovered. They felt that their bodies were somewhat stiff, and they couldn't move at all. This demon was too weird, and who knew how terrifying it was? Not to mention the countless demons sleeping here. If they all woke up, they wouldn't be able to leave. They wouldn't even be able to leave their corpses intact. Slowly, when the two of them turned their heads, they noticed that the demon sitting on the stone throne had woken up. A pair of devilish purple eyes stared at them, causing them to shiver and goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. That cold intent was even more terrifying than when he faced head Su. Come to my side. Luoyao waved his hands. One of the black-robed men seemed to be tempted and actually walked towards Luoyao. His partner shivered and didn't dare to remind him. The appearance of this demon made him feel that it was thousands of times more terrifying than the other demons. The black-robed man sat next to Luohuai. Luohuai's fingernails were very long and sharp. He hooked the black-robed man's chin, then slowly slid his fingertips towards his chest. He said playfully, "You don't taste very delicious, but your fear makes me excited." Poochie. Luoyao's fingernails stabbed into the skin of the black-robed man and pierced through his flesh. Gulp. Luoyao's fingernails were like an 4-tube, absorbing the flesh and blood of the other party. The blood flowed along his fingernails to his arm and then into his body. Under that pitch-black arm there seemed to be red blood seeping in. Oh my god. He really attacked. Although Luoyao wasn't cruel, he was really vicious. Instantly, he noticed that his partner's body started to dry up like he had shrunk by half. Run. He had to run. When he had such a thought, he couldn't take it anymore. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die. He had to run and maybe he would have a chance of living. As for whether or not he would wake up those sleeping demons, what a joke. So what if they woke up? Could they be more terrifying than this Luoyao of unknown background? He ran quickly. Some demons were too lazy to dig holes and just slept there. They were furious that he stepped on them and woke them up. Which bastard didn't have eyes? He even dared to step on demons. Did he want to ascend to the heavens? The great dark demon stood up and laughed out loud. Her laughter was very terrifying. She had long jet black hair, which seemed to have a mind of its own. All of it flew up like steel needles, extending out endlessly towards the black-robed man. Poochie, have you ever felt 10,000 needles piercing your body? The black-robed man felt it. His body was pierced by the long hair and one couldn't see his face, much less his body. He was wrapped up like a cicada. When the hair loosened, a skeleton fell to the ground. In that short instance, the black-robed man's flesh and blood were all gone. It was just too terrifying. King, all the demons knelt on the ground. Their king had woken up. This was a good sign. Their king was rubbed on the ground by that damn human and was badly injured. He was bleeding heavily. They felt heart-pained when they saw that. But now that their king finally came out, it meant that their demons weren't existences that could be bullied. At least in the demon race, their small power wouldn't be bullied so easily. I am tired and need to sleep. Don't let humans enter our territory, Luo Yao said coldly. The demon said coldly. He then returned to the throne. His body seemed to be made of liquid as he slowly melted, flowing into the stone throne and disappearing underground. Few days later, Chen Xingyao came to Martial Path Mountain for the first time. He came with sincerity and didn't act high profile in Jiang City. After this matter, he understood that the more he acted high profile, the higher the chances of people targeting him. He couldn't take such torture anymore. If it happened one more time, he would really die. Lin Fan brought Chen Xingyao into the room and knocked him out. 2 hours later, when Chen Xingyao was about to wake up, Lin Fan wiped the tea on the table on his face. He acted like he was sweating profusely. He told him directly. To suppress the mother bug in his body, he spent a few years of internal strength for nothing. That was all cultivated. Looking at Lin Fan, he didn't look like he was bragging. It was indeed tough. Didn't he see the sweat on his head and face? Those were the real deal, not a joke. When Yuan Tianchu found out about this, he didn't need to know much, just one word. Fake. He was just so confident. As long as others said that Lin Fan suffered a huge loss to save someone, he could tell them not to believe it. Whoever believed it was a fool. Other people couldn't see through it, but how could he not? Sect leader Lin, it has been tough on you. If you need anything, just tell me. Don't be polite. If you are, my life will be in danger. Chen Xingyao pulled Lin Fan's hand and said solemnly. He was trying to live, so he didn't think so much. He had already experienced the outbreak of the poisonous insects. A huge blister appeared on his chest. Not only was it disgusting, but it was also painful. If he had to experience it again, he would rather die than suffer. Lin Fan smiled. Okay, young Master Chen, don't worry. I will try my best to heal you. Other people's trust was his greatest support. So what if Chen Xingyao sent Wolf Brigade to wipe out Martial Path Mountain? That was in the past. A truly broad-minded person would not remember past gratitude and grudges, and he was such a broad-minded person. Look at Chen Xingyao's current situation. He didn't take pleasure in their misfortune, nor did he take advantage of their misfortune, nor did he sit back and watch. Instead, he treated everyone equally. Hiki. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan and Chen Xingyao's conversation and laughed coldly. He felt that Chen Xingyao was just SOSO. He was actually played by that surnamed Lin. Sad, pitiful. Like what he said, Chen family wouldn't survive for long. He didn't believe him? Then let's wait and see whether or not what I said would come true. Lin Fan was satisfied with the current outcome. Martial Path Mountain had a long-term business. At least before Chen Xingyao noticed, this business could continue, along with the funds being replenished. His heart swelled. Martial Path Mountain was still too simple. He even wanted to buy 2 giant statues to erect at the entrance. Zhang Tianshan rushed the workers to be quick. So many days have passed and they aren't done. They are too slow. Lin Fan said. Why wasn't his 3-story leisure building done? He was really anxious. Zhang Tianshan wasn't in a good mood recently. He was worried about 9 bug gang. Demons work harder and kill them. You had to kill them. As long as those few people died, 9 bug gang wouldn't know who did it. If they wanted to investigate, they would have to start from the beginning. However, looking at the 9-headed bug grow bigger and bigger, he panicked. What was the limit of this bug? It was already the size of a dog now. He didn't dare to place it where others could see it, but he placed it in the back courtyard. 9 heads, it looked really weird, enough to scare people to death. If people who came to Martial Path Mountain to work saw it and spread it in the city, Then without even guessing, one would know where the thing they were looking for was. The development of Marshall Path Mountain made him pumped up, and he saw a bit of hope. At the same time, he had to protect the kids' safety. He couldn't just play around. Things might happen. Chapter 163. Few days later. In the back courtyard, Lin Fan laid on the chair. Apart from doing things, he spent the rest of his time basking in the sun and enjoying the wind. He was really carefree and relaxed. He didn't have any big dreams and didn't have any big goals. He was king, having a huge back garden and raising a dog was the best life. That was a life that numerous people envied but couldn't get. The 9-headed bug laid in Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan reached out and touched its head. The 9 heads were really organized. After you were touched, it would be my turn to be touched. One by one, no one was allowed to snatch. Gozi found it hard to accept young master's sense of beauty. This bug was too ugly, but young master didn't care at all. He even touched it gently. If it was someone else, they would have been frightened to death. Young master, what are you thinking about? Gozi saw that young master was in a daze for a long time and asked curiously. I miss home. Lin Fan looked into the endless distance and had many thoughts in his mind. Occasionally thinking about it would give him the aura of a depressed boy. He lowered his head and rubbed the 9-headed bug's head. Felt really good. Go play at the side. He tossed the 9-headed bug to the ground and let it play on its own. When he had nothing to do, he would feed it some gray internal strength to help it grow. Look at how much fun the 9-headed bug was having, its 9 heads fighting for a ball. It wasn't like before where dust flew all around. Instead, it was like they had agreed on conditions and each head played once. Lin Fan looked at the 9-headed bug and wanted to know how far it could grow. At least until now, he didn't notice anything shocking about it. Instead, he felt like Marshall Path Mountain found a useless person. The next day, Jiang City welcomed an uninvited guest. Feng Poliu came to Jiang City from Rong City. It wasn't that Jiang City was beautiful or that the beauties here were outstanding, but that he found out from a secret channel that 9 Bug Gang took a huge loss here. Yang Fei betrayed 9 Bug Gang and stole the treasure. They sent a bunch of people to die in Jiang City. They weren't killed by Yang Fei, and even Yang Fei seemed to have disappeared. Feng Poliu felt like this matter wasn't simple, so he came to take a look. Within the city, Feng Poliu led the horse and looked around. His nose shook slightly. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't notice that his nose was shaking in a certain rhythm. Although a long time had passed, ordinary people would not be able to smell the odor in the street. But Feng Poliu smelled something different. Without needing anyone to lead him, he led the horse slowly to the street where it happened. He stood on the street motionlessly. The commoners walked past him, but they did not attract his attention. In his eyes, the dusty ground had a different color. Looking around, the scene from that time appeared in his mind. Who cultivated the bug controlling technique? Not long after, Feng Poliu knew everything. The person who attacked knew the bug controlling technique and his realm was terrifyingly high. Which Insect Valley old man did it? Why did he do it? Many mysteries appeared in his mind. These mysteries made him very confused, and he couldn't even find a clue to the mystery. He had the reputation of killing his master, but one had to say that normal people in Insect Valley didn't dare to attack him. Even if he did, he would pretend not to see it. Unless you want to be beaten up. Look at who he was. Would normal people dare to attack him? Suddenly, a really tempting voice spread into his ears. Don't miss this chance. Come in and play. If you lose, you won't feel pained. If you win, you will laugh. Honest gambling den, fun is the main thing. Sir, come in and play? Someone shouted at the entrance and then asked Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu's hands were itchy. He came to investigate the 9 Bug Gang matter and not to gamble. But for some reason, this gambling den was too tempting, such that he couldn't move. Forget it, he would play anyway, it was okay. Feng Poliu, who had some extra money, liked to rely on gambling to get rich. That feeling was really good. Look after this horse, I will reward you later. Feng Poliu patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, sir, go play. Leave this horse to me. The staff looked at the horse out of habit. It was not bad, it was worth some money. Later on, the gambling den would have one more horse. Not long later, pung! A person flew out from the gambling den. If you don't have money, then don't gamble. If you cause trouble, I will beat you to death. This horse is yours, treat it as payment. Scram. The few helpers in the gambling den scolded Feng Poliu. Damn. Feng Poliu was furious. They said that fun was the main thing, so how could they be so much? He wanted to slap these fellows to death, but after thinking about it he decided not to. Since he was willing to bet, he was willing to admit defeat. He would wait until he earned enough money, then he would go on a killing spree and kill all of them. Feng Poliu got up and patted off the dust on his body. He noticed. Any gambling den was too unfriendly. Without money he didn't have the mood to gamble. He went to investigate the 9-bug gang matter. Marshall Path Mountain. The smell spread out from here. Are people from Insect Valley up here? Feng Poliu raised his head and looked at the mountain. He felt that it was impossible. People from Insect Valley were sick in the head. Only then would they hide here. Anyway, his mind was in a mess and he had no idea at all. This is a decent place to cultivate. Feng Poliu walked up the mountain. As he got closer, his nose twitched faster and faster. The aura is getting thicker and thicker. Before he reached the mountain, he saw a group of people walking towards him with shovels, hammers, and other tools. And Feng Poliu was wary. I didn't even reach the mountain and you sensed it. Which old man came? After the commoners looked at Feng Poliu, they didn't care much. They talked to one another and happily went down the mountain. During these days they worked on Marshall Path Mountain and earned a lot of money, making them really happy. So I thought too much. Feng Poliu heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that there would be a huge battle, so they were just normal commoners. Not long later, when Feng Poliu came up the mountain, Zhou Zhongmao appeared in front of him. Who are you? His words were direct, his tone was a little rushed. He asked expressionlessly who he was. That was a little overbearing. You are that. When Feng Poliu saw Zhou Zhongmao he was shocked. He was really familiar, he had definitely seen him before. He thought about it. You are the person I saw in Yu City, the cousin of the Lin family young master. He recalled right away. It wasn't because Zhou Zhongmao was too handsome and unforgettable, but because he was too honest. It was tough to meet a second person with that silly look. Moreover, Feng Poliu nearly died that day. He actually sold the real cultivation technique to him, that was just too much. Who are you? Zhou Zhongmao asked. You don't remember me? Feng Poliu asked. He was a little sad. He remembered him, but he actually didn't. Why did it feel like he wasn't important at all? Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Who are you? Just at that moment, Feng Poliu saw a dog-sized thing flash past. He looked closely, it looked like 9 Demon. Feng Poliu exclaimed and instantly struck forwards. As expected, it was here. That shouldn't be the case. How did he have such a thing? You are asking to die. Zhou Zhongmao was furious when he saw him barge in. He waved his fist and hammered towards him. He didn't let him in, so he actually barged in. He deserved to be hammered to death. Feng Poliu raised his hand, using his palm to block the fist. He forced Zhou Zhongmao back and then chased forwards. Zhou Zhongmao retreated a few steps. His expression was solemn. This was an expert. No, he had to chase. Cousin was still inside. Now Feng Poliu was more and more confused. 9 Demon was snatched by Yang Fei, 9 Bug Gang chased, and then they sent people to chase. He smelled the scent of bug controlling technique, and thought that someone from Insect Valley or someone from 9 Bug Gang stole it. Who knew that it wasn't? What was going on? When he chased to the back courtyard he saw a guy hugging 9 Demon. Young Master Lin. Feng Poliu recognized the person lying there. It was actually the Yu City Lin family young master. Oh my god. What was going on? Why would the Lin family young master come to Jiang City? That didn't make sense. You are? Lin Fan looked at the person and thought about it. He suddenly recalled who he was. Oh, you are that person. Feng Poliu was delighted. Finally, someone knew who he was. But shortly after, he felt that something wasn't right. Oh my god. He didn't expect that no one would remember him. He had no choice. He could only report his name to awaken their memories. Young Master Lin, we met in Yu City. You even bought a technique from me. I am Feng Poliu, have you forgotten? Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan was enlightened. Those people that were blocked appeared in his mind. I remember. You are that gambler, the Feng Poliu who was tossed out of the gambling den. Lin Fan recalled who this person was. So, he had met him in U City. His bug controlling technique was given to him by him. Although there was a slight misunderstanding, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he really gave him a real one. Also, was that his impression of him just like that? Just at that moment, Zhou Zhongmao charged in and was about to attack. "Stop, cousin," Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao retracted his hand and looked at Feng Poliu warily. His gaze was really unfriendly. As long as he dared to move, he would go all out. Feng Poliu looked at Zhou Zhongmao and smiled. "Kid, don't be rash, it will harm your body." Lin Fan smacked his lips. "How can you talk to my cousin like that? Be more polite. Speak, why did you come here?" "This fellow didn't respect my cousin." Feng Poliu's impression in his heart instantly dropped. Rage points plus 11. Damn. This kid actually asked him why he came here. I didn't even ask you what you did. Wait, what did this kid's gaze mean? Where did that look of disdain come from? Chapter 164. Lin Fan really wanted to ask where the 11 rage points came from. Did this brother give it to him? He was really generous. He was from Insect Valley, there was no doubt about that. Father already said that bug controlling technique was Insect Valley's secret technique, but he didn't let him cultivate it. This fellow had a secret technique with him, so it was impossible that he wasn't from Insect Valley. Okay, young Master Lin, then I will be direct. Where did the bug in your arms come from? Feng Poliu asked. He noticed that 9 demon had already formed. It was surprising that it could grow so big. At the same time, 9 demon was violent, but now it was being carried in his arms and didn't move at all. Did it recognize him as its master? He was really confused. He didn't know how to explain. Anyway, he just felt that it was a little unrealistic. I picked it up. Lin Fan replied. What? Rage points plus 22. Could he speak properly? He was telling him the truth from the bottom of his heart, but he treated him so casually. Also, what was with that gaze? Was what he was wearing embarrassing? Or rather, he looked like a beggar. He didn't want to see such a look of disdain a third time. Young Master Lin, do you think I am a fool? Feng Poliu asked. He noticed that it was too difficult to communicate with people, and he didn't care about it anymore. He treated him with sincerity, but he replied with a casual tone. Didn't he feel that it was a little too much? Lin Fan said, I didn't say that, I really picked it up. If you don't believe me, then there is nothing I can do. Who would believe you? Feng Poliu didn't want to continue talking to this fellow, it was just too tiring. Wait, why was he worrying? I wasn't someone from Insect Valley, so I should look at everything with the heart of a spectator and not argue with them. He thought through that point. Feng Poliu felt like he was a fool, asking for trouble for no reason. Suddenly, a surprised exclamation attracted Feng Poliu's attention. Zhang Tianshan came to find Lin Fan. When he saw Feng Poliu, he felt that this person was familiar, like he had seen him before, but he couldn't remember. Even if he did, it was decades ago. So much time had passed, so his memories were blurry, so how could he remember so clearly? When Feng Poliu saw Zhang Tianshan, he exclaimed. He felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. The two of them stood still and stared at each other, communicating with their eyes. As they watched, both of them narrowed their eyes, as if they were sending some kind of message with their eyes. Instantly, Zhang Tianshan took a step forwards while Feng Poliu went in the opposite direction. The two of them formed a circle and looked at each other as they spun in circles. Their gazes were really sharp. After exchanging glances for a long while, Feng Poliu decisively said, Have we met before? Zhang Tianshan said, It should be. How? Feng Poliu asked. Zhang Tianshan said, I don't remember, what about you? Feng Poliu said, I don't remember, think about it. Zhang Tianshan said, I can't think of one, you think of one. Feng Poliu said, I can't think of it, what is your name? Zhang Tianshan. Feng Poliu. Instantly, the two were dumbfounded for a moment before they exclaimed in unison, You are the little Zhang that I beat up in the past. You are the little Feng that I beat up in the past. Feng Poliu. Zhang Tianshan. Crazy. Lin Fan shook his head and was lazy to bother about the two of them. Were they sick in the head? He really didn't understand what was going on. He touched the 9-headed bug's head. He felt like the people who appeared recently were really weird. He didn't do anything, so why did he get involved with Insect Valley? He thought to himself. But he was shameless enough. Why didn't he do anything? Who killed One-Eyed, the three men, and the beauty? Who conned the black-robed group? Where did the dog head in his hand come from? Zhang Tianshan, long time no see. Feng Poliu said. He really didn't expect that he could meet someone he was familiar with decades ago. Time passed really quickly. In the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. He had gotten old. That's right. Zhang Tianshan exclaimed. Life was just so hurried like water. Why are you here? Feng Poliu asked. He felt like the situation wasn't right. Yu City Lin family young master appeared around Jiang City. Zhang Tianshan also appeared here. The news that was revealed was a little interesting. Zhang Tianshan said, "This is Marshal Path Mountain. He is the sect leader and I am the deputy sect leader. Why are you here?" Feng Poliu nodded his head and understood the situation. "I came here to investigate something. I think you shouldn't keep this bug, there are no benefits to it," Feng Poliu said. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Not everyone could keep 9 demon. This concerned 9 Bug Gang and Insect Valley. If 9 Bug Gang was serious, Marshal Path Mountain would be flattened. Lin Fan smiled. What benefits? This 9-headed bug is obedient, it is a good pet. Do you know what it is? Feng Poliu asked. Young Master Lin, you are just too bold. Even if your father is Lin Wani, you can't be so lawless. I know a 9-headed bug, Lin Fan said. The more others wanted him to give up, the more he wouldn't. That meant that it was a good thing. If it wasn't, would so many people come to snatch it? Did they really think he was dumb? People who thought he was dumb were all living tragic lives. This is 9 demon, I think you shouldn't keep it. If 9 Bug Gang finds out, you won't have a peaceful life, Feng Poliu said. He wasn't from Insect Valley, so naturally, he wouldn't be a busybody. But it was such a waste for a young man to lose his life because of this. He couldn't take it anymore. He also wanted to remind him to let him know that some things couldn't be done as he pleased. Sect leader, I think so too, Zhang Tianshan said. It was rare for someone to help persuade him, so naturally he had to stab him. He couldn't keep this bug, at least not now. Lin Fan wasn't satisfied with Zhang Tianshan. What are you thinking, a deputy sect leader who doesn't stand on the side of the sect leader? He isn't a good deputy sect leader. You make me disappointed in you. Zhang Tianshan, shut up. Big brother. You are amazing, just treat it as if I didn't say anything. I was just casually saying it, it is up to you whether you want to listen or not. I just had a bad mouth and couldn't help but say a few words. Feng Poliu waved his hands. Wait, that isn't the main point. I just want to ask one thing, did you cultivate the bug controlling technique? That was the main point. Bug controlling technique was a secret of Insect Valley. Even in Insect Valley, not many people knew it. Apart from those few old fellows, no one else had the right to come into contact with it, much less cultivate it. Bug controlling technique? What is that? Lin Fan asked curiously. Damn, you are still acting in front of me? Feng Poliu felt that the young people these days were really scheming. Moreover, they didn't speak much of the truth. If you didn't cultivate the bug controlling technique, how did you raise 9 demon to such a state? Moreover, the lingering aura on the streets was the aura of the bug controlling technique. Stop lying, can you be more honest? Let's speak the truth. Lin Fan didn't want to talk about all this with him. He didn't care about the 9-headed bug, or the bug controlling technique. He was interested in Feng Poliu. Looking at his current demeanor. Although he didn't look like a beggar, the aura around his brows was enough to prove that he was poor and penniless. Looking at his clothes, some places were covered in dust. That was enough to show that this person wasn't doing well, and was in a bad state. To be able to break through Cousin's obstruction, it meant that he wasn't weak. Moreover, he was really strong. This was a talent that Marshal Path Mountain needed. As for those normal disciples, it was useless even if they came. Marshal Path Mountain was a place where he enjoyed his time. To develop those disciples, he had to tighten his belt. To develop others wasn't what he wanted. Lin Fan said calmly, name a price. It would be easier to solve the problem if he spoke bluntly. What did you say? Feng Poliu asked weirdly. He didn't understand what he meant. Lin Fan said, I see that you are a person, but looking at your appearance it seems like your life isn't good. Coincidentally, my martial path mountain lacks a helper. Are you interested? Name a price. Feng Poliu stared at Lin Fan. This kid was a little overbearing. He actually talked to him about money. However, money was indeed a good thing. He loved it when people talked to him about money. Young Master Lin, I won't join any organizations in my life, Feng Poliu said proudly. He was someone who had been through storms and had accepted it long ago. However, Lin Fan's following words made him feel a little uneasy. I don't need you to join. It is just an employment relationship. Name a price. Lin Fan said. There weren't many people who could fight in Martial Path Mountain. He and his cousin were the only two who could fight. As for Zhang Tianshan, forget it. He was good at dealing with demons, but although he wasn't sure of his own strength, it should be just SOSO and not that strong. Feng Poliu felt like he was being insulted. No matter what, I am the most talented Insect Valley disciple in decades. I was even close to becoming the head of Insect Valley. No matter where I went, as long as I revealed some news, people would fight to the death for me. Feng Poliu had nowhere to go. He also wanted to know whether or not young Master Lin cultivated the bug controlling technique. He had to understand this matter. Okay, 10,000 a month. He gave a fair price. With his previous status and current strength, 10,000 taels of silver was very cheap. Send the guest off. Lin Fan waved his hands and scolded in his heart. Damn, he was even blacker than me. To even ask for 10,000, why didn't he just ascend to the heavens? Young Master Lin, 1,000. Feng Poliu said. Lin Fan waved his hands and didn't plan on talking at all. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan and couldn't accept it. Young Master Lin, 1,000 is expensive? With me here, your Martial Path Mountain's safety isn't a problem. Zhang Tianshan patted Feng Poliu's shoulder and said, You are a little too much. Damn. Feng Poliu had nothing to say. That was too much? Your Martial Path Mountain is used to exploit people, right? Based on what you said, isn't it better if you don't give me silver? Feng Poliu was unhappy. Lin Fan agreed, that is good. Feng Poliu rolled his eyes, 100 silver. Forget it, if you don't give, I won't stay. 100 silver wasn't a small sum. It was like 100,000 monthly salary, a sky-high price. Chapter 165. 100 silver to get Feng Poliu to be a helper, that was a huge gain. And it wasn't a loss at all. Martial Path Mountain wasn't a huge sect. As long as there were 3 who could fight, then they were basically safe. Zhang Tianshan felt wronged. Why did he have to give Feng Poliu 100 silver? As the deputy sect leader of Martial Path Mountain, he didn't even have a single silver. As for whether or not he could get money in the future, it depended on whether or not Lin Fan was willing to give. He wanted to protest. He wanted to rebel. However, just thinking about it, it was impossible for him to do so. Zhang Tianshan said softly, Sect leader, if he can get 100 silver, then as the deputy sect leader, can I get some silver too? He felt that as the deputy sect leader he should have some silver, if not, then that didn't make sense. Lin Fan patted Zhang Tianshan's shoulder and said, We are family, let's not talk about this. Martial Path Mountain lacks silver. In the future when we have money, we will give you a large portion. Those words were used to bluff ghosts. Zhang Tianshan was that ghost. Zhang Tianshan wanted to slap his own mouth. His mouth was so cheap he asked for nothing and he was actually dreaming. His brain had holes in it. Could Lin Fan's words be trusted? Whoever believed him was a fool. He was so stingy. What was good about this Feng Poliu? Apart from being strong, he was useless. That night, Zhang Tianshan wasn't in a good mood. He drank alone and got drunk. Liang Yongqi served him from the side. He was really attentive. What happened to the deputy sect leader? Why was he so worried? Not long later, Zhang Tianshan told Liang Yongqi to go back. He wanted to cry alone. The gap between people, when it happened to him, it really made him want to cry. That fellow, what right did he have? Wasn't he just a bit stronger in the martial path? In terms of experience, he was the deputy sect leader, he was a head higher than him. Within the room, Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu were still sharing a room. Martial Path Mountain hadn't been renovated, and once it was, the two of them would split up and live separately. Yuan Tianchu looked at Liang Yongqi return and didn't say anything. This person wasn't on the same path as him. He had been recruited by Zhang Tianshan. Right now, he was the only one who could remain calm. However, he had something he wanted to say in his heart, and if he didn't say it out loud, he wouldn't be happy. He didn't dare to say it to others in case the other party woke up, but he was at ease with Liang Yongji. With his intelligence, it was hard for him to understand too much. Brother Liang, do you know what happened on Martial Path Mountain today? Yuan Tianchu sat on the bed, holding a book in his hands. The title of the book was The Complete Collection of Conspiracies. The content of this book was very interesting, and he had benefited a lot from it. This book was written by a famous eunuch. Liang Yongqi didn't want to bother with Yuan Tianchu. He felt that this person had already become a demon, and he couldn't understand what he was saying. Delusion. Guessing. Gibberish. What happened? Liang Yongqi asked. He didn't dare to not ask, otherwise, he would find all sorts of ways to make him ask. If he didn't say what was in his heart, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Yuan Tianchu closed the book, and seeing that there was no one outside, he said calmly, "Today, a guy entered Martial Path Mountain, and Lin Fan gave him 100 silver a month to be a helper of Martial Path Mountain. Do you know what that means? 100 taels? He is so generous." Liang Yongqi was shocked, and he was filled with disbelief. 1 silver was equivalent to 1,000 on Earth. It was already not bad for normal people to earn 1 silver a month. Now that he heard that Lin Fan gave that person 100 silver a month, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. It was like he had heard a shocking secret. Yuan Tianchu smiled. "Generous? Not only is this generous, but something bad is going to happen. Forget it, let's not talk about other things. Pay attention in the future, in case you get sold and don't even know what happened." He wouldn't tell Liang Yongji about the deeper level of things, because he had nothing better to do. He thought hard about it. He had already thought through the matter thoroughly, and had even clearly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Lin Fan was so stingy to give someone 100 silver a month. Who would dare to believe that? Because no one dared to believe it, it meant that there was a problem. He was slowly eating away at Zhang Tianxian's power. As long as that person did something huge, Zhang Tianxian's deputy sect leader position would be gone. He was the one who said all these guesses. He didn't believe it? Wait and see. Liang Yongqi was shocked that Lin Fan would be so generous. He slowly came back to his senses and looked at Yuan Tianchu with a weird expression. "Let me say something, don't be unhappy. I feel like you have changed a lot since you came out from Yu City. Why don't you head to Zhang City to see a doctor? I feel like you are stimulated here." He pointed at his head. His meaning was obvious that there was something wrong with his head. Yuan Tianchu was the second son of the Yuan family, and wasn't ostracized by father. Unlike him, father didn't love me, big brother fought for love. Even if I was dispirited, I wouldn't feel so much despair. He was looking forward to Martial Path Mountain being renovated. He wanted to leave this house and live alone, far away from Yuan Tianchu, far away from this dangerous fellow who often had delusions. Feng Poliu stayed on Martial Path Mountain. There weren't many reasons. Although 100 silver was tempting to him, that wasn't the key. He wanted to know whether or not young Master Lin cultivated the bug controlling technique. He sat cross-legged on the bed and felt the special fluctuations of the bug controlling technique. What a waste. Martial Path Mountain was really calm, and there were no such fluctuations. He definitely didn't sense wrongly. Maybe there were some secrets that he didn't know about hidden here. Several days later, Martial Path Mountain was renovated. The 3-story building was built, the fake mountain and fountain were built. This was the life that Lin Fan looked forward to. In the future, this 3-story building would be where he would rest. During this period of time, he told Chan Xingyao that the medicine was prepared. Although it couldn't cure him, suppressing it wasn't a problem. This made Chan Xingyao delighted. He sent another 30,000 silver bills over. Lin Fan was like a vampire sucking Chan Xingyao dry. One couldn't stare at a sheep, but he had no choice as he only had one chance. If he didn't stare at him, then who else could he stare at? As for the medicine, the recipe was also very simple. All one had to do was to use local materials, grind mud into powder, and mix it into water. Although the taste was weird, the effect was decent. Chan Xingyao felt that after he drank it, his body didn't feel any pain or itch. He was like a normal person. He attributed all of this to Lin Fan. He was really amazing. Sect leader Lin, has the opening date been confirmed? Huang Boren asked. He invested in Martial Path Mountain and naturally hoped that Martial Path Mountain could get stronger. He didn't ask for it to become a huge sect, just to be able to help the Huang family. There was one thing that wasn't good. He didn't see many disciples on Martial Path Mountain, but the renovations were quite good. There was also that 3-story building, fake mountain fountain, etc. They were all spent on real money. Did sect leader Lin spend all his money on this? Lin Fan said, it is confirmed. Tomorrow is the opening day, so let's keep it simple. If Brother Huang is willing to help, we can make it more grand. Huang Boren looked at the sky. It was so blue. He acted like he didn't hear anything. He invested so much. He didn't even see any returns and wanted to con people. At least he had to see some returns. Sect leader Lin, I think it is better to keep it simple. Let those people who come see and let them know that Martial Path Mountain isn't built with money, but it focuses on nurturing the sect's culture. Who knew what Huang Boren was saying? To prevent himself from being tricked, he tried his best to bluff. When other sects opened their mountains, which one of them didn't do it in a grand manner to shock others and let them know how strong the sect was? Yes, that makes sense. Today, I hope that Brother Huang can inform the families in Rivertown to attend the ceremony tomorrow. Lin Fan said. Huang Boren was really sensitive to money. When he learned that Zhang Tianshan returned to Martial Path Mountain, he couldn't wait to charge over. He blocked him on the mountain and asked for money. If he didn't pay, he wouldn't leave. Martial Path Mountain's matters are my Huang family's matters. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Huang Boren said. Naturally, he placed Martial Path Mountain's matters in his heart. If Martial Path Mountain didn't succeed, then all the money he invested in Martial Path Mountain would be wasted. When Huang Boren returned to Jiang City and invited the merchants of Jiang City to attend the Martial Path Mountain opening ceremony, many of them were shocked. What did the opening of Martial Path Mountain have to do with me? Why did you call us over? They didn't think about attending. But young Master Huang personally invited them, so if they didn't go, they wouldn't be giving them face. However, many of them didn't reject right away. They looked at the situation and wanted to know what Chen family said. If Chen family didn't go, then there was no need for them to go. Even if old Master Chen died, Chen family and Huang family were still the two aristocratic families of Jiang City. They were the wind vane, the beacon. It wasn't like they didn't know what happened to Martial Path Mountain in the past. There were many people, but in the end the mountain was still closed. They couldn't even pay for the rent. That situation was just so embarrassing. But shortly after, Chen family was actually busy about the opening of Martial Path Mountain. They were shocked. Damn, Chen family and Martial Path Mountain had nothing to do with each other, so why did Chen family stand on Martial Path Mountain's side? The merchants felt that this matter wasn't so simple. There was definitely an important secret hidden within that no one noticed. Martial Path Mountain opening a sect, they had to go. Moreover, they had to follow Chen family and Huang family. The next day, within the room, Zhang Tianshan stood in front of the mirror, wearing the clothes that he had kept for a long time. In the past, he couldn't bear to wear them. Now that Martial Path Mountain was opening once more, as the deputy sect leader, he had to be at his peak condition. He had to let the person who came see that he was different right away. Another room. Liang Yongqi adjusted his clothes and noticed that Yuan Tianchu didn't move at all. He reminded, the opening ceremony is about to begin. Why aren't you dressing up? Yuan Tianchu laughed. Dressing up? Boring, dumb. He had no interest in the battle between Zhang Tianshan and Lin Fan. As for dressing up, that was impossible. Looking at how busy Liang Yongqi was, he wanted to laugh. Maybe one day, he would regret his stupidity today. Liang Yongqi was lazy to talk to Yuan Tianchu. This person had no motivation at all and had no motivation at all. Chapter 166. Martial Path Mountain was really busy today. Not only did the rich families of Jiang City come, but many commoners also surged up. They didn't come to congratulate Martial Path Mountain for opening. They just wanted to see whether or not Martial Path Mountain recruited disciples. They missed the Martial Path Mountain in the past. They recruited numerous disciples and gave them money each month. They didn't care much about them. Apart from notifying them, they didn't have anything else to do. They were carefree and could earn money. Who didn't want to join Martial Path Mountain? However, this time their thoughts were going to fail. How would Lin Fan recruit disciples? He wanted to find experts like Feng Poliu who were easy to talk to and communicate with. However, it was tough to meet such experts. Chen Xingyao appeared on Martial Path Mountain like he was really familiar with it. Although he didn't greet those merchants, he would still nod his head to express his welcome. Many of them were confused. Was Chen Xingyao's brain shot? They got news from the small channels that Chen Xingyao and Martial Path Mountain didn't have a good relationship and had many conflicts. However, looking at the situation, he didn't look like someone with conflicts. How would Chen Xingyao go against Martial Path Mountain? He was about to be frightened to death. He had to rely on the Martial Path Mountain sect leader to live. Don't tell him that this was a trap set up by Martial Path Mountain. As long as he heard people say that, he would be furious. Did they all want him to die? Did they think that he couldn't tell whether or not it was a trap? Old Master Wang, please enter. Not far away, Huang Born welcomed him. Haha, young Master Huang is too polite. The merchants who came didn't give face to Martial Path Mountain but to Huang family and Chan family. The two aristocratic families of Jiang City came, so how could they not come? They thought that since old Master Chen died, they could work together to split up Chen family. Who knew that Chen family actually had a backup plan? The support of the commoners made many merchants feel unlucky. Huang Born looked at Chen Xingyao. He didn't expect this fellow to actually come to Martial Path Mountain to help. But that was good. Huang family invested in Martial Path Mountain, so it was great that Chen family could help. Zhang Tianshan smiled. Today was the happiest day for him. Felt really good. Although he became the deputy sect leader, Martial Path Mountain's opening ceremony was much grander than that time. Back courtyard. Young master, it is about time. Gozi helped Lin Fan adjust his clothes. Alright, let's go then. Lin Fan said. He felt that he was young and promising. If there were any uncles and aunties who knew of this, they would definitely give him a thumbs up and praise him for being able to become a sect master at such a young age. His future achievements would be immeasurable. When they left, Feng Poliu and Lu Gang were still there. Feng Poliu smiled. Not bad. When your father was young, he wasn't as amazing as you. It's all right. Just average. It's nothing much. Lin Fan replied. Feng Poliu didn't want to talk to Lin Fan. When this fellow bragged, his expression didn't change like it was a normal thing. Who was Lin Wani? Some people might not know. But everyone knew that Lin Wani was not someone to be trifled with. When Yu City found out that he gave the wrong technique, he could have snatched it, but he didn't. That was because he knew who this kid's father was. Robbing. If something happens, who the hell is going to cover for me? At that moment, Martial Path Mountain Main Hall. Zhang Tianshan coughed. Thank you all for coming to watch the Martial Path Mountain opening ceremony. Please welcome the sect leader Lin Fan. Papa. The applause wasn't loud, only Chen Xingyao and Huang Born were clapping. When the merchants saw the two of them clapping, they could only clap crazily. Slowly the applause got louder and louder, and the scene became more and more lively. Lin Fan walked onto the stage and waved his hands. A simple opening ceremony, it wasn't that complicated. It just let the Jiang City commoners and merchants know who the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was. He didn't care much about these ceremonies. Once it ended, he would head to the 3-story building to enjoy himself. This was the first time the Jiang City merchants and commoners saw Lin Fan. When they learned that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was so young, they were shocked. So young, could he manage Martial Path Mountain well? Of course. Some commoners felt that it was good that he was young, he was easy to bluff. Maybe he would just casually say something and he would agree to let them join Martial Path Mountain. The ceremony was simple, they just did what they needed to do. Next was to announce the positions within Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain is formed today. The deputy sect leader will be Zhang Tianshan. The moment Lin Fan said that, Zhang Tianshan couldn't help but smile and wave his hands. This deputy sect leader was not bad, and he was satisfied. He continued to announce. Martial Path Mountain Grand Disciple Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu. Lin Fan said. Liang Yongqi knew that he was going to be chosen as the Grand Disciple, so he was in a good mood. Especially after Zhang Tianshan's teachings, His attitude had changed. Liang Yongqi walked forwards and knelt on one knee. Thank you, sect leader. When Yuan Tianchu saw those scenes, he was shocked. What was going on? He had to kneel down to this fellow. Impossible, that was definitely impossible. That moment, Yuan Tianchu walked forwards and cupped his fists. Sect leader, I am mediocre. Not as good as Liang Yongqi, I can't be the grand disciple. What he meant was obvious. I can't kneel as easily as Liang Yongqi. Of course he thought that his words were obvious, but no one could tell what he meant. Liang Yongqi turned his head and nodded his head. You do know your place. Yuan Tianchu was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Can't you have some fucking shame? Don't you have any idea what I'm talking about? What a fucking self-awareness. In the future I will absolutely not care about you. You can live or die on your own and be toyed with by them. And that's good. Then you will be the second disciple. Lin Fan said. Damn. Yuan Tianchu wanted to spit blood at Lin Fan's face. But very quickly he understood. He even felt terrified when he thought about it. To actually target him in such a situation, digging a hole for him to jump in, how vicious. He didn't think that Lin Fan didn't understand what he meant. He didn't want to be the grand disciple, nor did he want to be the second disciple. He just wanted to be a spectator and look at the changes. All of their schemes weren't a secret in his eyes. Who knew that Lin Fan would plot against him while fighting Zhang Tianshan? As expected, he was amazing. He rejected the grand disciple position because he wanted to break away from the battle. So what if there were two grand disciples? He knew that Liang Yongqi and Zhang Tianshan were together. So he wanted someone to help him deal with Liang Yongqi? As the saying goes, one mountain can't have two tigers. Liang Yongqi and I both became grand disciples, so we would definitely have conflicts. Thus, you didn't waste a single soldier to push Liang Yongqi away from Zhang Tianshan as expected. As for the second disciple, he wasn't simple either. However, he didn't know what his goal was at this step. However, he understood that if the ceremony didn't go smoothly, he would find a chance to deal with him. Forget it. Thank you, sect leader. Yuan Tianchu knelt down unwillingly. Who knew that Lin Fan was more skilled, blocking all his retreat paths. In the end, he was still tied to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan didn't mention Feng Poliu. Many people knew his name. Even if no one in Jiang City knew, it wouldn't be good if it spread out, so it was better for him to be invisible. Recently, he had been thinking about something. They had 3 experts. Were they confident in finding the Yin demons? Feng Poliu stood in the darkness and looked at the ceremony. He started to suspect whether or not this was a joke. How could there be a sect with only these few people? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. The Martial Path Mountain opening ceremony officially ended. Huang Boran heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally on the right track. He prayed that Martial Path Mountain would rise up. He was waiting for rewards. Zhang Tianshan was surrounded by commoners. In the past, Zhang Tianshan recruited disciples from the commoners. Now that Martial Path Mountain was opening, he had to snatch a spot. Zhang Tianshan naturally wanted Martial Path Mountain to have more disciples. When he saw these commoners, he wanted to get them over. If he got them all over, then Martial Path Mountain would have a huge reputation. However, when he thought about how he wasn't in charge of Martial Path Mountain, he felt helpless. He could only tell the commoners not to be anxious. He didn't have any plans to recruit disciples, and he would talk about it in the future. If Lin Fan knew what Zhang Tianshan was thinking about, he would have smashed his head. Don't think about it. Don't ever think about it. Are you looking for a disciple? You are looking for a father. Even a father is easy, but you are looking for an ancestor. You provide food and accommodation, you even give a monthly allowance. How much money do you have? Lin Fan called Zhang Tianshan and the others over. From now on, we are on the same side. Sect leader, we have always been on the same side. Zhang Tianshan said. Liang Yongqi nodded his head and followed behind Zhang Tianshan. Yuan Tianchu was in deep thought. He had been thinking about something. As for what he said now, it was just nonsense. Buying people's hearts? Really low-level methods. Despicable. Vicious. Cunning. Lin Fan patted their shoulders. He was serious. Since Martial Path Mountain was established, it was different from before. They were on the same side, and he wouldn't be stingy to his own people. That night, within the room, Liang Yongqi was packing things. He was going to move to a new room. He was really emotional. He was finally going to leave Yuan Tianchu, that terrifying fellow who knew how to think. Zhang Tianshan pushed the door and entered. His expression was a little weird, like he hadn't reacted to something. "Little Liang, this is for you." Zhang Tianshan took out a 100 silver bill and passed it over. Liang Yongqi shuddered. "Deputy sect leader, I don't need money." Zhang Tianshan was stunned. "Sect leader gave it to you to add furniture and buy things. In the future, you will have 50 silver a month." Ah! Liang Yongqi was stunned. What did he say? Did he hear it wrongly? Sect leader gave it to him? Lin Fan actually gave him money. The sun had already set, and there was no place for him to brag. What he said was just unbelievable. Yuan Tianchu was expressionless, but when he heard that Lin Fan gave him silver, his brows shook. Zhang Tianshan walked in front of Yuan Tianchu. "This is for you." "Damn!" Yuan Tianchu raised his head. What was going on? The danger signal was raised. Chapter 167. Is he trying to buy their hearts? Yuan Tianchu didn't take the money and was thinking about why he did that. It wasn't much, but it gave off a bad signal. "Kiki, you want to bribe me with just a few taels of silver? You're looking down on me, the second young master of the Yuan clan. Why are you stunned? Sect leader gave it to you, so just take it." Zhang Tianxian rushed. He was stunned. His kid took out money for no reason and told him to give it to Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu. He was stunned. What was he doing? In the past he didn't give a single cent, but now he actually took out money. He even gave Liang Yongqi 50 silver a month. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare believe it. Yuan Tianchu didn't have many emotions. He just held the bills in his hand calmly. Zhang Tianshan didn't say much. He had to go back and think about it. What was wrong with the kid? Did he start to be generous? Stop scaring him. Really, he was scared to death. Within the room, Liang Yongqi looked at the bills in his hand and thought back to those words. 50 silver a month. What was going on? He didn't know what to do. "How much did he give you?" Liang Yongqi asked. Yuan Tianchu didn't hide it. 50 silver. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu and then at the bills in his hand. "You only 50 silver. Sect leader gave me 100. When he heard that, Yuan Tianchu's eyes jumped. He was actually a little unhappy. Instantly, he exclaimed in his heart that it wasn't good. He nearly fell for it. He came to his senses. Such a simple and violent plan was actually the most hurtful. Killing one's heart, how vicious. Giving Liang Yongqi 100 silver and him 50. Was he using money to compare the importance of the two of them? This caused him to be jealous, which caused him to fight with Liang Yongqi. As expected, he was a dangerous fellow. One plan didn't work, but there was another plan. It was continuous. There was a plan within a plan. From the start, he was planning to make Liang Yongqi and him the grand disciple together. Unfortunately, the plan was too simple. He saw through it right away and rejected it, not participating in it. Who knew that he would become the second disciple? At that time, he was thinking that what was the use second disciple then? He wouldn't fight for it, so who would be jealous of him? Only now did he understand. So the real plan was still at the back. Give Liang Yongqi 100 taels of silver and give me 50 taels of silver. Liang Yongji's monthly salary is 50 taels of silver, while I only get 20 taels of silver. Was he using the difference in silver to make me unhappy and feel that I was being discriminated against so that he could fight with Liang Yongqi for the position of top disciple? He. Yuan Tianchu sneered again and again. No matter how many schemes you have up your sleeves, I, Yuan Tianchu, will not fight or snatch. My mind is not on your fights. Let's see how you can use me now. Lin Fan. You still underestimate me, Yuan Tianchu. Did he really think that he was still the Yuan Tianchu from Yu City? Also, he could swear to the heavens that Zhang Tianshan's monthly salary was 100 silver, the same as Feng Poliu. As the vice-sect master, his monthly salary was actually the same as that of a consecrated person. No matter who it was, they would not feel good about it. So Lin Fan made Feng Poliu a helper to borrow someone else's knife to kill him. To let Zhang Tianshan and Feng Poliu fight. Amazing. It was truly amazing. The more he understood Lin Fan, the more he realized that Lin Fan was really shrewd. Even his brain couldn't compare to Lin Fan's. That was because he was slow to react and didn't think of all the plans right away. Liang Yongqi looked at Yuan Tianchu's cold smile and felt a chill down his spine. He quickly packed his bag. When he passed Yuan Tianchu, he patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Yuan, I will leave first. Don't be angry, there should be some differences between top disciple and second disciple. I will leave first." The moment he said that, he directly left this place. He didn't dare to stay, he really didn't dare to stay, it was too terrifying. Dumb. Yuan Tianchu looked at Liang Yongqi's back view and shook his head helplessly. Although a naive person would live happily, when it came to life, his death would be worse than anyone else's. With my current ability, maybe I can fight with Lin Fan. Why not pretend to fall for his trap? The moment Yuan Tianchu had such a thought, he shook his head. No, definitely not. He couldn't take the risk, otherwise he would step into the abyss and be unable to turn back. It was better to be safe. Back courtyard. Lin Fan took out the bills and spread them on the bed. His heart ached a lot. He really spent a lot today. However, he had no choice. Martial Path Mountain was established and they were all on the same side, so he couldn't be stingy with them. Zhang Tianxian's monthly allowance was 100 silver. Feng Polia's was also 100. The two of them added up would be 2,400 silver a year. Liang Yongqi's 50 silver, 600 silver a year. Luckily, Yuan Tianchu was a good fellow. He didn't want to be a grand disciple, 20 silver a month, saving a few hundred a year. As for Gozi and cousin, they didn't need money. They were already family. If anything happened and they needed money, then the money in front of them wouldn't belong to him anymore. The monthly allowance along with Martial Path Mountain's daily expenses would be 20 to 30 silver a day. That would be 10,000 a year. That wasn't a small sum. He didn't even want to count it. It made his heart ache. As for Zhang Tianxian wanting to recruit disciples, what a joke. How much wealth did he have? The current situation was already perfect. He slowly kept the bills on the bed and then carefully placed them under the bed. In the future, he had to develop Martial Path Mountain. He wanted to make Martial Path Mountain into his ideal paradise. Fuzhou. On the giant ship on the river. Hetsu stood there, one hand grabbing the iron railing of the giant ship. He looked at the calm, bright moon hanging on the surface of the river. A light breeze blew past. His heart wasn't calm. So many days passed and there was no news at all. That meant that the mission failed again. This wasn't something that anyone could take his rage and calm him down. He wanted to kill someone. They couldn't even do a small thing. Trash, all of them were trash. Hetsu, standing here alone and looking at the night scenery isn't like your style. A female voice spread out. The voice was really gentle and lazy. Hetsu didn't turn his head and didn't say anything. In the darkness, no one knew how ugly his expression was. The woman slowly walked over. She was tall, and the most eye-catching part of her was her long and slender legs. Her snow-white skin shimmered under the moonlight. The girl didn't mind that Hetsu didn't say anything and smiled. Gang leader gave you half a month to find the treasure. Now it is more than half. If you still can't find it, it will be hard for you to answer. Suing, you better not bother about my matters. Hetsu said with an annoyed tone. He cursed out in his heart. That girl. Suing placed her thin fingers by her lips and giggled. I don't want to bother about your matters. Gang leader told me to remind you to find it quickly. Oh right, gang leader also said that if you can't find 9 demon, then you will jump into the river like your nephew. Hetsu's face was terrifyingly dark and sunken. Bitch, a real bitch. Kachi. Kachi. As he was too furious, the giant iron railing deformed from his grip. How would he expect that gang leader's concubine Yang Fei would steal 9 demon, and even let his brother's son die? If he didn't vent his anger, the rage in his heart wouldn't be extinguished. Suing left with a smile, as if she really wanted to see the other party's angry and helpless expression. That feeling made her feel really good. Hetsu was in deep thought. It was too late to rely on others, so he could only do it personally. Jiang City? What ability did that broken place have to actually fail time and time again? A bunch of trash. If they didn't die, he really wanted to toss them into the river. The next day, morning, Zhang Tianshan sat in front of the table and rubbed his eyes like he didn't believe what he was seeing and thought that he was blind. What was the porridge in front of him made of? It wasn't plain porridge but bird's nest porridge. What the fuck was going on? He sneaked a look at Lin Fan. What did this kid want to do? The change was a little quick. He couldn't take it. Yuan Tianchu sat there and didn't dare to move his chopsticks. He was terrified. Did that surnamed Lin person want to poison them to death? Was this rich breakfast a way to send them off? Eat. Why aren't any of you moving your chopsticks? Or are you all used to plain porridge and are not used to it? Lin Fan saw that none of them moved and asked. Was it because they were used to it and now that they ate more, they couldn't change? No, I am just thinking about something. Zhang Tianshan didn't care so much and drank a huge mouthful. Hot, but one had to say that this porridge was much better than normal plain porridge. A look of enjoyment appeared on his face. After so many years, this breakfast was the best. Last night, Lin Fan said that he spent a lot a day. Ever since breakfast, he had known that the money would not stop flowing. Why are all of you eating so well and only I am eating plain porridge? Feng Poliu objected. Even if they were trying to push him away, he shouldn't be so violent and simple. He directly started from breakfast, that was just too much. Lin Fan said, only internal members can enjoy this treatment. You are a helper and not a disciple of Martial Path Mountain. Just eat some plain porridge, why do you need such high conditions? If you really can't do it, then join Martial Path Mountain and get the same treatment. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. What a good plan. He swore in his life that he wouldn't join any sect. This was the promise he made to his dead master. Feng Poliu didn't say any nonsense, picking up the porridge and taking a mouthful. This sect was really stingy. In the past, he had never met such a stingy person. He learned something new. Yuan Tianchu slowly couldn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. What was going on? Giving them bird's nest porridge and the change was huge. Was he trying to buy their hearts? If things were abnormal, then there would definitely be a reason. If a person was abnormal, then there would definitely be a blade. He should be hiding a blade. Liang Yongqi and Zhang Tianshan ate happily. However, he wouldn't be easily fooled. He had to be wary and be careful. Lin Fan ate while saying, our Martial Path Mountain has been formed, so we can't be as idle as usual. After we finish eating, I will give you a mission to find the Yin Demon base. Zhang Tianshan raised his head. Liang Yongqi, Yuan Tianchu. Yesterday the sect was just formed and today he gave them such a tough mission? What was wrong with him? Chapter 168. It wasn't that they couldn't find the Yin Demon base, but what were they going to do after finding it? Sect leader, the Yin Demon base isn't hard to find. We even know the exact location. But why do we need to find them? Zhang Tianshan asked. He didn't think that the Yin demons were pushovers and could be easily bullied. Lin Fan smiled, just finding something. Since we know the exact location, let's head over together. He then looked towards Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu was thinking about what his gaze meant. Lin Fan knew what Feng Poliu's goal for staying here was. Silver was secondary, he wanted to know whether or not he cultivated the bug controlling technique. To investigate in the dark, why not spend some money to keep him on Martial Path Mountain? He could even be a helper, that was a good idea. 100 silver wasn't so easy to earn. Wolf Brigade Dark Forest. You said that the Yin demons are hiding here? Under Zhang Tianshan's lead, they came here. Looking at the dark forest, Lin Fan asked. Without needing Zhang Tianshan to say more, he felt that it was true. This atmosphere, this visual impact, if one said that there were no ghosts in the forest, he wouldn't believe it. And last time little Liang came here, the Yin demons came out from here. Zhang Tianshan said. Even in the day, one could feel the cold energy in the forest. Standing outside, they could see the black mist floating in the air. You have some courage. Lin Fan looked towards Liang Yongqi. This kid was really courageous, daring to come here in the middle of the night. Liang Yongqi lowered his head and felt embarrassed. He was so frightened that he peed his pants. Young Master Lin, I don't suggest you offend the Yin demons, Feng Poliu said. The Yin demon territory was so huge, which meant that there was a king Yin demon here, one that wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, there were definitely many Yin demons. If there was a conflict, the few of them wouldn't even be enough. When Lin Fan left Yu City, he entered such a forest. However, he was perfectly fine. Now that he thought about it, Father was protecting him in the dark, suppressing the Yin demons such that they didn't dare to come out. He didn't think that he was a scum. It was something that his father could do. If he worked hard, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fan came in front of a boulder that was as tall as 3 people. His fingers dug deep into the boulder, and with a low roar, he lifted the boulder up. With an angry roar, he exerted strength in his arms and threw the boulder high up into the air. Then it quickly fell into the forest. A dull roar could be heard from far away. "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianshan asked. "Just throw it casually and see how it goes," Lin Fan said. He threw a stone in to test the waters. In the forest, when the giant stone landed, it crippled a few sleeping demons and woke up many of them. They surrounded the giant stone. Where did it come from? A stone fell from the sky. How terrifying. When a man lies in a pit, disaster comes from heaven. Very soon, a low growl came from the forest. Vaguely, there seemed to be ruby-like things flashing in the forest. Those were the eyes of the demons. Many demons noticed the humans outside. They really wanted to rush out and eat the humans, but they didn't have the guts to do so in broad daylight. Despicable humans, come at night if you dare. Let's go back. Lin Fan turned around and left. Zhang Tianshan and the others were stunned. What did he mean? He came here and just threw a stone before going back. That was so pointless. Didn't he do anything else? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect young Master Lin to be so strong. Not to mention internal strength, just the strength to lift up the stone was something normal experts couldn't do. Moreover, there were no internal strength fluctuations at all. He relied on his own strength. What level did he cultivate external cultivation to? He really hadn't seen many people cultivate external cultivation to such a high level. After all, it was too tiring and torturous. Normal people couldn't take it at all. Lin Fan was prepared to use the demons. For some reason recently, he felt that something wasn't right, like there would be trouble. A man's intuition was really accurate, much better than a woman's. The next day, early in the morning, Zhang Tianshan shouted, "Zhou Zhongmao, what were you doing last night? So loud, can't you let me sleep?" Zhou Zhongmao carried many sharpened trees on his shoulder and looked at him. "Quick, my cousin is waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Don't waste time." "I haven't eaten breakfast yet," Zhang Tianshan shouted. He couldn't let him not eat breakfast, right? Moreover, it was so early in the morning, so what was he doing? "I didn't prepare breakfast this morning. Let's eat after we are done. Quick, my cousin is getting impatient." Zhou Zhongmao rushed. He didn't sleep last night, plucking trees in the back mountain. He didn't pluck many, just a few dozen. Wolf Brigade Forest. Haze, Yuan Tianchu was speechless. Why did they come here so early in the morning? At least let them eat breakfast. The sect was just formed and they had to use cruel methods to exploit them. Feng Poliu looked at the sharpened trees and then at the fire pile. He was a little unsure. There is no need to do that, right? There is a need. My martial path mountain is formed, so we have to lower the threat within 100 miles to the lowest. The existence of demons isn't good. Lin Fan had no choice. Within 100 miles only demons existed. He couldn't go and offend all the rich merchants in Jiang City, right? Before he formed Martial Path Mountain he could. Now that Martial Path Mountain was formed, he needed large amounts of funds. To cut off his own money-making path was a dumb move. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fan grabbed a tree and placed the other end of the tip on the fire pile. Very quickly the branch started to burn. It burned brighter and brighter, and the tip was covered in thick smoke. Let's burn with flames. Lin Fan's body slanted. He swung his arm forwards. Xiao, the burning tree, broke through the air. A long flame dragon was dragged out from its tail. He wanted to use flames to burn the forest. Since they had conflicts, then he couldn't wait for the demons to attack. Fighting was like that. If you didn't move, others would, so why not attack first? Pung! The tree fell into the forest, its tip stabbing into the ground. The flames on its tail caused the surrounding trees to burn, and the sky was instantly covered in smoke. Zhou Zhongmao picked up 2 trees and lit them up. He swung his arms and the 2 trees landed in the forest. The flames burned a large patch of trees. Feng Poliu was helpless, but he felt that it felt good. In the forest, many demons were sleeping, but suddenly they felt heat. The smell that entered their noses was a little irritating. When they opened their eyes and saw the situation above, they were so shocked that their limbs fell to the ground. Damn! What was going on? Why did it suddenly catch on fire? The demons in the forest shook. There was a fire, quickly extinguish it. Some of the demons were covered in flames, rolling on the ground. The sudden fire stunned many demons. What was going on? What happened? Damn it, it was really damn it. Instantly, demon raised his head. The tree that fell from the sky pierced his body, pinning him to the ground. Of course, these couldn't cause any damage to the demons. The demon that was pierced turned into black smoke, leaving the tree. It then formed into a physical form, raising its head and roaring. It told all the demons that the flames came from the sky. Outside, Lin Fan looked at the burning ocean of flames. If we burn all the trees here, what will happen to the demons? Zhang Tianshan turned his head and looked at Lin Fan. Sect leader, you are joking. This forest stretches far, one can't see the end. If we burn it all, the smoke would cover the sky. At that time, whether or not there is a forest would be the same to the demons. To Feng Poliu, young Master Lin's methods were really overbearing. He had never seen anyone burn the demon's nest. Suddenly, in the burning forest, a shrill roar suddenly came from it. Poochie! Ripples spread out from the forest. When the ripples covered the burning trees, they instantly extinguished the flames, leaving only the charred branches. Lin Fan frowned as he looked at those scenes. There were actually such strong demons that directly extinguished the flames. He had underestimated them. Those big demons didn't have the ability to use sound to extinguish the flames. Human, you are bullies. The voice reverberated, it spread out from the forest like an ocean. A series of furious roars. At the edge of the forest, many ruby-like red lights appeared. Those were the eyes of the demons. Liang Yongqi hid in fear. The demons had left a deep shadow in his heart, making him terrified. You aren't human, so you aren't bullying me. Lin Fan shouted. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the sect leader of the nearby Martial Path Mountain. I am free, so I want to get to know all of you. He walked forwards. Zhou Zhongmao followed behind worriedly. To the demons, their way of getting to know each other was to burn their homes? Kiki. Despicable humans. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. Maybe because he didn't place the sin on them, which was why he had less rage points. However, it was not bad. When he was free, he could play with them. At this moment, the demons in the darkness retreated and opened up a path. The female demon walked over slowly. One couldn't see her body as she was suppressed by the shadows. However, she stared at Lin Fan in rage. Only the demons would take the initiative to mess with others. No one dared to mess with them. Rage points plus 222. He provided a wave of rage points as a form of greeting. Lin Fan stood there with a smile on his face. Today ends here. I will find you every day and play with you. The moment he said that, he turned around and left. Zhang Tianxian was confused. Kid, what did you mean by that? You had nothing to do, so you came to piss off the demons? No matter what, anyways, that was the feeling he gave him. There were no benefits to making the demons furious. In life it was better to be safe. Being too intense would cause a negative effect. After returning, he had to have a good chat with the kid. He couldn't play like that. Didn't he see that the demons were angry? Chapter 169. That night, what happened in the day infuriated the demons. They were bullies. They didn't care about the demons at all. They surrounded Martial Path Mountain, but the eye-piercing light made them uncomfortable. The demons roared. They didn't sleep in the middle of the night and just roared to disturb the people. Luckily, Martial Path Mountain was tall enough. It was useless even if the demons roared loudly. They couldn't hear it clearly and it was basically useless. The female demon personally led the demon army to Martial Path Mountain to teach them an unforgettable lesson. Regretfully, the light that spread out at night made all the demons uncomfortable. Even she hated the eye-piercing light. It would make her feel powerless and lose the ability to fight back. They know how to counter us, the female demon said coldly. It was the same for Jiang City in the distance. It was covered by a giant light, blocking the demons outside. The next day, the demons fell into a deep sleep. Last night's operation didn't bring any problems to Marshall Path Mountain, but their determination wouldn't change. They had to let the despicable humans know how terrifying they were. Some demons dug up the dirt and laid within to sleep. Suddenly, a giant black shadow landed from the sky. As the trees blocked it, there weren't any changes. However, when the giant stone landed, it gave off a loud whistle that woke many demons up. They were confused. Where did that sound come from? They didn't notice that there were humans around. Instantly, the tree branches were crushed, and a giant stone landed. With a loud explosion, it smashed into the ground and formed a giant hole. The few demons that laid there were covered. The sunlight shone in and lit up the area. Instantly, the demons were restless once more. Damn, the humans invaded. Those despicable humans harassed them in the day. Many demons were furious. When the sunlight shone on them, white smoke rose up from their bodies. They felt powerless and rolled into the darkness before they slowly recovered. Xiao xiao. Just at that moment, flames slid down from the sky. Burning trees landed in the forest, causing large patches of trees to burn. Fuck your mother. The rage of the demons would only be used on some special matters, but now they were really angered. Who was so bold to actually treat them like that? Did they really want to die? It was just that. The current sunlight was really disgusting. Outside, Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao and Feng Poliu tossed burning trees into the forest. Zhang Tianshan didn't dare to imagine how furious the demons would be. But he knew that from now on Marshall Path Mountain and the demons would be enemies to the death. Either you die or I die. Make it burn more vigorously. Lin Fan looked up. This was the first time he had set fire to a forest. The feeling was indescribable. If this was on Earth, his hands would have been cuffed and he would be squatting in jail. Come, let's go back. It was his habit to come here every day and set fire to it. It wasn't suitable to talk to the demons now. Zhang Tianshan didn't understand what he was doing. There was really no need. Yuan Tianchu couldn't predict what Lin Fan was doing. Was he attracting enemies for Marshall Path Mountain and causing some problems for Marshall Path Mountain? When they left, a furious voice spread out from the forest. The female demon was furious. She woke up from her slumber and extinguished the flames to search for the despicable human. When he arrived at the edge of the forest, he saw the backs of those people leaving. She hollered in rage. Despicable human, I will pluck off your head. Rage points plus 333. The female demon hollered in rage, which showed how furious her heart was. The light on Marshall Path Mountain suppressed the demons. If not for that, they would have eaten up all the living beings on Marshall Path Mountain. King, these humans are so despicable. I want to fight them to the death. The big demon knelt on the ground and said unwillingly. They were sleeping well in the day, and the humans came to cause trouble. That was just too much. What was worse was that they had no idea and didn't know what to do. I will think of a way. A cold glow flashed in the female demon's eyes. She totally hated Marshall Path Mountain. Damn Marshall Path Mountain. She didn't think of a way, but as the demon king, even if she didn't have a way, she had to treat it as though she had a way to appease all the demons. Sect leader, it isn't of much use if we do that every day. The demon territory is huge, and we can't burn it all. Zhang Tianshan said. He wanted to persuade Lin Fan not to do such useless things. It was a waste of time, and it also increased the hatred between him and the demons. You don't understand, Lin Fan replied. Zhang Tianshan was helpless. Wasn't that nonsense? He definitely didn't understand, but if he told him about the situation, then wouldn't he understand? But if he didn't say it, then who would understand? Of all the people present, no one would be able to understand. Lin Fan returned to the room and looked at his gains from the small support system. Rage points. 18668. Slowly accumulating was a good start. Close to 20,000 rage points. Although it wasn't a lot, the feeling of increasing every day made him feel really good. He gave himself a good plan. Jiang City was considered a backup fund. As long as the merchants didn't offend him, then he wouldn't offend them. After all, going against money wasn't a wise choice. At the current stage, he just needed to play with the demons. He didn't understand why the demons made their base so close to Marshall Path Mountain. Needless to say, He could find an explanation for the demons that they didn't care about Martial Path Mountain and purposely came to provoke them. If the demons found out, they would scold him. You bastard, provoke your sister. That night, the female demon appeared at the foot of Martial Path Mountain alone. She raised her head and looked at Martial Path Mountain to think of a way. However, after looking for a long time, she didn't find any. It was just so unbreakable. Which bastard did it to actually target the demons like that? Achoo! Zhang Tianshan rubbed his nose. Who wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night, thinking about his virgin body? How evil. He was a little afraid. He was thinking about whether or not Lin Fan was going to go tomorrow. Why did he have to make things so awkward with the demons? Actually, he could negotiate with the demons. Deputy Sect Leader, are you asleep? A voice spread out from outside. It was Liang Yongqi. He came here to chat with Zhang Tianshan. For some reason, he felt like he was given a sense of honor. Come in. Zhang Tianshan replied. Why did this kid come to find him in the middle of the night? His evaluation of Liang Yongqi was okay. Although this kid wasn't confident enough and his mentality was collapsing, under his teachings he slowly changed. Now that he was the grand disciple, apart from the sect leader and deputy sect leader, he had the most power. Deputy sect leader. Recently I feel like my heart isn't calm. I have an indescribable feeling. Liang Yongqi set out the doubts in his heart. He hoped that he could find some clues. Zhang Tianshan looked at Liang Yongqi. This kid wasn't simple, even he didn't understand what he was saying. You aren't calm, I am too. That is because the burden on your body is too heavy. Now you are the grand disciple. You have been given a sacred mission. Zhang Tianshan said. Liang Yongqi opened his mouth. But there are only a few of us. I am the grand disciple, Yuan Tianchu is the second. I can't control anyone. Zhang Tianshan smiled. It doesn't matter who you can't control, but you have to remember that you are the grand disciple. Go back and think about it, that is all I can say to you. Liang Yongqi wanted to say something but stopped. He then left. He felt that deputy sect leader's words made sense, but he also felt that it wasn't right. The next day, Honglong, the demon nest was attacked once more. Fuck me. The demons were about to collapse. Was there a need to do that? They came to disturb them in the day while they were asleep, either throwing stones or setting them on fire. The demons were furious and roared out in rage. I am going to fight this human to the death. Don't be rash, it is daytime. My butt is being burned, come and save me. The humans' actions infuriated the demons. If it was nighttime, they would fight to the death with the human. However, it was daytime, and the despicable human knew that the sunlight countered them, so they acted arrogantly outside the forest. They could step out of the forest, and in just a blink of an eye, they would be able to capture the despicable human outside. However, it was all for nothing. Such a short distance was like crossing a mountain for them. The female demon woke up from her sleep. Her face was dark and terrifying. The surrounding demons retreated and followed at the sides. Human, what do you want? The female demon appeared at the edge of the forest and said in rage. She felt that this human was sick. To disturb the demons in the day, he really had the ability. When she asked this question, she was greeted by a burning branch of a tree. The tree was really quick, the sharp end locked onto her. When the tree got close to the female demon, there was a ripple in front of her and the tree exploded. Human, don't test my patience. If you have balls, then come in and fight. The female demon raged. Rage points plus 444. Her rage towards this human had reached a certain level. It had been like this for several days. Even if they were demons, they couldn't take such provocation. It was just that she could even say such shameless words. It meant that the demons weren't dumb. The small demons crawled and stared at Lin Fan aggressively. They also provided him with rage points. Their king's words made sense. Human, if you have balls, then come in and see how we will teach you a lesson. Idiot. Lin Fan replied. He opened his fingers, and the tree beside him floated in the air. He waved his arm and with a xiao the tree broke through the air. Poochie. The tree scattered and pierced through many demons, pinning them to the tree. His actions caused many demons to be furious. You dared to attack us in front of our king. You really are sick of living. Rage points. The female demon was so furious that her chest moved up and down. Damn. Despicable human. I really wish I could end your little life with my own hands. Zhang Tianxian sighed. Why was there a need? Was the current situation a war of words? If that was the case, then please continue. Chapter 170. Lin Fan couldn't step into the forest. The Yin demons didn't dare to come out. However, they could toss things into the forest, move the stones and smash them. Lin Fan sat there and instructed cousin and Feng Poliu to toss things in. He noticed that rage points were increasing. The Yin demons were furious. That feeling was great. On average, each Yin demon gave more rage points than the previous few times. Maybe it was because of the many times that the Yin demons were totally furious. If Lin Fan entered the forest, he didn't even need to say a word and the Yin demons would pounce over and rip him into pieces. Zhou Zhongmao was very obedient and did whatever his cousin said. Feng Poliu was helpless. Was this the outcome of taking 100 silver a month? Doing hard labor for nothing. This money was so hard to take. Apart from Lin Fan himself, no one else knew the reason for his actions. To them, wasn't he sick in the head? What damage could he do to the Yin demons? If it wasn't a special element, one wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. If someone asked him, he would tell them that he needed to hurt their hearts. Save me. I am being smashed flat. Many Yin demons were smashed by the stones. Although the attacks had no effect on them, they still had to shout. They were the little brothers. If they didn't shout in a more tragic manner, how would the king feel heartache for them? Zhou Zhongmao and the others moved the stones quickly. The surrounding stones were all moved away, leaving many holes in the ground. Human, you are a bully. The female Yin demon's body shook. She waved her arms and the stones in the forest floated up and struck outwards. Zhou Zhongmao and Feng Poliu fought back, blocking the stones and tossing them back. Pung! 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 Those small Yin demons were about to cry. They were in a tragic state. Their shit was about to be smashed out. The stone that smashed them was lifted by the king. Not long later, the stones outside flew in and smashed them onto the ground. To and fro. They just tossed stones at one another. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back, looking calmly at everything that happened. He wasn't strong enough. If he was strong, he would have directly entered the forest and naturally such a thing wouldn't have happened. He noticed that the Yin demon was a female. Her body was not bad. It was like she was wearing black leather pants. Looking at it with an abnormal gaze, this female Yin demon's face was not bad. But from a normal perspective, it was difficult to obtain. Pooh! How could he have such thoughts? It was simply too disgusting. The current situation was like everyone was spitting at the same time. You spit here, I spit there. This was a battle of words. The rage points slowly increased. Yin demon, if you want to fight, then come out and fight one-on-one. Or I can fight all of you alone. I think I will be gentle to all of you, Lin Fan said. He was just that domineering. In broad daylight, he challenged the Yin demons alone and he wouldn't go back on his words. The female Yin demon's chest moved up and down. She stared at Lin Fan with a devilish gaze. Why don't you come in? Kiki, what a waste. I am allergic to the forest. I heard that you Yin demons were really strong, but it seems like that. I will stand here and wait for you to challenge me or prove to me how strong you Yin demons are. Why? Don't you have the guts? Lin Fan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly. All of this was bullshit. And allergic to the forest. Truthfully speaking. He was afraid, but the Yin demons weren't any better. If they had the balls, then come out. But if they didn't, they were afraid of being beaten up by him. Nonsense. The female Yin demon said fiercely. She didn't expect that there was actually a human who could be so shameless. His shamelessness had exceeded the heavens. Zhang Tianshan agreed with those words. Kid Lin was indeed spouting nonsense. He pitied the Yin demons. To actually face such a person, it was tough on them. Yuan Tianchu witnessed everything and knew that apart from Lin Fan being shrewd, he was also a despicable person. That moment, the female Yin demon raised her hand and told them to retreat into the depths of the forest. Her eyes stared right at Lin Fan, like she wanted to remember Lin Fan in her heart. Human, wait and see. I have already remembered you. You will be chased by us endlessly. If you have the ability, then don't leave Martial Path Mountain. If not, it will be your death anniversary. The female demon's voice was really dark and sunken. She was totally infuriated by Lin Fan's actions. She wouldn't stop until one of them died. After which, the demons retreated like a wave and slowly hid into the darkness. Don't go. Seeing the demons retreat, Lin Fan couldn't sit still and ran towards the forest. It wasn't time yet, and it was such a waste to leave just like that. He stepped to the edge of the forest. I am here. Where are all of you? Lin Fan said. The female demon looked at Lin Fan. Even if he stepped to the edge of the forest, she didn't want to do anything useless. However, she couldn't just let it go like that. Instantly, the female demon stepped forwards and left a deep footprint on the ground. Then a mound rose up like there was something hidden in it and swiftly struck towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan wasn't prepared to fight the female demon in the forest. That would be asking to die. He took a step back. Out of the forest. At that moment, the mound broke and dissipated. Human, I understand how despicable you are. I hope that when you face me at night, you can still maintain your calmness. The female demon laughed coldly and slowly hid into the darkness. So boring. Lin Fan shook his head and felt really regretful. Demons were a good existence, as for offending them, that didn't exist. Even if he didn't. In the future, if he faced them at night, they would become food for the demons. His gains today were decent. However, with so many demons, the rage points increase was a little too little. However, he had no choice. There were too few demons that could see him at the edge of the forest. Many of them hid behind and didn't remember what he looked like. What a waste. If there wasn't a forest and the demons were exposed to the sunlight, then he would beat up all of them. That rage points would be great. What a waste. Some things were good to think about, but there was still a long way to go. Let's go back. Lin Fan waved his hands and brought all of Martial Path Mountain's combat strength to leave this place. The demons would return. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. Rage points. 51912. Not bad. Lin Fan smiled. To be able to slowly raise his strength while enjoying it, that was the happiest time in his life. He went to Cousin to ask for the Big Dipper Silence Palm cultivation technique. He had seen Cousin use it before. This palm technique was really strong and its effects were really eye-catching. After he used it, the effects were really shocking. Blade technique, palm technique, finger technique, but he lacked fist and leg techniques. If he had a chance, he would try it out. Haze. It was really fragrant. When he just came to this world, he didn't want to do anything, just eat, drink, poop and shake his arms. Now there was a slight change. Apart from enjoying, he also cultivated some cultivation techniques to raise his strength. People who knew how to enjoy and fight were perverted and couldn't be offended. Within the room. Adding points, improving. Physique slowly jumped from 300. He wasn't in a rush to raise it to Martial Path Grade 11. He wanted to see whether or not any accidents would happen during the process. CSI. At that moment, white steam spread out from his body. At the start there wasn't any, but suddenly it exploded out. This scene scared Lin Fan a little. But shortly after, he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't feel any pain different from the last time. Poochie. A low sound rang out. He looked into his body. The meridians in his body were shaking, and there was a mysterious power flowing about. That power was like lightning, stimulating each meridian in his body, and also his flesh and blood. As his physique continued to increase, the changes became more and more obvious. A swelling feeling. What a filling feeling. He felt like his body was about to become bigger. That feeling of being stuffed to the brim. One couldn't even imagine it. Martial Path Grade 12. But the changes in his body made him feel like Grade 12 wasn't the limit. He thought back to his father's introverted feeling. He was definitely ahead of many people. Thinking about it, it made sense. If not, he definitely wouldn't have been able to develop such an expert like Cousin. For Cousin to reach Martial Path Grade 9 at such an age, he was already a genius amongst geniuses. That was just 10 years of time. Instantly. When physique rose to 330, his physique cultivation reached Martial Path Grade 11. Each pore on his body opened up and spat out white steam. The steam was really hot and thick, not dissipating for a long time. Amazing. I feel like my body is filled with power, and there is also a mysterious feeling. Raising 1 point now required 500 rage points. It was increasing steadily. Increasing internal strength. Problems slowly appeared in his body. Heart cultivation realm wasn't high enough. Raise Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. Raise heart cultivation. Now, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture had reached grade 14, and each increase required 2,000 rage points. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, grade 15. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, grade 25, internal strength. 330 Martial Path, grade 11. The internal strength in his body quickly spun. This was the main internal strength, not the special internal strength cultivated by cultivation techniques. This main internal strength concerned the strength of one's moves. Lin Fan was shocked. What I am cultivating now is considered the martial path. Who knows what it will be like when I raise it? He was really curious. He felt that the mysteriousness of this path was even more attractive than the mysteriousness of the demons. He was seriously cultivating now. It wasn't easy, and it was worth praising. Who? He took out a deep breath, and a purple energy was spat out from his mouth. This was the shocking change in internal strength after raising Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture to grade 25. With the small support system, raising Martial Path realm was indeed really quick. However, for some reason, he felt that it was so quick that it terrified him. That night, Jiang City Gate. Horse hooves sounded in the distance. Very quickly, a bunch of people arrived at Jiang City. The male at the head raised his head. His face was cold and sunken. Jiang City. Chapter 171. The next morning. Before Lin Fan woke up, the door was pushed open. Go Zi hurried in with a panicked expression. Not good, young master. There is a serious murder case in Jiang City and many people died. The commoners are all at Martial Path Mountain and hope that young master can take a look. Why did people die again? Lin Fan was helpless. What was going on? Was he a jinx that would cause people to die wherever he went? That was impossible, he was a lucky star. A while ago, many people died because of the demon incident. Now that more people died, that didn't make sense. Go Zi shook his head. I don't know. They didn't say the exact situation, but looking at their expressions, it seems serious. Lin Fan hurriedly put on his clothes, washed up and walked out immediately. Martial Path Mountain entrance. Many commoners surrounded there. When they saw Lin Fan, they all cried out in fear. Sect leader Lin, go take a look. Something huge happened in the city. That's right, it is tragic, really tragic. Why they died so tragically. The commoners' emotions fluctuated like they were so shocked by such a scene that they didn't know what to say. Lin Fan didn't ask them about the exact situation. With the current situation, even if he asked, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. It was best if he personally took a look. More people died. That was a little problematic. Demons couldn't enter the city, so how could they kill commoners? As for 9 Bug Gang, it was impossible. Those people came to find things and weren't killing maniacs. Unless they were perverted and killed innocent people, there was no reason for them to do so. Jiang City. When he stepped into the city, he felt that the atmosphere was a little suppressed. It felt like dirty water was stuck to his heart, making it hard to breathe and disgusting. He didn't have such a feeling in the past. Now that he had such a feeling, was it because his cultivation had risen to a certain level, which was why he had such a feeling towards disaster? Under the lead of the commoners, he arrived at the location. Chan Xinyao stood there with a solemn expression. Even if he wasn't willing to participate in these things that had nothing to do with him, but when he saw the corpses in each room, he felt like they were done by humans. Sect leader Lin. When Chan Xinyao saw Lin Fan, he ran over and said, "These people are too vicious. I feel like there are demons living in seclusion in Jiang City. Was this done by humans? Even I wouldn't be able to do that." The first shop. The deceased was a waiter. He had died a horrible death. His face was black, his chest was split open, and his organs were crushed. It was as if he had suffered some kind of torture, and his organs were slowly crushed before he died. Lin Fan looked at it for a while. He didn't see any details, but he came to the conclusion that it was indeed very cruel. After that, he walked into the second shop. The strong smell of blood wafted over. More people had died, a family of 3. The man hung from the beam of the roof with a rope around his neck. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was one of anger. It looked like he was slowly losing his breath in anger. Under normal circumstances, if someone was strangled to death, they would not have such an expression. Instead, it would be more of a struggle. When he saw what happened next, he understood why the man was so angry even though he was being strangled to death. There were 2 naked female corpses lying on the ground. One of the corpses seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, still a child. And before they died, they suffered inhuman torture, lying on the chairs. There were 5 bloody holes on each side of their shoulders like someone was pressing down on them, fingers piercing into their shoulders. At the same time, there were many deep wounds on their backs, like they were scratched by sharp claws. Lin Fan had never seen such a scene before. This was a huge blow to his heart. Beast! You dog, I will definitely pull you out. Lin Fan's expression became solemn and serious. He didn't have the mindset of watching a show like before. Killing people wouldn't make one angry. He came to this world and understood that if you didn't kill me, then I would kill you. But what he was angry about was that they didn't even let off a child and even did that to her, damn it. Ugh! Liang Yongqi couldn't help but vomit. Damn it. He saw such a scene in the morning, and his heart suffered 10,000 damage. Which bastard was so sick in the head? If he had balls, then step out, he would smash his head. Zhou Zhongmao had killed many bandits and was used to such scenes. Feng Poliu frowned. This sick method, this disgusting killing method, it was a little familiar. Do you know who it is? Lin Fan saw Feng Poliu frown like he was in deep thought and asked. Feng Poliu said, I have some idea, but I am not sure who it is. However, it has something to do with 9 Bug Gang. Lin Fan didn't continue to ask, heading to the other shops to take a look. Basically, they all died badly. Those who were hung on the roof suffered the least physical injuries, but their souls were in more pain than anyone else. This place has become dangerous. Yuan Tianchu felt that things were a little complicated. Too many things happened in Jiang City recently. When he was in Yu City, such a situation had never happened before. Now that he left Yu City and came to Jiang City, these people died one after another. It was just too weird. Someone definitely attracted them over. He looked towards Lin Fan. Naturally, he was the one who attracted them over. City tea house. There was only one table on the second floor. The other tables had unfinished tea, but there was no one there. Head. Those people are really stubborn. They actually didn't say anything. The person who spoke was from 9 Bug Gang. He looked really fierce. Along with Head Su, there were 6 of them. They were all top experts in 9 Bug Gang. It isn't that they don't want to say, but they don't know anything. Head Su held the teacup and looked coldly at Jiang City. When the gang members heard this, they shuddered. Head Su was really vicious. Since he knew, he still killed them one by one. Head Su said coldly, I am in a bad mood, so I can't stop killing. I can only continue to kill. If I can't find it, then I will continue. Even if I kill everyone in Jiang City, I will find it. Head Su is right. The gang members sucked up to him. Head Su was too murderous. Of course, compared to the head, they were no weaker. They killed those who needed to be killed, tortured those who needed to be tortured, and stripped those who needed to be naked. 9 Bug Gang was their backing. When they were outside, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Crime scene. Lin Fan saw the tragic situation in all the shops. He didn't want to say anything more. It was really tragic. These people shouldn't have died, they were just normal civilians. Young Master Chun, come over. Lin Fan waved his hands. Chan Xingyao was called a hero by the commoners. He really couldn't take it anymore. Although he killed people before, he wasn't so sick in the head. Sect leader Lin, do you have any instructions? Chan Xingyao asked. In the current Jiang City, he dared to offend anyone but Lin Fan. His life was in his hands, and whether or not he could live depended on his medicine. Lin Fan said softly, don't tell others that I said it. Find some people to spread the news. Just say that Marshall Path Mountain has bugs. Just that? Chun Xingyao thought that it was something serious and was prepared to risk his life. Who knew that it was so simple? Too simple. Lin Fan nodded his head. Chun Xingyao patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry, leave it to me. When Zhang Tianshan heard Lin Fan say all that, he was stunned. Was the kid so smart? He was actually able to think of such a lousy idea. Wasn't that just telling others that 9-bug gang stuff was on Marshall Path Mountain? Hetsu led the gang members to lead their horses and walk around the city. They weren't strolling around but searching for clues. Suddenly, his ears twitched and a voice spread out. Do you know? There are bugs on Marshall Path Mountain. They are really weird. I have never seen one in my life. Is that true? Of course I personally saw it. How can there be such weird bugs in the world? How would I know? Maybe they mutated. A few commoners talked about the gossip they heard. Wherever there were many people, there would be people talking about this matter. Casting a wide net to search for people, what a good method. Chen Xinyao was really quick at doing things. Not long after Lin Fan instructed him, he told Manager Yu to spread the news. When Hetsu heard that, he stopped and was in deep thought. Marshall Path Mountain? Bugs? This was what he was looking for. Hetsu walked towards the commoners who were chatting. Where is Marshall Path Mountain? You are not from here, right? The commoners looked at Hetsu and asked. Why? Is there a problem? Hetsu asked. In his heart he was a little unhappy. He asked where they were, so why did they speak so much nonsense? The commoners shook their heads. No, Marshall Path Mountain is on that mountain not far from the city. The main reason is that Marshall Path Mountain was just formed, and there are only 6 people including the sect leader. I thought that you all came to join Marshall Path Mountain. Oh. Hetsu smiled and nodded his head like he knew some unspeakable secrets. Thank you. When he learned that the bugs were in the hands of a sect, he was thinking about whether or not they had enough manpower. Who knew that it was a newly formed sect? 6 people. Kiki. Such a simple mission, and those few pieces of trash could even fail. They were just trash. Of course. He thought about that, so naturally he asked how old the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader was. He found out that he was a young man just over 20. Then what did he have to worry about? Even if he was a genius, how strong could he be at such a young age? Even if he was Marshall Path grade 8 or grade 9, so what? He was just trash. Head, where are we going now? The gang members asked. Hetsu said, let's go. Follow me to Marshall Path Mountain to find the thing and then return to the gang. The loss of the gang treasure had nothing to do with him. But the person guarding it was his friend's son, and he was a nephew. Because of that, he was the scapegoat. Hetsu brought the 5 gang members and left the city. Of course. Naturally he wasn't arrogant, but the reality was right there. No matter how he thought about it, he was unable to imagine how strong a young man could be. But truthfully, the young man that he looked down on became stronger recently. He came late. Chapter 172. 6 horses left Jiang City and galloped towards Marshall Path Mountain. Hetsu was eager to complete the mission and pass the treasure to the gang leader. 9-bug gang's internal system was really strict. He might be ahead, but if he made a mistake, the punishment he would face would be really terrifying. Such an environment caused the hearts of the 9-bug gang members to change greatly. They slowly became perverted. Very quickly, a mountain peak appeared in his sight. Head, Marshall Path Mountain is in front. I didn't expect that there would be a sect around this small Jiang city. Why isn't there a record of this sect in our gang's power distribution? A member asked. Do you even need to think about it? It is definitely a weak sect, it doesn't matter. Hetsu said calmly. Marshall Path Mountain was just formed and only 6 people, so how would it be recorded? Ah, ha ha ha, a sect with 6 people, what a joke. Such a small sect dares to offend our 9-bug gang. They really don't know their place. Let's go, let's teach them a lesson. Hualulu. Just at that moment, the 9-bug gang members pulled the ropes and someone appeared in front of them. Lin Fan placed his hands on the handle, the sheath pressed against the ground. He looked forwards and stood at the entrance of Marshall Path Mountain. I have waited for you for a long time, Lin Fan said. Hetsu pointed at Lin Fan and said fiercely, Who are you? Lin Fan said, Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. Ha ha ha. When he said that he was the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, everyone laughed. To them, they had never seen such a young sect leader. The 6 of them got off their horses and walked towards Lin Fan. Instantly a fierce aura spread out from their bodies and pounced towards Lin Fan. Hetsu sized up Lin Fan and didn't see anything special about him. He was just a normal young man who was confident and arrogant enough. Just you alone? Where are the others from Marshall Path Mountain? Hetsu asked. Instantly, Zhou Zhongmao and the others walked out from the side. Cousin, let me do it, Zhou Zhongmao said. He looked solemnly at Hetsu. Out of the 6 of them, the one in front of him gave him the most danger. He could deal with the others. No need, I'll do it today, Lin Fan replied. In his heart he wasn't very happy. There was a lump of anger stuck in his chest. If he didn't vent it out, he wouldn't be able to calm down. These bastards were so ruthless. They didn't even let off such a cute little sister. That was against the law, and they would have to spend the rest of their lives in jail. If the law could not uphold justice in his mind, then he would use his own hands to end their evil. Really is them. Feng Poliu squinted. When he saw Hetsu, he recalled. Even if he had left Insect Valley for a long time, he still understood Insect Valley's subsidiary power, 9 Bug Gang. They were the only ones who could be so ruthless. Really shouldn't be like this. It had changed. It had changed too much. Lin Fan raised his saber and walked towards the 6 of them. As he walked, he said, "You guys attacked ordinary citizens. Have you never thought that one day, you would also suffer extremely cruel torture?" The 9 Bug Gang members were stunned and then they laughed out loud. One of the gang members, who was wearing a pair of metal claw gloves, walked out while laughing wildly. "You're really arrogant, brat. How dare you talk to us like that? What? You want to be a hero? Let me tell you, it really felt good last night. The Jiang City women are so cute. Especially that brat, that feeling. Damn, I don't know, I really don't know. Head, let me deal with this kid. Look carefully. I will rip off his flesh piece by piece and turn it into bacon." Kid, remember, the one who killed you is 9 Bug Gang's Wang Tailong. The moment he said that, Wang Tailong's claws rubbed, sparks flew, and there was an ear-piercing sound. Thick internal strength waves spread out from his body, and with a pong he disappeared from the spot. He was an expert. He was indeed an expert. Be it speed or internal strength, he had reached the level of an expert. Instantly, a person appeared beside Lin Fan. He raised his claws and was about to grab him. However, just as he was about to touch him, he disappeared, leaving behind a speck of dust. Pung! Pung! Each time he moved, there would be a low explosion. Lin Fan stood there calmly, not moving at all. He didn't even blink. Shua! Wang Tailong appeared with a teasing smile on his face. "Kid, I wanted to deal with you right away, but I realized that it was too easy. Did you feel like you were on the verge of death?" Lin Fan didn't say anything. What nonsense was he saying? He just wanted to kill these people. He wanted to kill them when they were at their most excited. "Are you so frightened that you can't speak? What a pitiful kid, huh?" Wang Tailong laughed like a pervert. His expression was vicious and disgusting. Especially those eyes that looked like they were about to pop out, it made one feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Wang Tailong retracted his smile and said solemnly, "It is time to end this." Pung! Suddenly he disappeared again. This time, he was going to dig out the other party's heart soundlessly, and let him see what it looked like with his own eyes. Other people might not be able to do such a thing, but he could. That was because his glove was sharp enough. "Kid, die." Wang Tailong appeared in front of Lin Fan, his sharp claws clawing towards Lin Fan's chest. Seeing that the kid didn't react at all, he knew that he was terrified. Kung! The sharp claws stabbed into Lin Fan's skin. But there wasn't a scene of blood splattering. There was also no sound of flesh tearing. Instead, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. What? Wang Tielong's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Pata! Lin Fan raised his hand and grabbed the sharp claws, looking at him coldly. "You killed that family of 3, right?" Lin Fan asked. "Kachi! Kachi!" Lin Fan exerted strength in his palm, and the sound of something breaking could be heard. The metal glove was deformed, and the 5 fingers inside the glove were crushed. "Ah!" Wang Tailong screamed. Pain, it was really painful. "Let go, you let go." Lin Fan smiled and used even more strength. There was a poochie sound. The iron claw shattered, and the shrapnel fell along with flesh and blood. One of Wang Tielong's hands deformed. It was a bloody mess and one couldn't tell that it was a hand anymore. Lin Fan raised his hand and smacked towards his head. Pung! His palm was really quick. When it smashed into his head, an energy wave spread out. Wang Tielong's head tilted to the left. Lin Fan raised his left hand and smacked down. The strong impact caused the internal structure of his brain to shift. Poochie! Wang Tailong spat out fresh blood. Blood flowed out from his nose and eyes. Cousin, smash his bones. I want all his bones to shatter one by one. At the same time, I want him to live. Can you do that? Lin Fan grabbed Wang Tailong and tossed him in front of Cousin. Yes. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. He noticed that Cousin was really angry and didn't want to say much to others. He just needed to complete Cousin's instructions. Papa! Zhou Zhongmao raised his hand and hit a few acupoints on Wang Tielong's body. He started from his toes and pinched them one by one. Kachi! Kachi! That was the sound of bones breaking. Cousin said that each bone made 206 bones. Wang Tailong, who was half dead, cried out. He was tortured by broken bones. You. Hetsu looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect Wang Tailong to actually lose. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 444. Oh. Lin Fan didn't care about these rage points. The rage points of these people made him feel disgusted. I didn't expect you to have some ability. Hetsu's face was cold. He had underestimated him. Lin Fan pulled out his blade and looked at him coldly. I am lazy to play with all of you. I will just chop all of you to death. Don't speak such useless nonsense to me. Kung. He then tossed the blade sheath to the side. These fellows were just too despicable. He couldn't take it. People who were weaker than Yin demons didn't have the right to get his recognition. The moment he said that moment, Hetsu brought the remaining 4 gang members and charged towards Lin Fan. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao raised his head. He was a little nervous. Nothing could happen to him. However, he believed that Cousin wouldn't do something he had no confidence in. Pung. Pung. Hetsu was very strong, but the other 4 sect members were not weak either. Kid, you are really confident, but in the end you won't be able to escape death. Hetsu hollered. His right arm was covered in a layer of black bugs as he slapped out. Hung Long. He swung the back of his saber horizontally, blocking these bugs. However, following that, 4 gang members charged over with swift and fierce attacks. Today is the anniversary of your death. These people were all vicious people. Most of the cultivation techniques they cultivated were really terrifying. Pung. Not long later, Lin Fan retreated and stared coldly at the 5 of them. He was slowly falling into a disadvantage. Kid, I have to admit that you are strong, but you don't have the ability to survive from our hands, Hetsu said. Hee. Lin Fan smiled and then raised his head. Is that so? I thought that I could suppress all of you with my internal strength cultivation, but it seems like I thought too much. Then I hope that you can hold on longer. The moment he said that, Lin Fan's aura changed. Hetsu was shocked. He noticed that this kid was different from before. Or rather, there was a huge difference. Physique rose to martial path grade 11. Did his strength increase? If that was the case, then he was just trash. Poochie. At that moment, he felt that all his pores opened up and a boiling white mist spat out. Lin Fan hollered. His entire body seemed to have grown taller. His muscles swelled. It wasn't a sudden increase, but each piece of muscle became tighter. They contained shocking strength and a fierce aura surged out. It was really shocking and actually made one feel afraid. This wasn't the end. Internal strength boiled and passed through his skin. It gave off an endless amount of mist like the mist was being burned. The blade in his hand was slowly covered by a layer of purple internal strength. Internal and external cultivation going all out. My hands have never been stained with life, but for all of you I will break that rule. Chapter 173. This aura. For some reason Hetsu took a step back and he was filled with terror. He sensed it. His strength was much more terrifying than before. Lin Fan's lips curled up. With a pong, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of a gang member. He charged over with a gust of wind, causing the hair of the gang member to flutter. The gang member held an iron chain and raised his head in terror. He looked at the kid who was taller than him. For some reason he panicked a little. Lin Fan raised the blade in his hand. Internal strength injected in. and an eye-catching glow exploded out. What? The gang member holding the iron chain raised his weapon to block. But everything was a dream. When the saber fell, he felt an unbearable force coming at him. Poochie! His face flushed red, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. No one saw whether or not Lin Fan landed. At that moment, Lin Fan turned around and looked at the stunned gang members. As for the person behind him, he was already dead. The gang member holding the iron chain was filled with questions. Why didn't the blade land? Is it because he is afraid of 9-bug gang? But when he had such a thought, he felt a slight pain in his head, as if something was splashing out. Poochie! The gang member's corpse was split into two. When it fell to the ground, he actually saw two halves of himself. They just stared at one another, and slowly his mind disappeared as he fell into endless darkness. When the power of dual cultivation exploded out, the aura that it gave off wasn't something that normal people could block. His blade was really quick. It was so quick that one could see two halves of themselves. It could even allow the brains that were sliced open to think about problems. Damn! Hetsu hollered in rage. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. This kid was acting like a pig to eat a tiger. This was a sign that he had achieved great success in both external and internal martial arts. How was that possible? How old was he? How did he cultivate that? Lin Fan looked at them calmly. He slowly raised his blade and pointed it at Hetsu. Apart from you, the few of them won't live for more than 3 seconds. What? The moment he said that, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Internal strength and stamina wouldn't be consumed, and each strike would give off a terrifying aura. Poochie! 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 Hetsu could see Lin Fan's figure clearly, but to the other three it was extremely difficult. They only felt that there was something terrifying moving around them. At this moment, Lin Fan appeared in front of Hetsu. Now only the two of us are left. Headmaster Su was stunned. What did these words mean? But soon he knew what it meant. The bodies of the other three were separated, and large amounts of blood sprayed out. Even at the moment of their deaths, they did not understand what had happened. Amazing, truly amazing. Now I finally understand why you were so calm. Turns out that you were hiding something. Indeed, to have such strength at such a young age, it's natural for you to be arrogant. However, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Hetsu took a few steps back and pulled apart the distance between them. If you think you can deal with me with such strength, then you don't respect me, the hall head of 9-bug gang. Ah! Hetsu hollered. His expression became really vicious. Green veins appeared like there were many bugs crawling within. Insect Valley's technique, sucking bugs into the body to replace the blood, allowing one to explode with shocking potential. To dare cultivate such a technique with huge repercussions, you really are bold. As the most outstanding disciple of Insect Valley, Feng Poliu knew about their internal techniques like the back of his hand. The people of Insect Valley normally wouldn't cultivate this kind of technique. Only those who fought on the front lines for Insect Valley, and could lose their lives at any moment, would cultivate it without caring about the consequences. But don't say that. Even if there were repercussions, such a technique could still explode with shocking strength. Kid, you deserve to die. Hetsu hollered. He felt a power that he had never had in his body boiling. His blood was already boiling. He stepped forwards and the ground cracked. Numerous small bugs flew out from his body, forming a black bug blade that slashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand to counter. Two blades clashed, thick internal strength clashed with one another, causing an energy wave to spread out. Ah! Hetsu hollered in rage. His aura became stronger. Each blade was about to take Lin Fan's life. His speed also became really quick. Lin Fan blocked. Basic blade technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, was raised to the returning to true level. His understanding of the blade was much better than anyone else. Not to mention, he also raised lightning blade 4 strokes to the highest realm. To Lin Fan, this was the first time he had fought a true battle. He couldn't feel any fatigue at all. He also couldn't feel his internal strength drying up. From start to now, there was no change at all. Slash! Lin Fan hollered. There were just too few people who cultivated internal and external to such a level. When the blade slashed down, it actually caused the air to shake and there was a loud explosion. Hetsu was really mad, but at that moment he raised his hand to block. Pung! He knelt on one knee, and the ground split open. A green vein on his face exploded. What flowed out wasn't blood but bugs, and they were still alive. What a heavy blade. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with coldness, a coldness without any emotions. It was like he was immersed in the joy of battle. Hetsu wanted to get up and fight back in rage. But all of a sudden the saber, which was so fast that it could no longer be seen, fell again. Lin Fan looked down from above, waving his arms. There weren't any beautiful blade techniques, but internal strength caused the blade glow to become more eye-catching. External cultivation and internal cultivation combined. The strength that exploded out was shockingly terrifying. Pung! Hetsu took the blade head-on, and the ground cracked once more. It was a finger deeper than before. He couldn't stand up. Lin Fan didn't use any complicated blade techniques. It was just a simple blade that landed. However, this simple slash contained all of Lin Fan's strength. This kid. Feng Poliu underestimated Lin Fan. He thought that this kid's strength was just SOSO, but it was obvious that he underestimated him. The power in each blade didn't change. His control was just too strong. He didn't dare to imagine that each of Lin Fan's blades would be his strongest. Physique and internal strength supported him such that he didn't feel any consumption at all. Gotcha! When that blade landed, the bug blade in Hetsu's hand started to crack, showing signs of collapsing. Stop! Stop right now! Hetsu couldn't support such crazy attacks. Damn, how thick was your internal strength and stamina? Each time you slashed out such a heavy blade, didn't you feel tired? Damn! He still slashed. Pung! The bug blade totally shattered, turning into numerous bugs that fell to the ground. Kid, enough, don't go overboard. Hetsu saw that another blade was about to land, and he hollered in rage. Poochie! The saber slashed down, chopping down on his shoulder. Originally it was going to chop off his arm, but his reaction was very fast. His 5 fingers grabbed the back of the saber, but even so, the saber still cut in, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound. Hetsu panted, his face was ashen white. He lost in such a random and violent way. I am 9 bug gang's head. Killing me won't do you any good. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Jiang City people behind you. Hetsu spat out blood and said. His tone was filled with threat. Lin Fan released the blade. Hetsu's face was filled with joy. He thought that Lin Fan wouldn't let go, but he really frightened him. However, what happened next filled him with disbelief. Lin Fan opened his fingers, grabbing Hetsu's face and lifting him up. I don't like to fight and I don't have a goal. I just want to enjoy my life. But now because of your words I have a goal. The moment he said that, Lin Fan hollered, pressing the ground with one palm. With a pong, his head smashed into the ground, giving out a low explosion. He slowly released his hand, his back facing him. Pata! Hetsu's face was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with rage. He climbed up slowly, shaking his body. You, pong! Lin Fan spun around and punched the other party's face. The strong impact sent the other party's head flying. Honglong! Hetsu's body fell. He failed. He lost in a total mess, even losing his life to Lin Fan. Ooh! Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief, his furious heart slowly calmed down. Feels good, it really feels good. I can finally vent out my pent-up anger. His mentality recovered once more. These people were just too much. If they simply killed people, then forget it. Although they would still kill them, they wouldn't let them die so quickly. If they wanted to kill, then so be it. They even tortured an innocent little girl like that. Right. He felt unjust for the little girl. To be able to do that to such a little girl, he was just sick in the head. Lin Fan walked beside his cousin, looking at the helper who was screaming helplessly. You haven't crushed his bones? No, if I crush too quickly, he might not be able to take it. Zhou Zhongmao said. It was this guy who hurt the little girl and her mother. Spare me. The helper opened his mouth and said weakly. Lin Fan looked at him in disdain. There is no need to crush. Then he raised his leg and stomped down, directly crushing his opponent's head. Decisive, without hesitation. This allowed Yuan Tianchu to see a different Lin Fan, giving him a deep lesson. So, this surnamed Lin person wasn't so friendly. Not only was he strong, but he was also really cruel. He felt a chill down his spine. Looking at Lin Fan crush his head, He actually felt a chill down his neck. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to attack, but he didn't let him. Instead, he wanted to attack himself. The information revealed within was worth thinking about. The more he thought about it, the more he felt. It was a little dangerous, like he was reminding some people who didn't know their place. Like me? Feng Poliu said softly. Young Master Lin, killing feels good for a moment, but what happens next will be a little complicated. Lin Fan smiled. Complicated? It isn't complicated. Killing feels good for a moment. I will continue to kill. 9 bug gang is enough for me to kill. Chapter 174. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. This kid was a little arrogant. He actually said such words. He was still too young. He hadn't learned his lesson. Cousin, clean up the scene. These corpses are quite terrifying to leave here. It is a little scary. Feng Poliu head to Jiang City to tell the people that the killer has been killed, and there is no need to be afraid. After Lin Fan instructed, he didn't have much to do. Such a terrifying scene wasn't done by others. You were the one who did it. Lin Fan was totally at odds with 9 bug gang now. What was that saying? Either you die or I die. We wouldn't sit down to drink tea and talk about friendship, we would just have the urge to fight when we met. Hayes. He wanted to be a happy rich family young master. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Broken vows, he really broke them. His hands had never been stained with blood before. Now that he was too angry, he killed these people. But one had to say that it felt really good when he slashed people. That feeling was something that one couldn't feel without personally doing it. Feng Poliu headed to Jiang City to tell the people that they were safe, that the killer had been killed, and that such a thing wouldn't happen again. When the people learned that the matter was solved, they were delighted. However, so many people died and they felt a little sad. Too tragic. It was really tragic. They didn't expect such a cruel thing to happen in the world. When Chen Shengyao learned that the matter was over, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was nearly frightened to death. He was still the hero in the hearts of the people. When he faced things he couldn't solve, the people would find him. This was obviously pushing him to the heart of the storm. With his weak body, he wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. These people were really despicable. He suspected whether or not they were doing this on purpose. If not, why would they let him charge forwards? Huang Boran was in a good mood. He saw the potential of Martial Path Mountain and the hope of them rising up. Of course, if he knew that Martial Path Mountain was at odds with 9 bug gang, he wouldn't be able to sit still. However, that shouldn't be possible. He didn't know what 9 bug gang was and couldn't sense how terrifying they were. Zhu Xiang followed Lu Xian to King Wutong's territory to display his talents beside King Wutong. But unfortunately, Lu Xian didn't give him a chance at all, directly throwing him into the mines to dig for stones. After digging for many days, the opportunity finally came. He was selected by the army and left the stone mines. To Zhu Xiang, he had to leave the stone quarry. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, he would never be able to make a name for himself. He was very lucky. During this period of time, he relied on his intelligence, talent, and eloquence to become the head of 100 people. But this wasn't his end. He wanted to climb higher, to climb to King Wutong's side and become a trusted aide. He wanted to become someone above everyone else. Even if this road was not easy to walk, even if his head was bleeding, he would never retreat. After leaving Yu City, he didn't think about turning back. At this moment, Zhu Xiang was training the soldiers in his hands when he saw a bunch of soldiers return. Their faces were filled with exhaustion and they were in a mess. Their bodies were covered in blood. He knew that these soldiers were going to exterminate bandits. These bandits often intercepted supplies, so they had to get rid of them. But looking at the current situation, it seemed like the suppression of the bandits had failed, and many people had died. My chance is here. He knew whether or not he could attract more attention. He had to do something that others couldn't, but he could. Continue training. Zhu Xiang turned around and walked towards the general. He was going to volunteer. Although some people would gossip about him, he didn't care. They were just jealous. If they had the balls, they would volunteer too. If they only knew how to talk and not do, then they would never get what they wanted. His goal was the same and wouldn't change. Yu City. Lin Wani would occasionally come to the border to check on the situation. Something had already happened, and the surrounding environment was slowly changing. Compared to before, the change wasn't too huge. But the slow change was enough to show that everything was going to be quick. Old master, I can handle this. Old Wu followed behind and said. Lin Wani smiled, it is okay. I just came out to take a look in case anything happens. Then he thought about Lin Fan and sighed. That brat left home and didn't even send a letter to talk about the recent situation. He really left home and didn't send any letters. Old Wu smiled, old master. Young master is definitely having a good time outside. He is having so much fun that he has forgotten about us. Moreover, with Zhongmao by his side, he won't be bullied outside. He knew that Zhongmao was trained by old master to protect young master. Old master had such a thought since decades ago. Maybe he expected young master to leave Yu City. After all, if a war broke out, it would be too dangerous for young master to stay in Yu City. Haze, I made a mistake. Zhongmao listens to his cousin too much and doesn't have his own thoughts at all. If that kid causes trouble outside and Zhongmao cleans up for him, if he faces someone he can't offend, then they will be in trouble. Luckily, I gave Zhongmao a protective talisman that he can use in times of need. This protective talisman was really simple. It was for Zhongmao to say that his uncle was Lin Wani. Although he would still be beaten up, there was a high chance that he could survive. Lin Wani was really tired. Couldn't that kid work harder? More than 10 years of time had been wasted. Once gone, even if he worked hard, time wouldn't return. If he had the heart to work hard during these decades, he wouldn't be able to become a heaven-defying expert. At the very least, reaching grade 12 wouldn't be a problem. Don't think that he was bragging. Although it was a little difficult, it wasn't a big problem. He just had to pile all the good things on him. He just worked hard in the end. It was a little too late. He didn't have much time and energy. Suddenly, Lin Wani said towards the air, so what if you come? Why hide? How old are you? Do you still like to hide and seek? Old Wu found it weird. He didn't sense anyone around. That could only mean that the person was much stronger than him. The person who came was an expert. Lin Wani, I still hate you so much. A voice came from afar. Then a white-haired old man walked over. At first glance, there was nothing shocking about him. In fact, he even seemed to be trembling, as if he could collapse to the ground at any time, unable to move his hands and feet. Zhua City Su family old ancestor. Old Wu recognized him right away. Indeed, only such a person could make it so that he couldn't sense him. Old ancestor Su squinted his eyes and looked at old Wu. I didn't expect little friend Wu to become old. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to keep your looks. Why do you think that you look exactly the same as me? Old Wu smiled and didn't say a word. He felt really annoyed deep down. This old fellow's words easily offended people and made him feel really annoyed. So what if he wanted to act old? What did that have to do with him? Lin Wani said calmly, okay, stop talking nonsense. Why did you come to Yu City? He didn't have a good impression of old ancestor Su. After all, he was beaten up when he was young. Until now, he remembered it in his heart. Old ancestor Su touched his beard and smiled. I didn't come here for anything important. I just came to take a look. Also, my granddaughter came to Yu City and I heard that your son beat her up. When I heard that, I felt really embarrassed. Little Lin, did you tell your son to beat my granddaughter because you couldn't beat me? Nonsense. Lin Wani didn't give him a good expression. I can't beat you? Why don't you take a look at yourself? How old are you? You were at your peak in the past, but now you are past it. I'm only at my peak now. If you are unhappy, let's fight. It has been a long time since I learned the Su family's techniques. Old Wu didn't have a good impression of the Su family. Old master, forget it, forget it. How old is he? If we hurt him, the Su family will ask us for medical fees. Old Wu was the one who stopped the fight. He wouldn't let old master lose face and insult old ancestor Su a little. He had done such things for decades. He was familiar with it. Old ancestor Su looked at the barrier and said, soon, it really is soon. Another 20 years have passed. Who knows what will happen this time? Will it be as easy as before? I don't know if it will be easy or not, but your Su family has a high position in the imperial dynasty, so why didn't you care about King Wutong's rebellion? Lin Wani said. What kind of nonsense was that? The timing of King Wutong's rebellion wasn't right. Old Ancestor Su stroked his beard and smiled. Don't worry about this. Can a small conflict between brothers be considered a rebellion? That's just a little problem in the relationship between brothers. The current one has nothing better to do, so he hopes to play chess with his younger brother and make up. Lin Wani shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to care. I have nothing to do, so I just do such things. Aren't they afraid that this small problem will become a huge problem? Old Ancestor Su thought about something and smiled. Right, that person said that once the barrier is solved, he is prepared to marry a princess to your son. Don't you think that the emperor is generous? To marry a princess to your son means that he really values you. Lin Wani squinted his eyes and stared at Old Ancestor Su. Are you serious? Old Ancestor Su smiled. I don't know whether or not they will come, but that person has already decided. Consider it as giving you an answer and also giving you a way out to ensure that your Lin family won't end. Lin Wani stared at Old Ancestor Su and then nodded his head. I understand, I know what to do. Old Ancestor Su walked to Lin Wani's side and patted his shoulder. You aren't cultured and you look just like that. I didn't expect you to be so popular. You really harmed my daughter. I really valued you and nearly became your father. Unfortunately, we weren't fated. Luli. That person appeared in Lin Wani's mind. He then tossed it aside. How could he think about such things? It was all in the past. Old Ancestor Su smiled. Forget it. Even if you want to, I don't want to become your father and have to clean up your mess. Old man, do you want to talk nicely? Or do you want to fight with me today? If you want, I will accompany you to the end. I want to see how much you have improved after so many years. Lin Wani was furious. This old man was still so despicable. He was no different from before. Father. Damn. Ha ha. Old Ancestor Su smiled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, it's not interesting at all. But remember, we can't lose you city. I will leave and head to Jiang City to see your son. Who knows if he will recognize me as his grandfather. The moment he said that, Old Ancestor Su disappeared from the spot. Lin Wani nearly smacked him in rage. If that unfilial kid dared to recognize him, then he wouldn't land to an inch, he really cultivated it. Lin Wani muttered. This wasn't within the range of martial arts but a true technique. Old Wu opened his mouth. Old master, why do I feel like this isn't simple? Lin Wani thought about it. Martial Path Mountain. A long period of time had passed since the 9-bug gang matter. Every day was really peaceful and blissful. Martial Path Mountain opened and many commoners would come to ask when they would recruit disciples. They were strong. They were as strong as cows. Wait. Talents that he hadn't seen before all popped up. They saw that Martial Path Mountain disciples could have a fixed salary and food and lodging were provided. Where else could they find such a life? Zhang Tianshan's heart hurt. From his point of view, these were all outstanding disciples to prepare. Look at that brother, his chest muscles were so developed. Look at that person, he did dozens of somersaults and didn't stop at all. That was true martial arts. If he was recruited to Martial Path Mountain, it would be a good thing. But he had no choice. He was only the deputy sect leader. Even if he wanted to do some things, he had to ask the sect leader for permission. His head hurt. His head hurt too much. Zhang Tianshan found Lin Fan, sect leader. Open your eyes and take a look. They are all top talents. If we bring them into Martial Path Mountain, we will be able to bring glory to the sect. Why not take them in as disciples? I have no money, Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan held his breath. He was lying. He actually said that he had no money. Huang Boran invested a lot. Where did the money go? He had no choice. He rejected him just like that. He didn't know what to say. What a waste. It was such a waste. They were all good seedlings. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan and shook his head before leaving. He could only apologize to those people that their Martial Path Mountain didn't accept disciples. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan's back view. He actually wanted to recruit disciples. Did he feel like he had too much money to spend? The 9-headed bug in his arms felt really comfortable. Although Feng Poliu said that the bug was called 9 Demon, he still liked to call it 9-headed bug. Simple, clear. Feng Poliu couldn't stay in Martial Path Mountain anymore, and would head to the city. Who knew what he was doing? When he wasn't there, Lin Fan would refresh points and feed the 9-headed bug some bug controlling technique internal strength. He noticed that when he fed it internal strength, this fellow grew really quickly. It would also give out sounds that made one not want to communicate with it. Young master, someone is looking for you. Gozi came to inform. Lin Fan said, who? I don't know, but he said that he is a talent that every sect needs. He said that our martial path mountain needs his help and wants to meet young master. Gozi didn't understand why he was here. Anyway, he said so much, but he didn't understand much. Lin Fan thought about it. Since he had nothing to do now, he might as well take a look. Martial Path Mountain entrance. Ji Xiaojun sized up the newly formed sect. His overall evaluation was that it was average, devoid of people, dead energy, and didn't have the aura of a large sect. He had been in the pugilistic world for decades. One look and he could see whether or not this sect had a future. But regretfully, when he first laid eyes on this sect, he was certain that this sect had no future. At this moment he saw a young man walk over from the distance. He was definitely the sect leader of this sect. He ran over and said, "Hello sect leader Lin, I am Ji Xiaojun. I heard that Martial Path Mountain was formed, so I came from hundreds of miles away." "You are?" Lin Fan looked at him. He was a middle-aged man. His smile gave him a feeling that he had something to promote to Martial Path Mountain. Ji Xiaojun smiled, "Sect leader Lin, I specialize in promoting sections. Just one look and I know that Martial Path Mountain isn't an ordinary sect. As long as we promote it well, in less than a year we will be able to squeeze into a mid-tier sect. In 3 we will be able to enter a large sect. In 5 we will become a super sect. Good timing, good location and good people. Standing at the peak of the mountains we will have many achievements. But even good wine is afraid of deep alleys. If I promote it, I guarantee that numerous disciples will surge over from all directions to strengthen Martial Path Mountain." That was a little too much. What peak of the mountains? Apart from this mountain, go find another one for me to see. No need. Lin Fan replied. So he was just promoting it. He didn't want Martial Path Mountain to be known by everyone. Every day there would be many people joining the sect. That wasn't what he wanted. After all, he was just too amazing. If other people knew that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was so amazing, they would crazily try to squeeze in. "Sect leader Lin, I don't think you should reject. This is a huge benefit to any sect. Sect leader Lin, please believe my professional eyes. Martial Path Mountain will definitely become the top choice for many people. I will use my brush and stories to promote Martial Path Mountain. At least within these thousands of miles, I will let people remember Martial Path Mountain." Ji Xiaojun said confidently. He took out a book from his bag. "Sect leader Lin, take a look at these cases. I did all of them. In a short 8 years, I helped 50 newly formed sects rise to mid-tier sections. You can take a look." To him, this was sect leader Lin doubting his professionalism. He thought that he was a liar. If he really thought that way, then he was wrong. Ji Xiaojun wasn't a normal person. He was a really talented person. "I am not interested, send him off." Lin Fan waved his hands. This was the opposite of what he wanted. How could he let him promote Martial Path Mountain? It was too popular. Every day people would come up and want to enter the sect. Wouldn't that be a huge headache? Ji Xiaojun wanted to say something, but seeing that sect leader Lin left, he was helpless. Why didn't he trust him? On the way down, Ji Xiaojun didn't give up. This was how it was. How could one succeed on the first try? During these few years, he could only find those newly formed sections. Not to mention those large sects, not to mention meeting the sect leader. He couldn't even enter the gate. Wait. Just at that moment, Zhang Tianshan chased towards Ji Xiaojun. "You are?" Ji Xiaojun asked. Zhang Tianshan said, "I am Martial Path Mountain Deputy Sect Leader Zhang Tianshan. I heard that you can promote the sect, right?" "Right, Martial Path Mountain has just been formed and needs fresh blood. But if we don't promote it, how would people know? My existence is to help you solve these problems," Ji Xiaojun said. He wasn't lying and wasn't bragging. He was really in that line of work. Zhang Tianshan was tempted. He really wanted Martial Path Mountain to be famous. This was his life's hope. "How much silver does it cost?" Zhang Tianshan asked. If it was too expensive, he wouldn't be able to take out the silver. Ji Xiaojun said, "I have a few choices here. One is the basic publicity. The cheapest is only 50 taels. The second is the intermediate publicity. This is a little expensive. It needs 200 taels. As for the advanced publicity, it needs 1,000 taels. Ah, so expensive? Zhang Tianshan's eyes opened wide. This was like robbing money. Ji Xiaojun said, "These aren't expensive. If you know my promotion method, you will know that it is worth it." What method? Zhang Tianshan asked. Needless to say, he could only choose basic promotion. Even choosing it made his heart hurt. It was really too expensive. But he cared more about Martial Path Mountain than anything else. It was just silver. As long as Martial Path Mountain could become famous, it was enough. I can't say that. If I said it, then wouldn't you be able to do it? Ji Xiaojun said. The profits in this line of work were huge. People referred to starting a business as opening a shop. Starting a business here was starting a sect. If they succeeded, they would earn a lot of money. If they failed, they would even lose their underwear. Deputy sect leader, what do you think? If you are worried, you can pay half first. In the future, if it is effective, you can pass the rest to me or continue to work together. Ji Xiaojun said. Zhang Tianshan was convinced. How do I believe that you won't lie to me? Haha, Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, as the Deputy Sect Leader of Martial Path Mountain. Naturally you are a courageous person. If I really lie to you, at least it means that I have the courage to come to Martial Path Mountain to cheat. I think that you have the courage to believe me, right? Ji Xiaojun said. Zhang Tianshan thought about it. Why did he feel like this fellow's words made sense? He hesitated for a long while. "Okay, I believe you." Zhang Tianshan chose to believe her. He had no choice. To spread the name of Martial Path Mountain, he had to pay some money, although he was poor. But there were some things that he had to do even if he was poor. Ji Xiaojun received the silver and cupped his fists. Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, don't worry, leave this to me. Just wait for my good news. In less than a month, everyone within 1,000 miles will know about Martial Path Mountain, and there will be many people coming to visit. Zhang Tianshan looked at Ji Xiaojun leave. For some reason, he was filled with anticipation. Hayes, Martial Path Mountain's flag needs me as the deputy sect leader to carry it. He felt that it wasn't easy for him. It wasn't easy at all. Just talking about those people. All of them were doing nothing, and he was the only one who could do anything. Chapter 175. Hallmaster Su personally went out to look for the valuables that were stolen from the gang. But so many days had passed. There was no news at all. This made the 9-Bug Gang people curious. They didn't think that something had happened to Head Su. That was impossible. They knew Head Su's strength and he was really strong. Especially since he knew the special technique that Insect Valley passed down. When it exploded, the strength was really shocking. On the giant boat on the Fuzhou River, many of the gang members didn't dare to make any noise. The gang leader was angry and many people had died. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. When the gang leader was angry, they offended him. To them, gang leader was sick in the head. Could he blame them for stealing things? Your concubine stole it. She let you have fun and then she stole your things. That was your responsibility, how could you blame them? After all, your concubine didn't let them have fun. They were all innocent. Giant Boat Hall. Gang leader. Head Su definitely got the treasure and took it for himself. Right, there is a high possibility. The people who didn't like Head Su started to say bad things about him. He didn't return after so many days. He definitely fled. As for being killed, that wasn't realistic. They didn't like Head Su, but they had to admit that this fellow was really strong. He had many tricks up his sleeves, so how could he die? The choice between the treasure and the gang. If they could, maybe they would choose the treasure. That was a chance for them to rise up. Suing leaned against the pillar, her arms crossed. She hid in the shadows, not bothering about what these people said at all. It was impossible for him to leave 9-Bug Gang because of the treasure. He understood that person, he didn't have the courage. There was only one possibility, he was dead. 9-Bug Gang leader was fat. Sitting there he was like a meatball. In his arms laid a devilish girl. She was really thin and weak. Lying in his arms was like lying in a pile of meat. How disgusting. But the girl showed an expression of enjoyment. Another shallow girl who was immersed in power and wealth, what a waste. The people gathered here were all 9 bug gang higher-ups. They were the hall heads of the various halls. They would look at the girl in his arms. She wore so little and was really tempting. He could be coquettish, but they couldn't stare at her all the time. If the gang leader found out that they were looking at the concubine in his arms, they might lose their lives. All of you shut up. 9 bug gang leader raged. His voice rumbled like a drum. Everyone shut their mouths, and the cabin was very quiet. No one dared to speak. Hetsu didn't come back, so all of you say that he stole the treasure and betrayed us. Remember, whoever dares to say bad things about our brother behind his back, don't blame me for being impolite. Gang leader looked at everyone and said fiercely, "Yes, gang leader, we didn't mean that either." They were all very afraid of the gang leader. Although the gang leader was as fat as a ball, that was all an illusion. The gang leader's true strength was very terrifying. If he really got angry, they wouldn't even know how they died. The chief said solemnly, "Suing." Suing walked out from the darkness. Her perfectly straight legs made the other hall masters stare blankly. She was truly a woman filled with temptation. He really wanted to press this woman to the ground and rub her. Of course, these were just wishful thinking. How would they dare to have such thoughts? This woman was really terrifying, and they hadn't lived long enough. Gang leader. Suing stood there. She knew why the gang leader called her out. 9 bug gang's gang leader's eyes were filled with greed. Only a guy like him was worthy of such a woman. Although he was the gang leader, he didn't dare to force himself on her. Suing was the hall head of 9 bug gang, but she was also the little miss of the Su family. That Su family in Zua City. Go take a look at the situation. If Hetsu really dies, take revenge for him and get the treasure back. Gang leader said. I know. Suing replied. She knew that this was the mission. Of course, one had to say. She was also very curious in her heart. Just who had the ability to kill Hallmaster Su? It was really curious. After which, Suing left. She didn't stay here. She didn't like the smell here, it was the stench of a man. Everyone was looking at Suing. They were looking at her openly. They all had a thought in their hearts, which was that Suing was badly injured and unconscious. They were beside her when that happened. All of them knew. I'll get you one day. 9 bug gang leader swore that no woman he liked could escape from his hands. Since Zhang Tianxian gave the silver to the person who convinced him, he was filled with anticipation and also nervous. Brother, I am a bold person. But you can't be someone who came to Martial Path Mountain to cheat. Ji Xiaojun was a person with principles. He really wasn't a liar. He took the silver from the deputy sect leader, so he had to do things. He started to promote Martial Path Mountain's glorious deeds in the neighboring cities. Don't talk about whether or not it happened. If you wanted to be serious, then you really were a contrarian. Zhang Tianxian told him that Martial Path Mountain didn't want to take in disciples, but they wanted to spread their name. So to Ji Xiaojun it was easy to do. Did he know how to brag? No. Then what was he doing? This industry wasn't suitable for him. If he didn't know how to brag, then he wouldn't be able to eat no matter where he went. Ji Xiaojun knew how to brag, and he made up many stories. The Martial Path Mountain sect leader saved the people single-handedly, killing so many bandits that they were terrified. The loyal sect leader Lin. The knowledgeable deputy sect leader Zhang. These stories were edited by Ji Xiaojun, and it instantly became real. He spent some money, not even a single silver. He let some storytellers tell the stories to the customers in the tea house. Out of 50 taels of silver, he had earned 30 taels of silver. This was a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. The effects were not bad. It spread really quickly, and many people believed that Martial Path Mountain was a really strong sect. Especially that silver spear riding horse sect leader Lin, who led the people to kill a path of blood. He was really heroic. Martial Path Mountain, foot of the mountain. This is Martial Path Mountain? Those storytellers really boasted about this Martial Path Mountain. 3 men rode horses over. They were the founders of Wandering Dragon sect. Even though they looked big and burly, they were all meticulous people. Just from hearing the name of the sect, if one closed their eyes, would one think that the Wandering Dragon sect leader was a handsome male who looked really scholarly? One would definitely think that way. The sect's name was given by a fortune teller that they spent a few silver to come up with. He said that it was a good name. In the future, the sect would definitely prosper. Sect leader, I don't believe what those storytellers said. They have never heard of Martial Path Mountain. Who knows where they came from? They actually snatched our disciples. A short, round-faced male said angrily. He was an elder of Wandering Dragon sect and grew up with the sect leader. They were recruiting disciples, but who knew that when the name of Martial Path Mountain spread out, many of their hearts wavered. They actually didn't want to join their Wandering Dragon sect. They wanted to wait for Martial Path Mountain to recruit disciples before heading over. How could they accept such a situation? Snatching one's disciple was like killing one's parents. They couldn't take it and directly charged towards Martial Path Mountain. They wanted to negotiate with Martial Path Mountain. If some mid-tier and above sects saw such scenes, they would laugh to death. The so-called little sect actually wanted to negotiate for the sake of competing for disciples. It was really laughable. Those large sects didn't recruit just because they wanted to. They had to go through a strict selection, and if they didn't meet the requirements, they could only scram. Even if they met the requirements, they would become service disciples. Moreover, they had to complete their monthly missions. If they couldn't, then they would have to pack up and leave. On the mountain, young master, someone is causing trouble. Gozi ran over to report. Lin Fan found it weird. Did they see that he was too free recently, so they purposely caused trouble? Causing trouble? He didn't step out of his door and didn't offend anyone, so why would someone come knocking on his door? Let's go take a look. Lin Fan was helpless. Anything could come. He wanted to see who had such balls. A while ago, he killed people from 9 Bug Gang. Moreover, they died in such a tragic manner. Didn't they know what was going on? Mountain entrance. The 3 men were making a big fuss. Where is the Martial Path Mountain sect leader? Come out. Wandering Dragon sect leader hollered in rage. He wore very little clothes and his chest was bare. His chest hair gave one a feeling like he was a valiant man. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to toss the 3 of them out, but Zhang Tianshan stopped him. After Martial Path Mountain opened, they couldn't be rash. Fighting and fighting couldn't happen as it would damage the sect's image. What is going on? Lin Fan walked over and asked. He looked at the 3 foreign males in front of him. Don't be rash. This is our Martial Path Mountain sect leader. Zhang Tianshan said. You are the Silver Spear riding sect leader Lin. The sect leader who led the people to kill a path of blood? You look really young, you must be lying. Wandering Dragon sect leader said. Lin Fan was stunned. What was he talking about? Silver Spear riding sect leader Lin? When did he have such a nickname? The Wandering Dragon sect leader didn't care about how weird Lin Fan's expression was. He stepped forwards and said. Listen up. I am Wandering Dragon sect leader Wang Yushu. The male's chest was bare, and his chest hair was thick. He raised his head and looked right at Lin Fan. I am Wandering Dragon sect deputy sect leader Wang Linfeng. This burly man didn't give in at all. He still had his chest exposed. Although he didn't have any chest hair, the cross-shaped scar on his chest was extremely hideous. It was so exposed that anyone who saw this scar would know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. I am Wandering Dragon sect elder Wang Xiaosa. This male was slightly weaker. He was a little short and had a round face. Compared to the other 2, there was a huge gap. Lin Fan shook his head. Oh damn, where did these fellows come from? Their names were not bad, but they could be sect leaders and elders just like that? The requirements to enter the sect were just too low. The 3 of them were surnamed Wang, but this name was given to them by a fortune teller when the sect was named. Lin Fan sighed. What do you want? Kiki, what? Do I have to ask you? Your Martial Path Mountain is spreading fake news and snatching my Wandering Dragon sect disciples. You actually have the face to ask us why we are here. Don't you know what you are doing? Wang Yushu hollered in rage. Zhang Tianshan thought about it. Did that fellow really start to spread news? There were no sects within 100 miles, so this Wandering Dragon sect was definitely 100 miles away. Amazing. As expected from a professional. Just how long had passed, and people 100 miles away knew about Martial Path Mountain's existence. This money was worth it. Chapter 176. These people, Yuan Tianchu's evaluation of the 3 of them was really low. They seemed fierce, but actually they were just acting. A truly dangerous man was just like Zhou Zhongmao. He looked really honest, like he was an idiot, but the truth was that they were all cheated. The three most terrifying people in Martial Path Mountain, apart from Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan, Zhou Zhongmao was the most terrifying. He looked honest, but his methods weren't simple. Have you seen him shatter bones with his bare hands? He shattered the bones of the human body piece by piece. Even the finger bones were not spared. That was really terrifying. You haven't seen it, but I have. The others were screaming miserably, but his expression was indifferent, as if he was doing something very normal. Lin Fan raised his head and said, "Are you all wrong? When did my Martial Path Mountain snatch disciples from others? Leave quickly." He was lazy to talk nonsense with the three of them. They didn't know what to say. Rage points plus 55. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 55. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. 2-digit rage points, that was just too embarrassing. Silver Spear Riding Horse Sect Leader Lin, do you think we are fools? Within 100 miles, only your Martial Path Mountain is here. You have so many people, but you just had to snatch them from us. You have to give us an explanation, otherwise this matter won't end. Wang Yushu raged. Lin Fan said helplessly, "You want an explanation? Cousin, don't kill him." The moment he said that, Lin Fan walked towards the backyard. This was just a small incident that didn't hurt or itch. It was just a small incident that didn't matter. Not long later, screams spread out. Fuck. The three higher-ups of Wandering Dragon Sect were violently treated. They were so muscular and didn't attack, but they actually attacked first. Are you still fucking human? Zhang Tianshan couldn't hold them back. Kid Lin, what are you doing? Why did you hit them? If you have something to say, then say it nicely. They were all sect leaders, so getting close to them and building relationships was the best way to develop a sect. One couldn't offend them. The names of the three of them had a sense of elegance, 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 and elegance. The fortune teller was really something. Rage points plus 99, rage points plus 99, rage points plus 99. They were furious to such an extent, but they still couldn't break through 3 digits. They were really unwilling, but they had already tried their best. This was their limit and they couldn't break through at all. Martial Path Mountain. They were thrown out of the mountain by Zhou Zhongmao. Each of them covered their faces. Their eyes were either black or swollen. Don't worry, my sect leader doesn't have any bad intentions. This is just his way of communicating. You said that you are Wandering Dragon sect leader, deputy sect leader, elder. Then we can get to know each other. I am Martial Path Mountain's deputy sect leader, Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan consoled the three of them. Both of them were respectable people, so how could they just attack each other like this? Furthermore, they had even beaten the other party up to such a state. It was a loss of face. This was a little too much. Especially when he was the sect leader. Wang Yushu was very unwilling, but when he heard the other party's self-introduction, he raised his head and said, "You're the knowledgeable vice-sect leader Zhang." Zhang Tianshan was stunned and then he was delighted. He even had a name outside. Knowledgeable? This was not bad at all. The 50 silver was worth it. Although it was expensive, one had to say that he was really efficient. Right, that is me. However, this is just a title and can't be taken seriously. Although I do know everything, I am still far from it. Zhang Tianshan said humbly. This was a huge compliment, but he was really happy. Wang Yushu said with a wronged expression, "I think you are not bad. But how can your sect leader do that to actually beat us up? We are in the right. There are so many people within 100 miles, so how can you take them all in? You even snatched people from our side, don't you think that's too much?" Right, it is indeed a little too much. What I am thinking is that our Martial Path Mountain can have a good relationship with your Wandering Dragon Sect and help one another. Oh right, how many people does your Wandering Dragon Sect have? Zhang Tianshan asked. They were all people who opened up sects, so naturally they were close friends. Although the three of them weren't much. But with their status and identity, it would be good to communicate with them. Not many, apart from the three of us, there are only 6 disciples. Wang Yushu said. He was a little proud. He took a close look, and Martial Path Mountain didn't have many people. In terms of numbers, they were much less than them. Not bad, a few more than us. How is your income? Zhang Tianshan asked. One had to admit that they did have more people than them. What income? Wang Yushu asked. His face still hurt a little. That fellow beat them up so badly that the three of them actually couldn't fight back at all. That was obviously impossible. A sect leader, a vice-sect leader, and an elder couldn't even defeat a nameless blockhead. If one said that out, it would be a little embarrassing. Of course, Zhang Tianshan's question about income made it tough for them. That question was really a good one. What income? Sometimes they didn't even have enough to eat. Zhang Tianshan wanted to learn from other sects and see how other sects earned money so that he could learn from them. However, the expressions of the three of them revealed a poor aura. Maybe he shouldn't have asked. Deputy sect leader Zhang, we were beaten up for no reason. Let's not talk about other things, at least pay some medicine fees. Wang Yushu said. This? Zhang Tianshan was really helpless. Medicine fees? Actually, he didn't have much money. Guys, I don't have much money on me, 1 silver is fine. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. For Martial Path Mountain, he had emptied out all his money. Why did he have to beat them up? What matter couldn't be solved by talking it out? Why did he have to beat them up and even have to pay them medicine fees? Haze! Wang Yushu said, forget it, 1 silver is better than nothing. Deputy sect leader Zhang, you are a smart person. In the future you should talk to your sect leader, why are you so rash? Even if our wandering dragon sect can't do it, we can't just randomly beat them up. Zhang Tianshan nodded his head, right, you are right. I will talk to him. If I have a chance, I will head to Wandering Dragon Sect to visit. You are a smart person. Wandering Dragon Sect welcomes you. If there is nothing else, then we won't disturb you. Goodbye. The three from Wandering Dragon Sect got up and left. They had a bad start this time, but it wasn't like they didn't gain anything. At least 1 silver entered their accounts. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands to send them off. He finally understood that sometimes he couldn't just look at the surface. Establishing a sect sounded very impressive, but there were still too many sects at the bottom. Too many. As for the three of them asking him to persuade Lin Fan not to be rash, let's not talk about that. He might be the deputy sect leader, but his position in the sect wasn't that high. Jiang City, the three from Wandering Dragon Sect didn't leave. They entered the city to take a look. Since they were here, they should buy some things back as gifts for those smart kids. They looked around and entered a clothing store. Kid clothes were really expensive, even more expensive than adult clothes. However, they still bore the pain and bought 6 sets. Big brother, you should buy some clothes too. You haven't changed your clothes for a year, it smells. Wang Linfeng said. When no one was around, they called each other brothers. Wang Yushu wasn't happy. What smell? I'm pretty good. What's wrong? Are you jealous of your big brother's chest hair? After he said that, he stroked his chest hair. His manly aura exploded out. Big brother, then let's not buy. We still have a lot of money left. Let's buy some pastries and bring them back. We haven't given them good food in a long time. Wang Linfeng said. To be honest, including the three of them, there were a total of 9 people in Wandering Dragon Sect. However, the remaining 6 were all kids. The oldest was only 11 and the youngest was only 2. They were all orphans. They were either picked up on the side of the road or they met people on the verge of death. The 3 of them didn't want to start a sect. There were only 3 uncouth men wandering around all day long. But when they adopted the 3rd kid, they realized that the situation wasn't right. Why did they keep meeting kids? It wasn't that they didn't have love. But if they were to raise their children like this, how could they let their children idle around all day like them? This was why the 3 of them agreed to form a sect. In the future, when the kids spread out, their statuses would be different too. I am the grand disciple of Wandering Dragon Sect. My master is the sect leader. I am the 2nd disciple of Wandering Dragon Sect. My master is the deputy sect leader. Just hearing this, one knew that it was really cool. No matter if the sect was strong or not, they just had to brag and shock the other party. The 3 of them pulled their horses. Suddenly, Wang Xiaosa's eyes opened wide like he was stunned. After a while he reacted, Big brother, 2nd brother, look at a fairy. And those words attracted their attention. Not far away, a girl pulled a horse and walked on the streets. Her tall and sexy body not only charmed Wang Xiaosa and the others. Even the commoners in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Beauties were so welcomed everywhere. Beautiful, so beautiful. The girl didn't care about the surrounding gazes like she was used to it. Wang Yushu came back to his senses and said leisurely, I didn't expect Zhang City to have such a beauty, why don't we have one? Big brother, it has nothing to do with us. Wang Linfeng said. With how they were, they basically wouldn't be able to see beauties for the rest of their lives. It is okay to take a look. Wang Yushu said. Suing left Fuzhou and came to Zhang City. She wasn't in a rush and just rode the horse. Even after entering Zhang City, she didn't immediately search for the gang's treasure. Actually, it wasn't important to her whether or not it was important. Even if she couldn't find it, it didn't matter. The 9-bug gang leader wouldn't dare to do anything to her. She came to the inn and got the best room. Take care of my horse. She tossed the silver and walked up. The gazes of the people around weren't surprised at all. This was the first time the waiter saw such a beautiful girl. Just one look and his face turned red. When a person was beautiful to a certain extent, the aura that they brought with them was really not ordinary. Zhang City? Who had the ability to kill Hallmaster Su? She didn't know anything yet. But to her, she would find it soon. Chapter 177. I say, what's going on? Lin Fan looked at the crowd and asked. These 3 people from Wandering Dragon Sect really came out of nowhere. When did Martial Path Mountain snatch disciples from others? Even if they wanted to frame someone, they wouldn't do such a thing. Yuan Tianchu's expression was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Indeed, it had nothing to do with him, unless he had nothing better to do and was looking for something to do. Where did Feng Poliu go? There was no shadow. He suddenly felt that letting Feng Poliu be a helper was a wrong decision. There wasn't anything important on Martial Path Mountain. Usually he was so bored that he would get flustered. What a headache. Wasting 100 silver for nothing. It seemed like he had to fire Feng Poliu after a period of time. Then he locked his eyes on Zhang Tianshan. To do such a thing, maybe he was the only one. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan. His gaze made me panic. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. It was a good thing to promote Martial Path Mountain. He was the one who paid for it himself. If it were you, you would definitely be reluctant. Did you do it? Lin Fan asked. Without needing to ask, apart from him, who else could it be? There was no sect within 100 miles. This Wandering Dragon Sect was a small sect, maybe even weaker than Martial Path Mountain. If not, the sect leader, deputy sect leader, and elder wouldn't all come out. Was there no one to command them, or did they place enough importance on Martial Path Mountain? His guess was right. Wandering Dragon Sect didn't have a base like Martial Path Mountain, which had a mountain with many buildings. Apart from having fewer people, it was like heaven and earth. Wandering Dragon Sect's building was a house that the 3 of them chopped down trees and pieced together. The wooden sign outside had the words Wandering Dragon Sect written on it. This meant that the sect was established. Sect leader, I didn't. Zhang Tianshan thought about it and decided not to tell him. Even if he told him, there was no benefit, so why not act like he didn't know? He was looking forward to what Ji Xiaojuan's actions would bring to Martial Path Mountain. It was always so exciting. Just thinking about it made him happy. Like hell, I'll believe you. Lin Fan didn't believe what Zhang Tianshan said. However, if Zhang Tianshan didn't say it, then he had no choice. Within Zhang City, bang! A figure was directly thrown out by the staff of the casino, falling in the form of a parabola in the air, then lying heavily on the ground, motionless. Despair. Utter despair. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll beat you to death. The staff of the gambling house scolded angrily. After that, he patted his butt and entered the gambling house. They often saw people like this. He was a gambler. Being polite to this kind of gambler was just asking for trouble. What he wanted was for him to be violent and directly throw him out of the casino. To the casino, if you had money, you were the boss. If you didn't have money, then hurry up and scram. Don't get in their way. Feng Poliu laid on the ground and looked at the blue sky. He did not have a single penny on him. As a consecrated elder, he received his first month's salary and threw himself into the gambling den. He fought for a day and a night before it finally ended. At this moment, a face appeared in his line of sight. Her face was beautiful, truly beautiful. She possessed a peerless beauty that would be unforgettable at first glance. Feng Poliu. Suing opened her mouth slowly, directly calling out Feng Poliu's name. Feng Poliu smelled the fragrance and saw the person. He got up and acted like he didn't know him. You recognized the wrong person. The moment he said this, he was about to turn around and leave. Huge waves rose up in his heart. What was going on? Why did Suing appear in Jiang City? You can act like I recognize the wrong person, but I think that if Insect Valley people know that you are in Jiang City, everyone here will die because of you. Suing said slowly. Her voice was really alluring, but when she said it, it sent a chill down one's spine. Like she was talking about a terrifying matter. Feng Poliu stopped and turned his head to look at Suing. Naturally, he recognized this breathtakingly beautiful girl. Why did you come to Jiang City? I am not hiding in Jiang City. I am about to leave soon. I have nothing to do with the people here. Suing smiled. I am a hall head of 9 Bug Gang and received orders to come to Jiang City to search for 9 Demon. Do you know where 9 Demon is? If you do, then tell me. After completing the mission, I can return earlier. Feng Poliu smiled. Little Miss Su, stop joking. As the Su family little miss, how can you willingly work for 9 Bug Gang? Are you searching for something? Actually, you can tell me. With your Su family's ability, we can help you find it. Why would I need you to personally enter 9 Bug Gang? He couldn't understand the thoughts of these big family children. It gave one a feeling that they weren't sincere. It felt weird. People with money and power could do things that others didn't want to do. He was so bored. Suing couldn't stop him, but he didn't care. Of course, if people from Insect Valley appeared around, then they would definitely leave. After all, those people wouldn't speak so much nonsense to him. Suing smiled. I am not searching for something. I am just proving something. The commoners around looked at the two of them with a weird expression. One was a gambler who was tossed out of the gambling den. The other was an unbelievably beautiful woman. The two of them, whose identities didn't match, spoke to one another, which was a little weird. When the people in the gambling den saw that the gambler who was tossed out was actually talking to such a beautiful woman, they had some thoughts. Oi, you don't have money? No problem, I will give it to you. As long as you send her to our gambling den. How much? Pa! Feng Poliu instantly attacked, slapping the perverted person to the side. Normally, he wouldn't attack normal people. But sometimes one couldn't ask to die. Although it hurt a little when he slapped him, if Suing attacked, then his life would end. Little Miss Su, if there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Feng Poliu cupped his fists and didn't continue talking to Suing. 9 Bug Gang had to get 9 Demon. That kid raising 9 Demon on Martial Path Mountain wasn't a smart move. Someone would die. Suing didn't block Feng Poliu and was in deep thought about something. Why would Feng Poliu appear in Jiang City? Jiang City was such a small place, so there shouldn't be any experts. Feng Poliu was in Jiang City, and 9 Bug Gang lost 9 Demon here. Thinking about it, there was a connection. If Feng Poliu knew what Suing was thinking about, he would definitely yell, please stop your impossible conjecture. What the fuck are you talking about? Feng Poliu was just passing by Jiang City and participated in gambling. Then, he unintentionally became a helper of Martial Path Mountain and stayed here. It wasn't as complicated as he thought. Martial Path Mountain. Young Master Lin, I think you should send 9 Demon out. To you or the entire Martial Path Mountain, 9 Demon isn't a good thing. Feng Poliu stood beside Lin Fan and said. Lin Fan laid on the chair and rubbed 9 Demon. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the peace of life. 9 Demon seemed to understand human words. Its 9 heads faced Feng Poliu and opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Like it was saying that if he dared to let his master abandon him, he would bite him to death. Lin Fan said calmly, it doesn't matter whether or not it is a good thing, but don't you feel that the 9-headed bug is useful? My palms were sore in the past, but after rubbing its head, I felt that the symptoms were much better. How could he not understand what Feng Poliu meant? Didn't he say that 9 Demon was a problem? It would attract unnecessary problems. But the meaning behind those words was that Lin Fan couldn't offend those people, so it was best if he let it go. Feng Poliu was helpless. What nonsense. 9 Demons' 9 heads were for him to rub? He really didn't know what to say. Should he say that young Master Lin was ignorant or that he was thinking too much? 9 Bug Gang was a terrifying existence to others. Normally, they wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. As long as they confirmed that 9 Demon was on Martial Path Mountain, then Marshall Path Mountain could basically be disbanded. If not, the mountain would be wiped out. Suddenly, a voice spread over. As expected, it is here. Feng Poliu, I was thinking, why would you appear in Jiang City? So, you were the one who took 9 demon. A person floated over from the sky and then slowly landed on the ground. Feng Poliu was stunned. Damn. Where did this girl come from? How could she be so cunning to actually follow him all the way to Marshall Path Mountain? Lin Fan was still rubbing 9 Demon's head. He looked at the person and nodded his head. A decent girl, she was really beautiful. Her body was also really good, giving one a primal urge. However, he was a self-disciplined person and suppressed that urge. Suing ignored Lin Fan, her eyes locking onto Feng Poliu. Occasionally, she would look at 9 Demon who was being rubbed. Feng Poliu, pass 9 Demon to me and I will act like I didn't see you. Suing said. She knew that Feng Poliu wasn't someone to be offended, but at the same time, she also understood that Feng Poliu didn't dare to offend her. Swasity's Su family was a really strong family to any side. No one was willing to go against them. Feng Poliu was helpless. Little Miss Su, didn't you see that 9 Demon was in someone's arms? This was their territory and he was just a helper. Even if she wanted 9 Demon, no matter what, she had to understand the situation, right? Feng Poliu and Suing casually argued. Wait, I say, you really don't understand the situation at all, do you? Are you blind or is there something wrong with you? The 9-headed bug is mine. What's the point of telling him so much? Lin Fan said. His tone wasn't good. It didn't feel good to be ignored by someone. Was it that he wasn't handsome enough? Or was it that he looked so helpless that she totally ignored his existence? Su Ying's eyes flashed coldly as she locked onto Lin Fan. She felt that he was a little arrogant. Who are you? Lin Fan replied, Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. As for your 9 Demon, it is in my hands. However, I like to call it 9-headed bug. If you want it, I can't give it to you. You should just leave and stop talking so much. Suing didn't expect that some sect leaders would be so arrogant. The person in front of her. She really didn't see anything shocking about him. Rage points plus 111. Lin Fan was pumped up. This girl wasn't normal. Breaking 100 in the first wave, she had a lot of potential and needed to be excavated. Chapter 178. Suing had seen many people before. For example, arrogant, confident, etc. However, these people usually didn't end up well. Or rather tragic. This person who called himself the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader might be that kind of person. Your gaze is a little off, is there a problem? Lin Fan asked. Marshall Path Mountain was really peaceful, and nothing huge happened every day. But sometimes it wasn't that you wanted something to happen, but it was that things came to you and wanted to have some magical contact with you. Now this beautiful girl appeared on Marshall Path Mountain and came to take the 9-headed bug. Maybe if a normal guy saw such a girl, not to mention the bug in his hand, even the bug in his body would be given to her without hesitation. But Lin Fan wasn't such a normal person. If you wanted to take something from my hands, you had to have some ability. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan and shook his head, telling him to stop talking and to communicate properly. The families of these 2 young juniors were not simple. If they were to really fight, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. Rage points plus 123. Suing could see from Feng Poliu's expression that he acknowledged that 9 Demon was in his hands. Whether or not she could take it back wasn't up to him, but whether or not he was willing to give it to her. You killed 9 bug gangs, One-Eyed and Yongfei, right? She asked slowly. Their deaths had nothing to do with her, and she wouldn't shout about taking revenge. She had to think things through. No, Lin Fan said. He was lying. Although it had something to do with him, he could ensure that he didn't kill them on purpose. Cousin did it, and it had nothing to do with him. How would Suing believe what Lin Fan said? If you didn't kill them, then where did 9 Demon come from? Suing asked. Lin Fan said calmly, I picked it up. Feng Poliu was helpless. Young Master Lin, couldn't you say the truth? You are making things difficult for me. In the future, I won't dare to believe anything you say. Suing smiled. Her smile was like he was treating her like a fool. However, she didn't have a conflict with Lin Fan right away, continuing to ask. 9 bug gangs head Su disappeared after coming to Jiang City. Does that have anything to do with you? Hallmaster Su? Lin Fan was confused. I don't know him. I don't know him at all. Are you mistaken? Oh right, if you come to Jiang City to search for missing people, maybe I can give you a clue. There is a wolf brigade near Jiang City, and there are demons in that forest. I think that when he came to Jiang City, he didn't know that there were demons there and entered by mistake. Perhaps the deadhead Su really wanted to climb out of the coffin and bring Lin Fan along with him. He pushed everything to the demons, and if the demons found out, they would cry for their parents. Are you still fucking human? He could even say these words. Demons and Marshall Path Mountain were enemies. To demons, one day they would wipe out Marshall Path Mountain. He had never seen someone who bullied demons like that. Demon? How can there be demons around Jiang City? Do you think I'm an idiot? Suing said. The distribution of the demons was fixed, and experts chased them to the borders a long time ago. Jiang City was thousands of miles away from the border, so how could there be demons? Rage points plus 123. Feng Poliu couldn't take it anymore. Little Miss Su, there really are demons around Jiang City. He didn't lie to you. Maybe Head Su really met them at night. Pa 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 pa. This slap to the face was too quick. Su Ying's expression turned ugly. Did he just say that he treated her as an idiot? Now it seemed like she was thinking too much. Su Ying was a little confused. There were really demons around Jiang City? Did Head Su and the others meet demons by chance? Instantly, Su Ying couldn't understand the truth. It was obviously different from what she thought. Lin Fan looked at her. She really believed it? Although the demons existed, she was just too good at pushing the blame to others. I don't care how they died. Are you sure you won't pass 9 demon to me? Su Ying stared at Lin Fan. Her main goal was to find 9 demon. Lin Fan looked at Su Ying, and the two of them exchanged glances. And I won't give it to you. His reply was really direct, without any hesitation. He was just so decisive and quick. Rage points plus 222. Lin Fan was in a good mood. The rage points that this girl provided were not bad. He got the 9-headed bug in his arms, so he didn't think about returning it to others. He swore in his heart. He was going to fight 9 bug gang to the death. However, seeing that Feng Poliu knew this girl, he didn't attack. They exchanged glances with one another. Okay, this is your choice. I won't snatch it. Naturally, I will take back what belongs to 9 bug gang. I hope that you don't regret it. Su Ying didn't say anything more, turning around and leaving. She looked towards Feng Poliu. Don't worry, I won't tell Insect Valley that you are in Jiang City. Feng Poliu blinked. Did you want me to thank you for your words? Young Master Lin, like I said, you should return 9 demon. Feng Poliu said. He didn't think that with young Master Lin's strength, he could fight 9 bug gang. Even if young Master Lin was strong and exceeded his imagination, it wasn't enough to deal with such a huge monster like 9 bug gang. Who is she? Lin Fan asked. He didn't care about 9 bug gang. When he saw this girl, he noticed that she looked similar to a person. Vaguely. Not especially similar, but there were some areas that were similar. Feng Poliu said. She is the hall head of 9 bug gang. Of course, compared to her real identity, the difference is huge. She is the Su family young miss, Swa City's Su family. No wonder. He thought back to Su Gang, who he beat up in U City. That was the 7th miss of Su family. However, he didn't beat her up. Cousin beat her up and it had nothing to do with him. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head and understood her background. Swa City Su family. He was a little far from these big cities and families, so he didn't think about heading over. The main reason was that his strength didn't allow him to. Say, if I had attacked her just now, would you have stopped me? Feng Poliu smiled. No. Lin Fan was satisfied. It seemed like the 100 silver was worth it. However, what he said next made Lin Fan feel uncomfortable. You aren't as strong as her. If you want to stop me, I have to stop Su Ying. Damn. Those words were a form of humiliation. He was already so strong, but someone actually said that he couldn't beat a woman. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu. Brother, is what you said true? Feng Poliu said. Young Master Lin, you know the current situation. Su Ying might not do anything to you, but she will definitely tell 9 bug gang where 9 demon is. When that happens, what you have to face will be a little complicated. I think you should just send 9 demon back. Why do you have to hold on to this? Suddenly, Before Feng Poliu finished, he screamed out. 9 Demon had left Lin Fan's embrace and bit Feng Poliu's butt. Its 9 heads bit down heavily, and one could see many weird colors appearing in its 9 heads. Young Master Lin, make him let go, he is poisonous, pooh. In a short moment, Feng Poliu's face turned green like he was poisoned. 9 Demon let go and looked at Feng Poliu viciously. Its eyes were filled with fierceness, like it was saying that if he dared to speak any more nonsense, it would bite him to death. Feng Poliu sat on the ground and closed his eyes to heal. 9 Demon's poison was really strong. Even if it was weak now, its poison wasn't a joke. Lin Fan looked at the 9-headed bug with a weird expression. This little thing was actually so amazing. Although he didn't know how strong Feng Poliu was, he definitely wasn't weak. Such a strong person was poisoned by the 9-headed bug. That was enough to show that the 9-headed bug wasn't ordinary. Not long later, Feng Poliu opened his eyes. His expression returned to normal as he stared at 9 Demon in rage. If 9 Demon was fully grown, he would lose half of his life with that one bite. How do you feel? Lin Fan asked. He wanted to know how Feng Poliu felt when he was bitten. Only by knowing 9 Demon's specific traits could he use it well in the future. Pain. Feng Poliu glanced at Lin Fan and didn't want to say anything more. Forget it, forget it, forget it. He felt like there was no point in saying anything more. That night, Suing left Jiang City and came to Wolf Brigade. Although she believed what he said in the day, she wasn't too sure. How could there be demons around Jiang City? She had never heard of such a thing. A cold wind blew over. Suing exhaled. It was a little cold. The temperature at the edge of the forest was really low, much lower than before. She stood there and looked at the forest. It was really dark and she couldn't see anything at all. Why would there be demons here? Suing stood on the spot and didn't dare to move. Although she didn't believe it, she was still hesitant. Little Miss Su, I think you should choose to believe. Just at that moment, Feng Poliu walked out from the darkness. He knew that Suing would come to Wolf Brigade to take a look. Suing was really strong, but if she entered the forest and was surrounded by demons, she didn't have much confidence in retreating. Feng Poliu, tell me the truth. Are you staying on Martial Path Mountain because of 9 Demon? Suing asked. Feng Poliu smiled, of course not. Although 9 Demon is good, to develop him, even 10 of me might not succeed. Also, I think you should act like you didn't see 9 Demon. Don't tell 9 Bug Gang about this. It will benefit both your Su family and yourself. Suing laughed in disdain. I didn't expect that you would be threatened. Why? What is his background to actually let you find me in the middle of the night just to tell me that? Feng Poliu said. His father is Lin Wani. Suing. That is why I came to tell you not to tell 9 Bug Gang. It won't benefit you at all. If you tell 9 Bug Gang and experts come, causing him to die, then Lin Wani will really target you. Even if you are the Su family big miss, you won't have a good life. Don't be stubborn, reality is like that. Feng Poliu told Suing the truth. As long as one wasn't stupid, one would know what they could and couldn't do. Chapter 179. Feng Poliu said all this in hope that Suing wouldn't cause trouble. Although Yu City Lin family wasn't a strong family, she couldn't handle Lin Wani's strength. He was really rash. If he knew that she indirectly killed his son, he would definitely go all out against her. Even if the Su family had many experts, they wouldn't be able to keep her alive. Lin Wani, that heartless person. Su Ying's face was cold. The rage that shouldn't have existed burned once more. What heartless person? Feng Poliu turned into a gossipy man like he had heard a huge secret. He didn't understand. Did Su Ying and Lin Wani have some unspeakable secret? But that was impossible. Lin Wani was already that old, and Su Ying was so young, the two of them definitely wouldn't have crossed paths. It was definitely something else. Su Ying didn't say much. Her aunt used to have a relationship with Lin Wani, but Lin Wani abandoned her aunt, causing her aunt to be alone until now. Su Ying took a look at Feng Poliu before walking into the distance. Oi, little Miss Su, think about it, don't do stupid things. Feng Poliu shouted. Instantly, a low roar spread out from the dark forest. Feng Poliu was so frightened that he retreated right away. He didn't have the time to compete with the demons. These things were all crazy, and once they caught someone, they wouldn't stop until one of them died. However, he was really curious. What was the heartless person that Suing mentioned? Since he had already revealed a little, then why not reveal more? Anyway, he definitely wouldn't reveal it. Martial Path Mountain. Little bug, can you understand what I say? If you can, then nod your head. Lin Fan placed the 9-headed bug on the table. One human and one bug looked at one another and chatted. The 9-headed bug's 9 heads stared at Lin Fan and really nodded. Little bug, tell me, with your current poison you can't poison me to death? Lin Fan asked. He really wanted to know what the 9-headed bug's 9 heads were for. Since it was a treasure of 9 bug gang, it definitely wasn't ordinary. The key was that he didn't know what the poison was like. After seeing that Feng Poliu was fine, his heart started to get restless. The 9-headed bug shook its head. It didn't understand why Master asked that question. Refresh. He raised the bug controlling technique to the max realm. Come bite with one head. Lin Fan stretched out his finger and placed it in front of 9 demon. He really wanted to see what it felt like. It was the first time, and he was so nervous that he even went to wash his hands. He was afraid that it would be dirty and cause a bacterial infection. Of course. He also rinsed the 9-headed bug's mouth to prevent it from having bad breath. But at least for now, the 9-headed bug was still very clean and had no smell. Bite. Following Lin Fan's command, the 9-headed bug bit down. There wasn't much of a feeling. It was as if the skin of his finger had been bitten by something very small. Very soon, 9 demon let go and just looked at its master in a daze. Is he sucking my venom? Lin Fan looked at his finger and realized that the color of the skin on his finger was gradually changing. It had turned black and red. Although it was just a small piece, he could clearly feel it. Sizzle. The blood on the tip of his finger was boiling, as if there was a flame burning. Fire poison? The poison was very weak. Perhaps it was because the 9-headed bug was very weak, or perhaps it had not injected too much venom, so it did not feel uncomfortable. He could use internal strength to force it out of his body. However, he tried to use the bug controlling technique's gray internal strength. Very quickly, the gray internal strength swallowed the poison, leaving nothing at all. He then told 9 demon to use its other heads to bite his finger. Each poison was different, and each head represented a different poison. Blood coagulated. Nerve numbing. Illusion poison. His skin was covered in frost. Wait. 9 special poisons proved that the 9-headed bug was different. In the future, when he really developed it, it would make him feel really good. After feeding it a mouthful of bug-controlling technique internal strength, he waved his hands and told it to sleep in his doghouse. Martial Path Mountain in the night. Yuan Tianchu stood outside Liang Yongqi's room and knocked on the door. He asked, "Are you asleep?" Liang Yongqi wasn't asleep, and when he heard the knocking, he wanted to open the door. However, when he heard the owner of the voice, he was shocked. He hid on the bed and pretended to be asleep. Damn. Why did this fellow come to find him at night? He didn't understand. This was why he didn't open the door to keep a distance from Yuan Tianchu. He really felt that Yuan Tianchu had a problem with his brain, and it was really serious. Thinking about it, when did this start? When he was in Yu City, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yuan Tianchu. Only when he left Yu City and came to Jiang City did he realize that there was something wrong with Yuan Tianchu's brain. That kind of thinking wasn't something that normal people could have. He hid in his bed for a long time, and he listened to the movement outside. There was no sound, and that person should have left. Who? How terrifying! Liang Yongqi exclaimed. When he looked at Yuan Tianchu, his heart felt cold. Outside the door, Yuan Tianchu knew that Liang Yongqi wasn't asleep, and he was avoiding him. Towards that, he expressed his regret. There were just too few people who could understand him. Yuan Tianchu didn't want to tell anyone, but for some reason he felt like he didn't want to say it out. During the day, someone found Martial Path Mountain. He had been peeking and noticed that things slowly became complicated. However, that girl was really beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful person in his life. However, she was related to 9 Bug Gang, and she came to Martial Path Mountain to take away the 9-headed bug. He was thinking about it. Wasn't it just a 9-headed bug? Why keep it by his side and cause problems? He thought about it carefully. He realized that there was a huge problem here. Lin Fan didn't hand the nine-headed bug over because he wanted things to happen, to cause Marshall Path Mountain to clash with Nine Bug Gang. The effects would be terrifying. Yuan Tianchu still didn't understand some details. He felt that things weren't so simple. He just wanted to talk to Liang Yongqi, but who knew that he would avoid him? When things really happen, don't blame him for not reminding him. That was because he didn't cherish it. The next day, Lin Fan casually walked around Marshall Path Mountain. He was thinking about something. This matter had something to do with Feng Poliu. That was because his words hurt his pride. I'm actually not that woman's match. Other people could bear with it, but he couldn't. If he didn't want to, then he had to think of a way to get rage points to raise his cultivation. The only thing that could give him large amounts of rage points was the Yin demons. Yin demons lived near Jiang City. When he had nothing to do, he would be more active. Su Ying's appearance in Jiang City let many merchants know that a beautiful girl came to the city. Some of them had thoughts in their hearts. Although they had many wives and concubines, they didn't mind having too many women around them. Naturally, some people would send gifts. To capture a girl's heart, one had to be willing to pay a huge price. However, regretfully, those investments couldn't be returned. Of course, there were some who directly went to find beauties. However, the outcome was tragic. They were kicked out onto the streets, such that many people didn't dare to offend them. These vulgar fellows. Su Ying wasn't in a good mood. Especially when she knew that the person who got Nine Demon was Lin Wani's son. The rage in her heart was tough to extinguish. She stood in front of the window of the inn and looked at the scenery of Jiang City. Suddenly, she saw a familiar face appear on the streets, but that familiar person instantly disappeared. It's him. Su Ying recognized who that person was. He was from Nine Bug Gang. It seemed like after she came out, someone in the gang was worried about her and was sending people to follow her. When he looked again, he found that the person had disappeared without a trace. He knew that I noticed him, so he hid? Su Ying frowned and felt that things weren't so simple. That person purposely let her notice him. What news was he trying to reveal? Chun Yu was a guy who showed that he liked her many times in Nine Bug Gang. However, she didn't like such a person. If there was anyone in Nine Bug Gang who wouldn't harm her, Chun Yu was one of them. Under normal circumstances, if Nine Bug Gang people followed someone, they definitely wouldn't let the person notice them. However, she noticed Chun Yu. That could only mean one reason. Actually, there was someone else. He purposely let her notice him to send a message to her. Su Ying left the window. Not long later, she stood in front of the window and looked at where she noticed Chun Yu. How regretful. She didn't see anyone. That night, outside the walls of Jiang City, a few people sneakily stood at the corner of the city walls. One of them was Chun Yu. I didn't expect to follow her to Jiang City. There are actually Yin demons around here. The male who spoke was a hall head of Nine Bug Gang. His face had several scars. They were like centipedes, looking really vicious and terrifying. Gang leader didn't trust Su Ying at all, so he sent them over. As expected, as the gang leader said, there was something wrong with Su Ying. They all saw how Su Ying went up the mountain. When she met the people on the mountain, they saw it too. As expected, there was something wrong with her. Chun Yu, come over. The male said. The people around kept silent and didn't show any weird expressions. Chun Yu walked in front of the male. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes opened wide. Fresh blood seeped out from his throat as he looked at him in disbelief. You, the male laughed coldly. You purposely exposed yourself to let Su Ying know that we were following you, right? But you are still too young. Don't forget that there are so many of us. How can we not notice your problem? The moment he said that, he pulled back his finger. Large amounts of fresh blood flowed out. He fell to the ground, not breathing at all. For Yin demons to not come and eat a city apart from having experts, there are other reasons. He searched. Very quickly he found the reason. In the darkness, a red light shone at the corner of the walls. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to notice it. Chapter 180. Hull Head, what are these things? The people following didn't react to Chun Yu's death. Like the one who died in front of them wasn't a human but a dog. This is a very ancient method. I don't know the specifics, but the gang leader once said that if there is a red light outside a city, we can dig up the soil and dig out the things inside. There will be a surprise. His laughter was dark and sunken. He knew what the surprise was, but he just said it to others. He dug out the dirt, and as expected there was a stone inside. He took it out. Jiang City didn't change at all. But to the Yin demons they could see the changes happening. Go, let's go. The male spoke, swiftly fleeing into the distance. That direction wasn't where the Yin demons were, nor towards the city. It wouldn't be long before a shocking scene occurred. When they saw the hall head run so quickly they were really curious. What would happen? They didn't enter the city and instead left this place. Was something dangerous going to happen? In the distance, Wolf Brigade Forest. The Yin demons retreated to the center of the forest. The small Yin demons moved like spiders, landing on the ground on all fours. One could say that they used both their hands and feet, moving really quickly. To the Yin demons it was okay even if they didn't eat or drink for years. But the taste of flesh and blood was just too delicious. If they could eat it forever and never get sick of it. Suddenly, a Yin demon landed from the giant tree. Just now he climbed onto the tree and looked at Jiang City. That was their paradise, but the light that covered it was too eye-piercing. He wasn't used to it. Suddenly the eye-piercing light disappeared. The Yin demon that landed roared, sending some sort of message to the surrounding Yin demons. Many Yin demons raised their heads, climbing the giant tree to the highest point and looking into the distance. The red gem-like eyes of the Yin demons gave off an eye-catching glow, getting brighter and brighter like they saw something that made them really excited. They raised their heads and roared, spreading the joy in their hearts. The place that they treated as food didn't have the eye-piercing light anymore. Without the light covering the city, it will be our hunting ground. Many big Yin demons woke up from their slumber. They bore with it for too long and finally received good news. Humans. A big Yin demon roared out in rage. He was tortured by humans before and his heart was twisted. King, the human city isn't protected by the blinding light. We can enter and swallow all the humans. The big Yin demon said. There was no movement from the empty stone throne. Then a black mist appeared on the stone throne, slowly forming a Yin demon on the throne. That female Yin demon appeared. Alright, eat all the humans. The female Yin demon's voice was ice cold and didn't have any emotions at all. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't let the Yin demons enter the city to eat all the humans. That was because if they ate them all, there would be nothing left to eat in the future. But now it was different. Those humans on Marshall Path Mountain did such a thing to the Yin demons, and they remembered this hatred in their hearts. In an instant, all the Yin demons moved out. They surged out of the forest and charged towards Jiang City, which wasn't covered by the light. The Yin demons were really quick. It was much faster than before, as if they were about to take revenge. They were very excited. Marshall Path Mountain. Rumble. Honglong. Zhang Tianshan was woken up. He felt the ground shake like there was an earthquake. He was a little unhappy. Who wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night? Which bastard was hammering things outside? However, when he pushed open the door he didn't see anyone. However, the rumbling became clearer and clearer. He raised his head and noticed that there were many red dots in the distance. They were densely packed like a red net. What is that? When he was woken up he was definitely annoyed. However, when Zhang Tianshan looked towards Jiang City, his expression changed. Not good, he didn't think much, running right away. He wanted to knock on Lin Fan's door. The light that blocked the Yin demons disappeared. Who did it? How could he do such a thing? This would cause many people to die. No, not to kill a lot of people, but to kill everyone in River Town? Pa pa pa. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan's door and hollered in panic. Wake up, wake up. Something huge has happened. He was shouting a lot. Zhou Zhongmao had woken up long ago. Feng Poliu was the same. Such a huge commotion made it tough for him to sleep. What are you doing? Lin Fan opened the door. Zhang Tianshan's hand landed and was grabbed by Lin Fan. Zhang Tianshan, why aren't you sleeping? What do you want to do? Zhang Tianshan panicked. Something happened. Jiang City is in trouble. Someone broke the formation we set up and Yin demons have moved out. Looking at the situation, if we don't stop them, no one in Jiang City will be able to live in a night. What? Lin Fan pushed Zhang Tianshan aside and looked at the red light. There were definitely many of them. If they all surged into Jiang City, no one would be able to survive. who was sick in the head, to break the formation for no reason. If one didn't want to live, then don't harm others. Looking at the situation, in at most 20 minutes the demons would enter. At that time, even if he wanted to stop them, he wouldn't be able to. Lin Fan frowned, his palms were sweaty. Grab my weapons, head to Jiang City. He thought about it for a moment before even blinking. He decided to head to Jiang City. You are crazy, you will die if you go. I can't let you go. Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan. He panicked because he knew what was going to happen, but he didn't expect the kid to actually want to go. Your father entrusted you to me, so I can't let you die. Even if everyone in this city died, he would complete what Lin Wani asked him to do. I took his money, so I have to protect him. Jiang City gave me protection money, so I have to protect him. I am not a person who goes back on his word. If you don't have the ability, then don't take the money. Cousin Feng Poliu, follow me. As for the rest, stay on Martial Path Mountain. Don't head out to die. I don't have the time to protect all of you. Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu was really afraid. Was that surnamed Lin guy finally going to kill them? But when he heard those words, he was shocked. What was wrong? He didn't want us to go? Or was he thinking too much? No. Zhang Tianshan stopped Lin Fan. He was really firm and didn't want Lin Fan to go. Although the protection money made him confused, now wasn't the time to think about such things. He definitely wouldn't let Lin Fan go to die. Pa! Lin Fan directly knocked Zhang Tianshan out. How annoying, Gozi, help him down. Gozi held up Zhang Tianshan and said worriedly, Young master, I will follow you. Okay, just stay on Martial Path Mountain and don't run anywhere. If I die, then go back and tell my father to wipe out the demons and 9 bug gang. Lin Fan said. To Lin Fan, this money was tough to earn. But since he took it, what else could he do? No matter whether or not it worked, he had to take it. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan. He only took 100 silver a month and had to face such a difficult matter. That was a huge loss. Actually, even if Lin Fan didn't let him go, he would still go. So many people in the city died to the demons, he couldn't take it. It was okay if he didn't know, but now that he knew, he couldn't do such a thing. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands and the 3 of them swiftly went down the mountain. They were really quick and didn't hide at all. It was a race against time. If they were late and the demons entered the city, then it would be useless. Young master. Gozi wanted to chase, but Liang Yongqi pulled him back. Don't be rash. They're not weak and they're confident. If you go, you'll just be holding them back. Listen to me, the chief disciple, and stay here. Also, hurry up and wake up the vice sect leader. Maybe he can think of a way. Liang Yongqi had never seen such a scene before. Didn't he see the red light floating in the distance? Too many, there were just too many. The ground was shaking. As the red light got closer, the tremors got stronger and stronger. It was like a huge army was attacking. At the same time, there were some shocking sounds. Just listening to these sounds was enough to make one shudder. He knew that something huge had happened. However, Lin Fan's actions made him look at him differently. He didn't stay out of this and even welcomed it. He was asking to die. Jiang City. I am a little nervous. Lin Fan's hands were covered in sweat. This was the first time he faced so many demons, and he didn't know whether or not he could hold on. Zhou Zhongmao's expression was solemn. He wasn't afraid at all. His only thought was that if he couldn't hold on, he would send cousin away. The people in the city weren't important to him. They weren't even worth a single strand of his cousin's hair. He followed cousin over because he listened to cousin. Whatever cousin wanted to do, he would unconditionally be the first to do. If there was danger, he would send cousin away before he died. Young Master Lin, if the Demon King appears, I will deal with it. At that time, I might not be able to take care of you. Feng Poliu said. He sensed that there was an extremely powerful aura among the demons that were attacking him. It was obvious that the Demon King had attacked. I don't need you to take care of me, I can do it. Don't underestimate me. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu smiled. Young Master Lin, I don't understand why you came. In such a situation, the 3 of us are still too weak. It is hard to say whether or not we can survive. Didn't I say it before? I took their money to help them. The Jiang City people gave me silver to let Martial Path Mountain protect them. Since I took the money, then I have to do it. Lin Fan said casually. Ha ha ha. Feng Poliu laughed out loud. I didn't expect that to be the reason. Young Master Lin, I really respect you. Before the Een demons arrived, Lin Fan observed the surrounding situation. Fuck your mother. Which damned bastard was the one who did all this for no reason? Now he was nowhere to be seen. What the fuck were you doing earlier? If he found out who it was, he would definitely smash his head. Chapter 181. A loud explosion spread into their ears. The ground shook. Jiang City faced its most dangerous moment since it was built. Destruction and new life were fighting. The balance of new life was tilting and destruction was about to arrive. The houses of the people in the city lit up. Many people were woken up. Was an earthquake coming? The animals were restless and uneasy. A terrified atmosphere covered the sky. Een demons are here, Een demons are here. When the guards resting on the city walls saw the movement, their faces turned ashen white. They ran out and shouted on the streets. He looked for a long while, he definitely wasn't wrong. Those floating red lights were the eyes of the Een demons. Outside the city, Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao and Feng Poliu stood in a row. Some things can't be taken back. Lin Fan pulled out his blade. The tip landed on the ground. He placed his palm on the handle and looked into the distance. His gaze became sharp. Internal chi surged out of his body. The blade was covered in a layer of purple light. It was eye-catching and eye-catching. That moment, the aura on their bodies slowly changed. A strong wind surged out from their legs and then wrapped around their bodies. Young Master Lin, don't be soft, otherwise, we will be the unlucky ones. Feng Poliu smiled. Facing numerous Een demons, he was still able to smile calmly. Not many people in the world could do that. Lin Fan and the others didn't know much about Feng Poliu. They only knew that he loved to gamble and often entered the gambling dens. In the end he would be tossed out. Now Lin Fan felt helpless. Why did he take money? If he didn't, then he could stay out of this. Throwing his life away wasn't his style. Unfortunately, there was no regret. He took the money and promised them, so he had to do it. That was honesty, that was his principle. The Een demons were really quick, like a huge army galloping. The female Een demon walked over slowly, and was protected by the Een demons in the middle. Those purple devilish eyes gave off a terrifying glow. Jiang City was already in their pocket, and the living creatures inside were their food. The Een demons that covered the land and sky gave out sharp roars. There was also a weird smell. Feng Poliu covered his nose and acted like he couldn't take it. This smell covers the entire area, I really can't take it. Even if we can't take it, we have to take it. We can only fight them to the death. There are still a few hours to daybreak, so we can only hold on. Lin Fan didn't think that the three of them could wipe out the Een demons. That was just a dream. Even if he reached martial path grade 12, it would be impossible. However, it was still possible for him to hold on. Rumble. The Een demons stopped in front of Lin Fan. The distance between the two of them was just 100 meters. Get out of my way. A big Een demon pushed the small Een demons aside. His giant body was like a small mountain as he roared, "Humans, you are hitting a rock with an egg. Later on, we will rip you apart, drink your blood, and swallow your flesh and blood. Young Master Lin, it would be good if we can delay for a while. Why not have a good chat with the Een demons?" Feng Poliu said. If they really couldn't communicate, then it wouldn't be too late. However, looking at the situation, the Een demons had things to say, so why not give them a chance to chat? Who knows, maybe the sky would turn bright as they talked. At that time, everything would be fine. That is what I was thinking. Lin Fan agreed with Feng Poliu's words. He wasn't a person who liked to fight. Especially with so many Een demons, if they really fought, it would be tiring. I have something to say. Lin Fan stepped forwards and said towards the Een demons. There is a misunderstanding between us. A while ago, a big Een demon came to Martial Path Mountain. I didn't know and did some unfriendly things to him. I want to say sorry to that big Een demon. In the future, such things won't happen, definitely not. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 111. Many rage points surged over. It was as if he had said something wrong, or perhaps he had touched their sore spot. He felt like he didn't say anything wrong and that everything was normal. Feng Poliu was expressionless, but huge waves rose up in his heart. My dear young Master Lin, couldn't we say something more reliable? Why did we have to say all that? It was so hurtful. Human. Instantly, a big Een demon flipped several small Een demons and walked out from the darkness. His red eyes gave off a cruel glow. He would never forget what happened during that period of time. What happened during that period of time caused huge damage to his heart. Lin Fan looked at the familiar big Een demon and smiled. So you are here too. I am so sorry that your body and soul suffered heavy injuries. Looking at you, you should have recovered. If there is a chance, Martial Path Mountain welcomes you. You are really mysterious to me and I want to understand you more. Of course, if you can let your king, that female Een demon, come to Martial Path Mountain to let me check her body, I think it will deepen the relationship between humans and Een demons. His words were loud and many of the Een demons heard it clearly. What did he say? What was this human saying? Was he insulting their king? Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 88. The numbers fluctuated greatly. The current situation was really rare. He had to fight and there was no room for retreat. Since that was the case, then what was the point of saying nice things? Provoking them was the best choice. The increase in rage points was the only way for him to become stronger. If he could make the Een demons leave just by saying nice things, he could give up on this chance. But if saying nice things to the Een demons was useful, then not so many people would have died. The Een demons wouldn't have been suppressed by the experts at the borders. Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. Big brother, I told you to communicate with the Een demons to get closer to each other so that both sides wouldn't be rash. But you said all that to the Een demons and even teased their king. Were you going to fight to the death? 100 silver was a huge loss. Of course. He knew that no matter what he said, the outcome would be the same. Een demons wouldn't let him off just because he said nice things. Instead, they would enjoy the delicacy in front of them. The Een demon's roars became more and more chaotic. The big Een demon who was being tortured roared out, "Eat them for me." He roared out crazily and was already in a frenzied state. Kong! The Een demons roared out, venting the rage in their hearts. Remember, don't split up. Cousin, don't be rash. Lin Fan held the blade tightly. The highest internal and external cultivation strength exploded out. He couldn't hide it and had to use all his strength. Understood, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao replied. Thick internal qi wrapped around his body. He wanted to step on all these Een demons to death. Those who disturbed his cousin's sleep all deserved to die. Attack! Lin Fan held his blade and hollered. Lightning blade 4 strokes exploded out. In a short moment it formed a blade glow net, covering a bunch of small Een demons and slicing them into pieces. Amazing! Feng Poliu was shocked. He didn't expect young Master Lin's cultivation to be so strong. Lin Fan didn't hold back at all. Each blade was filled with his full strength. To other people, such a blade would consume internal strength quickly. But to Lin Fan it was fine. His stamina and internal strength were filled. And he felt like he didn't consume any energy at all. The three of them didn't split up. They were wary of the situation in the 3 directions. Feng Poliu was wary of whether or not the Een Demon King would mix in with the Een demons. If she appeared, he would fight her one-on-one. After all, he was the only one who could restrict her. Time passed really quickly. The attacks of the Een demons were really dense and didn't give them any space to slow down. You fellows are just too annoying. Lin Fan hollered. Internal chi rumbled out. The blade glow in his hand became thicker and thicker. He slashed out. A crescent blade light slid on the ground, tearing a hole in the ground. Honglong! The blade light sliced open the Een demons. The special element caused huge damage to them. Big Dipper Silence Palm. Zhou Zhongmao's body gave off a black mist. This was the aura that exploded out when he activated Demon Enforcing Heart Scripture to the highest level. The battle was exceptionally intense. Een demon corpses piled up on the ground, increasing in number. However, their attacks didn't slow down. Even if many small Een demons were killed, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they became fiercer and fiercer. Young Master Lin, don't use so much strength. The Een demons are using them to waste our stamina. Feng Poliu noticed the problem. His eyes locked onto the Een Demon King. Her purple eyes were just too eye-catching. She looked at the small demons die one after another. She didn't react at all. It was obvious that she expected such a situation. Her goal was obvious. She wanted to use the small demons to drag them to death. Zhou Zhongmao panted, his forehead was covered in sweat. Even if his internal strength was thick and his combat strength was unparalleled, he was still human. As long as he was human, there would be a time when he would run out of energy. The demons didn't give them a chance to catch their breaths. Wave after wave. The moment they slapped out, another wave of demons would head up. This was why even a martial path grade 12 expert would have a 90% chance of dying if he entered the demon territory at night. The chances of him surviving were just too slim. Lin Fan noticed that Cousin's body was injured by the demon's claws. Fresh blood flowed from his wounds, and his skin was a little black. Were the demon's claws poisonous? Cousin, stand behind me, I will protect you. Lin Fan felt heart-pained. These damn fellows, as long as they survived tonight, they would trample the demon base. He didn't want to use cheats to bully them, but they were too much. Did they really think that he was easy to offend? He wanted to let everyone know that as long as one was named Lin Fan, no one was easy to offend. It is okay, cousin, I am okay, Zhou Zhongmao said. That moment, the demon's strategy changed. The small demons retreated. Human, there is only one outcome for blocking us demons, which is death. The big demons appeared. His 3-meter-tall body gave off a strong sense of oppression. The 3-meter-tall big demon wasn't their limit. There were even stronger demons following closely behind. This was the top combat strength of the demons. Using the small demons to waste the stamina of the three of them, then what followed next would be the true terror. Chapter 182. You all are a little dirty and despicable. Lin Fan always thought that demons were dumb, but now it seemed like it wasn't the case. Demons were really smart. They knew that the three of them were strong enough to use the small demons to waste their stamina. What a waste. Since the start of the battle, each blade was filled with strength, and he wasn't tired at all. However, Cousin and Feng Poliu were affected. Cousin was the one who was affected the most. Facing the flood-like demons, his stamina and internal strength were consumed quickly. Without any time to recover, the continuous consumption was something that no one could handle. Human, shut your mouth. Later I will stuff my fist in your mouth, pull out your tongue, smash your teeth, crush your eyeballs and torture you. The big demon hollered in rage. Amazing, I didn't expect you all to be so playful. Later I will capture your demon king. Rip her clothes and use a whip to whip her. If you want to see, you can register with me. Lin Fan replied. Since things had reached such a stage, naturally there was no way back. He could only fight the demons head-on. Feng Poliu sighed. Could you not say such shameful words? Why did he have to anger the demons? That wasn't good for anyone at all. Lin Fan's words naturally tempted many demons. But very quickly they came to their senses. This human was insulting their king. Zhou Zhongmao used this time to recover the internal strength that he consumed. Young Master Lin, I will fight the demon king. I will leave this place to you, Feng Poliu said softly. He was afraid that if this continued, the demons would drag them to death. If they killed the demon king, maybe they would have a chance to live. Lin Fan nodded his head. He also wanted to kill the demon king, but looking at the situation, she wasn't someone he could handle, so he could only leave it to Feng Poliu. However, the pressure that he had to face would slowly increase. Suddenly, a big demon appeared in front of Lin Fan. His expression was vicious as he waved his arms and slashed towards Lin Fan. I will split you into two and let your flesh and blood scatter on the ground. The big demons were really strong. They were all above martial path grade 7. Poochie! A blade light flashed. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. The big demon stood on the spot, maintaining the posture of raising his arms. With a poochie sound, the corpse split apart. You're still too weak. You're just seeking your own death by yourself. Lin Fan retracted his blade. He didn't feel excited because he killed a big demon. This was just one of the demons. There were many more who stared at him aggressively. The evil demon men roared angrily. Boom! Large amounts of big demons attacked and pounced towards Lin Fan. The The boiling black mist had already condensed into a physical form, like many tentacles. One had to pay attention to it. Be careful, I'll go kill the Demon King. Feng Poliu's body instantly turned into many bugs, passing the demons and heading towards the Demon King. The female demon used her purple eyes to observe the situation. So, you are from Insect Valley. The female demon smiled and looked at the person who appeared in front of her. Those bugs were so annoying and she didn't like them. Even if Insect Valley was strong, she didn't fear them. Feng Poliu appeared and looked around warily. Since you know where I came from, then why don't we just forget it? When he said those words, the surrounding temperature dropped. The ground was covered in a layer of frost. Forget it? Why don't you move aside and open the gates for us demons to enter? How about that? The female demon laughed coldly. Then there is nothing to talk about, Feng Poliu said. He knew that demons couldn't be offended, but it seemed like it wasn't. Demons wouldn't give him face. Without waiting for the Demon King to attack, Feng Poliu raged and struck towards her. One needed special attributes to deal with demons. But to Feng Poliu, all of that wasn't a problem. He couldn't take care of Lin Fan's situation. He could only tell them to take care and not die. Lin Fan noticed that these big demons had a huge problem with him. They stared at him. That was good, it would reduce some pressure on Cousin. However, Cousin didn't need it at all. He pounced forwards to fight the big demon to the death. Hunglong! A big demon's fist was wrapped in black mist and smashed into the ground, forming a giant hole. Lin Fan turned to the side and wanted to slice it into half. However, the moment he moved, another demon attacked from the side, not giving him a chance at all. You are a bully. Refresh. Lightning blade 4 strokes, adding them all to Big Dipper Silence Palm. He stabbed the blade into the ground. His palms pressed down and he hollered. His palms shook like an illusion, lightning wrapped around them. Internal strength surged crazily from within his body. He felt that his internal strength didn't decrease at all, it was always so full. To Cousin, this was a really normal palm technique. Lin Fan even dissed that Cousin knew how to act cool. But now, when he displayed it, it was even stronger than his cousin's. Thigh-thick lightning wrapped around his body. This consumed internal strength. If normal people didn't have thick internal strength, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He waved his palms, lightning was like a dragon piercing forwards. Many demons didn't even cry out before they turned to dust. A long while later, Lin Fan saw Cousin panting heavily. There were many injuries on his body, all from the attacks of the demons. Scram! He saw a big demon appear behind Cousin and was shocked. He instantly moved and appeared beside Cousin, smacking his body with a palm. Lightning surged in and exploded his body. Cousin, don't force yourself. Go to the city gate, leave the rest to me. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Even if there were piles of demon corpses around him, even 30 of them, he didn't fall. I can still do it. Lin Fan opened his fingers and used internal strength to pull. The blade that was stabbed into the ground flew over with a buzz. He then retreated and placed Cousin within the city gates. Be good, don't move, leave the rest to me. He couldn't let Cousin fight the demons. Cousin was already at his limit. His internal strength and stamina were about to dry up. In this battle, Cousin had already exploded out with shocking strength. Out of the big demons that Cousin killed, there were a few martial path grade 10 cultivators. Facing so many of them, it wasn't easy for him to last until now. You really can't kill them all. Lin Fan really respected the demons, they were just endless. He knew that with the small support system, stamina and internal strength were endless and couldn't be used up at all. Looking at the demon army that didn't seem to be decreasing, Lin Fan held his blade. The blade tip landed on the ground and he slowly walked forwards. The goal of life isn't to exist, but to burn. To me it is to enjoy. My cousin is really honest, to him. The existence of life is to protect me. Now I swear that in my life I will wipe out all demons, not leaving a single one alive. The moment he said that, a shocking blade intent exploded out. The blade in Lin Fan's hand gave off an eye-catching glow. He was accumulating internal strength to use his strongest blade. Suddenly, demons attacked. At this moment, to slash out or to take it head-on and accumulate was all in Lin Fan's hands. He didn't think about it. He had already thought about it, which was to take it head-on. Maybe it would be painful, but he definitely couldn't cry out, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Damn human, I will smash you into meat paste. The big demon's fist was covered in a thick black mist. There was a sonic boom. If one was hit by this fist, a few bones would break. Poochie! Just at that moment, when Lin Fan thought that he was about to be hit, he noticed that the big demon's arm broke, like something flashed across. Slash! The blade in his hand was accumulated to the extreme as he slashed forwards. The crescent-shaped blade energy boiled, along with the lightning element. It sizzled like the air was numb. Instantly, the blade energy covered the demons. A moat was left on the ground. Amongst the demons there was a gap. Many demons were shocked. They didn't expect such a situation to occur. However, it disappeared in a blink of an eye. The number of demons was too shocking, and very quickly they made up for the missing demons. It is you. Lin Fan looked at the person not far away. Su Ying stood on the city wall. Her extremely beautiful face was really calm. There was no expression at all. However, Su Ying's sleeves were torn like there was an intense battle before this. You really have balls, you even dare to block the demon army. Su Ying opened her mouth. Her voice was really nice, just that it was a little cold. Hiki. Lin Fan smiled. You really have balls. You know that there are demons and you still dare to come. Pung. Just as the two of them spoke, a person flew over from afar and smashed onto the city wall. The city wall cracked and a small hole appeared. Can the two of you stop talking? There are too many demons, I can't hold on. Feng Poliu's mouth bled as he grumbled towards Lin Fan and Su Ying. The demons were too cunning. He fought with the Demon King, but the other big demons would sneak attack. He really couldn't take it and nearly died within. Luckily, the Demon King was annoyed with him and smacked him out. Young Master Lin, I can't take it anymore. Feng Poliu said. That was the truth, he really couldn't take it anymore. It was already a miracle that he was able to fight with the demons until now. As for relying on the few of them to chase the demons away, even if they were dreaming, they wouldn't dare to do it. Even if we can't, we have to. If we don't last till the end, who knows whether or not we can. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao coughed. The wounds on his body still had demon poison left. But it wasn't much of a problem. Cousin, leave this to me. Cousin, don't force yourself, I can see whether or not you can. Just rest there. Lin Fan said. The situation now. It was a little complicated. Actually, he knew that he couldn't take it anymore. He was still too weak. A true expert would step out and his aura exploded, directly crushing all the demons in front of him. That was a true expert. However, he felt that he was still a little far away. What happened now shouldn't be something that someone of his age should be able to take. Chapter 183. What should we do now? Feng Poliu asked. The demons didn't attack as they knew that they were at the end of their rope, and there was no need to force them. Listen to the sounds in the city. Do you hear anything? Lin Fan asked. The city was really noisy. The demons caused too much commotion, and the commoners were woken up. However, no one dared to open the city gates, afraid that they would see the most terrifying scenes. Feng Poliu nodded his head. There were heart-wrenching cries, terror, helplessness. When danger arrived, the commoners' hearts would collapse. So, since we are already here, if we want to retreat, then everything before would be for nothing. As long as we hold on until dawn, everything will be fine. Lin Fan said. His confident expression was, in fact, an act. He panicked deep down. Was he really going to die? He was still young and had many things he hadn't done. If he died here, it would be a huge loss. Dawn, to Feng Poliu, this was such a long time. At the same time, he didn't expect the Demon King to be so strong. If not for the other big demons sneak attacking, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Little Miss Su, do you want to leave, or do you want to stay here and hold on with us until dawn? Feng Poliu asked. If Su Ying stayed, there might be a bit of hope. After all, one more expert meant one more hope. Su Ying's expression was calm. It was impossible for her to leave. She knew that 9 Bug Gang did all this. When she killed those people, she found out from their mouths. Sick and evil. Those fellows were just too sick and evil. They didn't do that to deal with the Jiang City commoners but to deal with her. Some things started because of her, so she couldn't back out. Some things have already happened and there is no way out. Even if I leave now, I won't be able to, Suing said. Her words indirectly expressed her stance, which was to stay with them to fight against the Yin demons. Good Su family, little miss is a hero, I respect you. Feng Poliu praised. A true family disciple, naturally there would be geniuses. To him, Suing was the genius of Su family. Not only was she strong, but she was also responsible. Cousin, uncle gave me a life-saving talisman before we left. Unknowingly, Zhou Zhongmao had appeared behind Lin Fan. Cousin, rest well. Leave everything to me, Lin Fan said. Then he was shocked. What did you just say? My father gave you a life-saving talisman. Hurry up and take it out. Zhou Zhongmao took in a deep breath and looked at the flood of Yin demons, shouting, Yin Demon King, I have something to say, please come out. His voice reverberated and spread amongst the Yin demons. The Yin demons exchanged glances with one another like they had received some sort of order and retreated to the sides. The female Yin Demon King stood there. Her purple devilish eyes gave off a teasing expression. These humans were strong, but in front of the Yin demons there were too few of them. Now the other party had something to say. He could listen to what they had to say. This is my cousin Lin Fan. My uncle is Lin Wani. My uncle said that as long as you let him go, he will help you do one thing, no matter what it is. Zhou Zhongmao hollered. He had no choice. At such a time, even if he would make his cousin lose face, he had to say it. If not, if something happened, then he would regret it. Lin Fan wanted to hear what cousin said about the life-saving talisman. But when he heard these words, he was stunned. Oh my God. Cousin, don't tell me that this was the life-saving talisman that you were talking about. The female Yin demon was stunned. Her pupils constricted. Lin Wani, that was an unforgettable name. A terrifying human expert. If anyone could let such a terrifying expert do something for them, it would be a huge benefit. But, eat them. The female Yin demon hollered in rage. She didn't hesitate at all. The Yin demons roared and pounced towards Lin Fan and the others. Cousin, why do I feel like they are even angrier after you said that? You should head over and rest, leave this to us, Lin Fan said. The female Yin demon was furious. Lin Wani, that despicable human expert, tearing the contract and personally heading to the Yin demon territory to suppress them. Even she was injured by that damn human. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? Uncle told him that this was the best life-saving talisman. Who knew how many people in the world needed his promise? As long as someone knew that his cousin was his son, they would give him face. Zhou Zhongmao trusted his uncle's words. But now he couldn't help but suspect whether or not he said something wrong, or if he missed out on some important information. Suing covered her lips and smiled. Lin Wani was really arrogant, actually so confident in himself. He was slapped in the face. She wanted to see Lin Wani lose face. She wanted to take revenge for her aunt. But now, the Yin demon surged over, and they could only fight to the end. Honglong, Lin Fan, Suing, and Feng Polia's internal strength shook the surrounding air. Big Dipper Silence Palm exploded out, giving off a bright glow. The blade in his hand broke long ago, and couldn't take the internal strength that was injected in. Damn! Too weak. He was still too weak. Lin Fan felt that sometimes it wasn't that danger came to find him, but that he would find danger himself. Some things were just too magical. If they didn't happen, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Like now, if he was just imagining things, would he step out when he faced such a situation? He definitely wouldn't unless he was sick in the head. But when it really happened, he understood that he was sick in the head. After a long while, Lin Fan's body was covered in injuries. One could see the white bones in some places. Pain filled his brain such that he nearly exploded. It was really painful, so painful that he was about to shout out, "Cousin!" Zhou Zhongmao's eyes were filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and gave out a beast-like roar. Ah! Instantly, a ferocious aura swept across the entire area, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. Cousin! Lin Fan turned his head and was actually a little worried. At this moment, Zhou Zhongmao's body was covered in thick black internal energy. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. His clothes were torn and his body was covered in injuries. There were old and new injuries. Feng Poliu's eyes opened wide and muttered, "What did this kid go through in the past?" It was impossible to find a piece of good skin on his body. That damning demon. Zhou Zhongmao hollered. A power connected all the acupoints and meridians in his body. A ferocious black giant ape floated behind him. It roared out, roaring towards the sky. Honglong. That moment, a strong aura spread out with Cousin at the center. Cousin's knees bent with a pong, the ground cracked. He turned into a black light and jumped into the air. He landed quickly, raising his hands and smashing them onto the ground. Pong. The ground shook. Cousin landed in the center of the demons. The strong impact caused many of them to fly away. "You trash, you deserve to die." Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage. He opened his fingers and grabbed a big demon, directly ripping it apart. Too fierce, just too fierce. Even the demons were stunned by Zhou Zhongmao. That's not right. Although his meridians were opened up, he shouldn't be able to use such strength. Feng Poliu looked at the scenes in front of him in shock. He couldn't understand it at all. How did Lin Wani develop him? Damn, what are you looking at? Help, my cousin can't take it anymore. How could Lin Fan let cousin take the risk? Didn't he see that his cousin's body was bleeding? Was that the repercussions of being too violent? Hayes' despair. Feng Poliu had a feeling like he was going to die here tonight. He was a little tired and felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Cousin was really violent now, smacking the demons with one palm. However, there were just too many of them. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain and scattered all over the ground. A tough battle exploded. Suing and Feng Poliu were slowly injured. They were humans and not gods. Their bodies would get tired and their internal strength would dry up. Even when surrounded by so many demons, it was tough for them to fight back. Lin Fan frowned. The situation was getting worse and worse. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. "Young Master Lin, why not you leave and leave this to me? I have no other skills, but I am not afraid of dying." Feng Poliu saw that the situation wasn't good and decided to let Lin Fan leave. There was no need to fight to the death. "Kiki, what a joke. Even if you aren't afraid of dying, do you think I am? Did you see me sweat? I didn't even use any strength. Moreover, it doesn't matter. If I die, the demons will die along with me." Lin Fan said. He wouldn't run out of energy and his internal strength wouldn't dry up. Su Ying's expression didn't change. Even if several wounds appeared on her body, she didn't frown. "Little Miss Su, if such a beauty like you dies, it would be such a waste. This has nothing to do with you, why not flee for your life?" Lin Fan said. Su Ying glanced at Lin Fan. "Shut up. I am not afraid. Then let's fight to the end." Lin Fan smiled and then looked at the demons. "I will send you all to the heavens." The moment he said that, Lin Fan's palms smacked the ground. Numerous lightning crackled and surged out like snakes. Feng Poliu looked on with a weird expression. What was going on with this kid? His internal strength was so thick, would it not dry up? However, he didn't think so much now. It was good that his internal strength hadn't dried up. He could continue to fight, but damn, the Demon King was going to attack. He was finished. Feng Poliu wanted to encourage himself, but he saw the Demon King disappear from the spot. In a blink of an eye, she was dozens of steps away from them. "Be careful, the Demon King is attacking, don't be careless." Instantly, the female demon appeared in front of Lin Fan and grabbed. Peng! Zhou Zhongmao instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan and took the Demon King's palm head-on. His chest caved in and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Stay away from my cousin." Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage and punched him. Honglong! Fist and palm clashed, causing an intense shockwave. "If you want to hurt my cousin, then you have to step over my body." Zhou Zhongmao's swollen body stood in front of Lin Fan like a god protecting him. He would rather die than retreat. Chapter 184. Damn! Lin Fan saw cousin spit out blood, and rage exploded in his heart. Wrong. He was really wrong. Salted fish weren't like that. He felt that he was wrong from the start. Peaceful days were something that experts had the right to enjoy when they were tired. He didn't have the ability to do so now. When he faced danger, cousin helped him. But what if cousin couldn't handle it? Father will carry it. What if father couldn't handle it? At this furious moment he realized that he understood everything. Seeing cousin block the demon king for him, he found it hard to calm down. Although he had changed recently and was slowly raising his cultivation, he was still too lazy and had no motivation at all. Cousin, are you okay? Lin Fan asked. His chest was smacked by the demon king. It was a bloody mess. There was even a black mist wrapped around it. Zhou Zhongmao's body shook. It was obvious that he was heavily injured, but he bore with it. He slowly turned his head, and his vicious expression disappeared. He smiled. Cousin, I am fine. With me here, don't worry. After saying that, he turned his head and opened his mouth. He panted, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stared forwards with determination. He wouldn't let cousin see that he couldn't handle it. Today, all of you will die here. The female demon said coldly. These humans weren't worth mentioning in front of the demon army. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. She wanted to see how long these humans could last for. Feng Poliu said, Demon King, you are destroying your own future. His father is Lin Wani, and she is the Su family Missy. Do you think that if you kill them, your demons can still exist? I think you should stop and we can act like this never happened. Ha ha ha, you are threatening me? Demon King laughed. Human, do you think that threats will work? We demons don't fear anyone. The moment she said that, Demon King waved her hands. Kill. The demons couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to swallow all these humans. Not long later, Suing couldn't take it anymore. A few big demons took the chance to attack and were about to kill Suing. Lin Fan hollered. Big Dipper silence palm exploded out. Lightning wrapped around it and directly killed the big demon. He grabbed Su Ying's shirt and tossed her to Feng Poliu. He grabbed his cousin who was on the verge of collapse and shouted, retreat to the city gate. Now only he and Feng Poliu had the strength to fight the demons. City gate. Take care of them, I will handle the rest. Lin Fan said. You can? Feng Poliu panted. He was really tired. He never thought that one day he would fight the demon army head-on. How much courage did he have to have such thoughts? He felt that he was awesome enough. Normal people weren't to him. Lin Fan said, who knows? Feng Poliu looked at Lin Fan and sighed. If you die here, it would be such a waste. He cherished talents and felt that Lin Fan was not ordinary. It is indeed a pity. After all, he is a talent. However, there are many talents who die before they grow up. But if you want me to die, it won't be that easy. At the very least, you will have to pay a painful price. With the current situation, there was no way to avoid it. If he made things too tense, the atmosphere would be stifling. He might as well look on the bright side. Lin Fan walked to the front and looked at the Demon King. You black and ugly old hag, remember this. If I, Lin Fan, don't die today, I will definitely trample the demon race in the future. Haha, what a joke. Do you think you can do that? Let's talk after tonight. Kill them. The Demon King said coldly. He didn't put Lin Fan in his eyes at all. Perhaps to the Demon King, killing these humans was a piece of cake. The demon army struck. Lin Fan didn't retreat and just stared right at the demon army. He hoped that the bug controlling technique would give him a shocking effect. Refresh your stats. Bug controlling technique returning to true. Circles of gray ripples spread out from Lin Fan's body. Feng Poliu was shocked. This internal strength was. He looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. As expected, this kid cultivated the bug controlling technique. Moreover, the internal strength fluctuations seemed to be even higher than his. Kid, how far have you cultivated the bug controlling technique? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan said calmly, the highest realm. Feng Poliu was speechless. What did he say? The highest realm? Are you kidding me? The ground shook. Dirt rolled and many bugs crawled out from the depths of the ground. Under the buff of the gray internal strength, these bugs underwent shocking changes. Internal strength boiled. To normal people, it was tough to control too many bugs with their current martial path. They were also unable to use special internal strength to cause the bugs to change. But to Lin Fan, he didn't feel any consumption of internal strength. At this moment, more and more bugs surged out, and the ground was covered in them. Bug wall. Lin Fan hollered. Internal strength invisible to the naked eye turned into threads and guided each bug. The bugs moved and stacked together, slowly forming a bug wall. The bug wall was pitch black, 10 meters tall. The bugs that stacked together had shocking destructive strength. It totally separated the demons. Swallow. Lin Fan pressed down with his palms, and the bug wall collapsed, covering the demons in front of him. Instantly there were roars. The bugs covered the demons and bit at them. It is useless. Although the bug controlling technique is strong, it is useless against demons. Feng Poliu reminded. One could only use special element techniques to deal with demons, otherwise there was no other way. The female demon laughed coldly and gave out an ear-piercing sound. Pung! Pung! The bugs exploded, unable to withstand the terrifying internal strength of the demon king's voice. Insect Valley's bug controlling technique is strong, but it is useless against us demons. Everything in the world counters one another, and even the strongest cultivation technique is useless, ha ha ha. The demon king laughed out loud. As expected, it still couldn't work. Lin Fan didn't give up. Since that was the case, then he would take it head-on and see how long he could last. Gulyalu. Just at that moment, there was the sound of a small cart pushing. Then there was the sound of explosions, followed by the screams of the demons. Kid, I am here. Zhang Tianshan held a bamboo tube in his hand, crushing it and tossing it into the demons. The eye-piercing light that exploded forced the demons back, and they didn't dare to get close at all. Gozi Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu pushed the cart and followed behind. The small cart was filled with bamboo tubes. Yuan Tianchu was helpless. It was safe on Martial Path Mountain and there was no danger, but he was forced to follow. He felt that things weren't right, like someone wanted to harm him. But he had no choice. He could only follow. Young master, we are here to save you. Gozi hollered. He was really anxious and afraid that something would happen to young master. When Zhang Tianshan took out his stock and was about to head down to save him, he followed without thinking. He knew that the demons were terrifying and he was afraid. But there was a power supporting him such that he wasn't afraid of them. Very quickly, under Zhang Tianshan's lead, a path was opened up. Why did you all come? Lin Fan asked. To tell them not to come, wasn't that just asking to die? Kid, how could I not come? Your father entrusted you to me, and if I let anything happen to you, he would beat me to death. Quickly return to Martial Path Mountain, I will take care of this. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Wani was one of his few friends, and he was a friend who treated him sincerely. In Zhang Tianshan's words, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, even if he had to sacrifice his life. Now that his friend entrusted his son to him, if he couldn't even do such a small thing, then what was the point? Lin Fan said, what can you do? You can't. I can. Zhang Tianshan said. I said that you can't. I can. Lin Fan didn't argue with Zhang Tianshan. What was the point of them coming, using these things to last till morning? Dream on. It wasn't enough at all. Demons, I advise you to open up this place, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Tianshan didn't fear the demon king at all. He hollered and directly tossed the bamboo tube in his hand. An eye-catching light exploded out. The little demon was injured and retreated. Even the big demon felt really uncomfortable. Attack! The demon king didn't say any nonsense and directly told the demons to head up. Impolite? I want to see how much you can toss. Zhang Tianshan exploded, instructing Liang Yongqi to toss the bamboo tubes out. He then pulled Lin Fan. Kid, listen to me. Bring them back to Martial Path Mountain. The things here are enough to support you back. I will stay here. I have confidence in defending Jiang City. Those words were just bragging. Zhang Tianshan just wanted to bluff Lin Fan back. Nonsense, if you had the ability, would Martial Path Mountain have gone bankrupt? I won't leave. Lin Fan said. Suing was recovering stamina and internal strength. Those damn fellows actually caused such a huge problem. Zhang Tianshan's head hurt. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you just let me do one thing in my life? This isn't the first time I have been stubborn. Stop talking nonsense, don't toss anything. Once the demons get close, then toss. Lin Fan said. He then looked towards the demons. Come, scum, if you want to break open this gate, let's see whether or not you have the ability. Lin Fan hollered. Instantly, the demon king attacked right away. striking towards Lin Fan. She was really quick and wanted to kill him in one move. Just as the Demon King got close, Zhang Tianshan picked up the bamboo tube and tossed it over. Pa! The bamboo tube exploded and a bright light shot out, shocking the Demon King so much that she felt really uncomfortable. Lin Fan took the chance and instantly attacked. Lightning wrapped around his hand and surged towards the Demon King. The Demon King was really strong, and even if she was disturbed, she would counterattack. Pung! Lin Fan retreated, his palm shook. His strongest move, which was a dual cultivator, was actually unable to shake the Demon King. Her strength was a little terrifying. Charge! The Demon King didn't take the risk and continued to let the demons surge forwards. Lin Fan didn't know how long he could last. Bring my cousin back to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan and said. Zhang Tianshan decisively rejected. Impossible, if we leave together. Forget it, let's fight head-on, at most we will die together. Lin Fan wouldn't leave. Suddenly, the demons that were prepared to attack stopped and looked into the distance. Lin Fan was shocked and looked out curiously. He didn't see anything weird. However, the situation wasn't like that for the demons. In the distance, there was a blazing sun that covered half of the sky. The Demon King was shocked, turning around and running into the distance. The other demons were frightened and turned around to leave. Leave half, the rest scram back to you City East Forest, otherwise you will all be wiped out. A voice spread out from the distance. His tone was irresistible and filled with majesty. Shortly after, a sword light that sliced apart half the sky swept over. The demons that were covered didn't even cry out before turning to dust. They were unable to struggle at all. The Demon King turned around and took a look. The sword light brushed past her arm and sliced it off. Lin Fan was stunned and said in disbelief, "Is this still Martial Path, Grandfather?" Suing felt that the voice was really familiar and was shocked. Why was Grandfather here? Very quickly, an old man walked out from the darkness with a smile on his face. No one knew how that sword light slashed out, but it was really strong. It wasn't Martial Path anymore. Grandson, not bad. I can see that you have a bit of elegance. Lin Fan was speechless. Even if he was an expert, he couldn't humiliate him like that, right? Chapter 185. That sword was too eye-catching. It blinded everyone's eyes. Old Ancestor Su, Feng Poliu, was shocked. He didn't expect to see such a godlike person from Su family. He was much more reserved. When Old Ancestor Su walked over, he took a few steps back and opened up a path. This was respect towards Old Ancestor Su. Such an expert was famous for a long time, his strength was indiscernible. He had heard about him when he was in Insect Valley. He was from the same generation as his master. Even his master had once said that his master was slightly inferior to him. Granddaughter, why don't you speak when you see grandfather? Old Ancestor Su looked at Suing and asked. Suing lowered her head. Suing greets grandfather. This time, because of her grandfather's appearance, she was out of danger. And you have suffered a lot. If you can't take it, then go home. Girls in the outside world will always suffer. Old Ancestor Su said. He had heard about what his granddaughter faced outside. Nine Bug Gang wasn't a good place. Although it was under Insect Valley had closed itself during these few years. Nine Bug Gang slowly broke free from Insect Valley's control and ruled over Fuzhou. Suing didn't reply. It was obvious that she didn't want to return. After Lin Fan knew that this was Old Ancestor Su, he wasn't interested. That seventh little miss was beaten up by his cousin, so it was better to be low profile. Thinking about his cousin, he immediately came to his cousin's side. He looked at his injuries and felt heart-pained. He quickly checked on the situation. Kid, I saved your lives and you don't even thank me? Old Ancestor Su asked. This kid didn't have any knowledge. However, his cultivation was not bad. Lin Wani actually said that his son was trash. What was he thinking? Did people have such high standards now? Even when they were young, they didn't have such ability. Thank you. Lin Fan replied. Old Ancestor Su shook his head. That reply was a little shallow. You are the same as your father. Old Ancestor Su said. Forget it, all of you are skilled. I have never seen anyone with weak cultivation who dares to fight demons at night. All of you are bold. Zhang Tianshan heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, he knew who the person in front of him was, but they didn't know who he was. After all, Lin Wani was the most famous. On the other hand, he was just a bystander and did not have much of a presence. Now that the demons left, everything was safe. The demons suffered heavy losses. Half of them were slain by one sword. Anyone would feel heart pain for a long time. Maybe it would make the demons feel fear. It's all right. Lin Fan helped his cousin up. Cousin, let's go, I will bring you back to heal up. Since he had accepted money from the people of Jiang City, he had to do it for them. Although his actions this time were impulsive, he didn't regret it. He was a young man after all. If he wasn't impulsive, how could he be called a young man? Especially young people who were trustworthy. He would not frown even if he had to go through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Steady? This does not exist. In fact, Yuan Tianchu's heart was almost paralyzed with fear. Danger, it was really too dangerous. He thought that he was going to die here tonight, but he didn't expect that there would be a way out. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really great. His mind was in a mess. He believed that this must be a conspiracy. It was definitely a conspiracy. But he couldn't figure out what this Lin fellow was trying to do. It was too profound. Even with his powerful analytical ability, he still couldn't figure it out. It was truly terrifying. The people in the city heard that there was no movement outside. Their hearts trembled. It couldn't be that he was finished, right? They didn't dare to open the city gates. That was because opening the city gates would allow those terrifying things to enter. However, the current situation was equivalent to a form of torture for them. It was truly too painful. If this went on, they would be forced to go crazy. Some bold people climbed onto the walls, sneaking their heads out in terror. They prayed in their hearts as they looked outside. When he saw the scenes outside, joy appeared on his face. He quickly came down and shouted, "Safe, we are safe, the demons have left." He ran and told the people about the situation outside. All of them cheered. That feeling of surviving a calamity was just too great. Huang Boran stayed in the manor feeling uneasy. He quietly waited for the final outcome. The demons attacked the city, and with his Huang family's ability, they couldn't block them at all. They could only wait for death and not do anything at all. "Young master, we are safe." The demons were chased away by Martial Path Mountain. A servant ran over to report the good news. Who? Huang Boran heaved a sigh of relief. This feeling of surviving a calamity, if one didn't personally experience it, one wouldn't be able to imagine it. As expected, Martial Path Mountain has potential. The investment was worth it. Seems like I need to invest more. Huang Boran thought about it and slowly had an idea. Martial Path Mountain. Cousin was healing up. His injuries were more serious, and his body was covered in wounds. The demon's poison was stuck to his flesh and couldn't be cut off. Old ancestor Su gave them a few pills for them to consume. He said that it could quickly remove the demon's poison. Then he had to thank him. Lin Fan was also injured, but it wasn't a big problem. They were all small injuries. His physique reached Martial Path Grade 11, which was a huge help to his recovery. After this matter, Lin Fan understood that he couldn't just do nothing. He had to become stronger. The feeling of helplessness when danger arrived, it made him feel really annoyed. Become stronger, he really had to take the initiative to become stronger. If Lin Wani knew what Lin Fan was thinking, he would be delighted. This kid really knew how tough it was to survive outside without strength. The sky was bright. Martial Path Mountain regained its calm. Just at that moment, the entrance of Martial Path Mountain was a little noisy. The Jiang City commoners surged over. They didn't come to find trouble with Martial Path Mountain, but to give things to Martial Path Mountain. The commoners carried small baskets with fruits, vegetables, eggs, etc. Some of the rich businessmen were also scared out of their wits last night. They were nearly frightened to death at home. The demons attacked, and if they weren't stopped, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Something huge would have happened. But Martial Path Mountain bravely stepped out to help Jiang City defend against the demons. So they came to give gifts. Plaques and whatnot, those were all secondary. Some of them even sent taels of silver to him. Zhang Tianshan received the commoners. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower, so bright and beautiful. Who knew that Marshall Path Mountain would have such a day? This was something he didn't expect even in his dreams. Although it was dangerous, the rewards were huge. Very quickly, there were many things piled up on Marshall Path Mountain, and the commoners left. To the commoners, they suddenly noticed that it was good to have Marshall Path Mountain by their side, and they felt safe. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Suing asked. His grandfather was the pillar of the Sioux family, and also the strongest person in the Sioux family. If the Sioux family didn't have his grandfather to guard it, then the Sioux family's position in Zwa City would suffer a heavy blow. "I made a trip to U City and met this kid's old man, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect that you would clash with the Een demons at night. If I didn't arrive in time, you would have ended up badly." Old Ancestor Sioux said. What he said was the truth. "Grandfather, Lin Wani harmed Aunt so badly, so why did you meet him?" Suing didn't have a good impression of Lin Wani. She heard Aunt say that this person was a brute, uncultured, and rude. At that time she even asked why did Aunt like him. The answer she got was that he gave off a special aura. Suing was confused about that. Special aura? She couldn't imagine how such a person with no merits would have such a special aura. Old Ancestor Sioux smiled. "There are some things you don't understand, but don't get involved with this kid. Your aunt was harmed, so I don't want my granddaughter to be harmed too." "Grandfather, how is that possible?" Suing replied right away. That was definitely impossible. She didn't care about such a guy. She didn't even think about such a thing. It is best if it is impossible. Imperial Dynasty will marry a princess to him, and in the future, he will be the prince consort. Old Ancestor Sioux said. Suing found it weird. The imperial court would betroth a princess to this person. How is that possible? That moment, Old Ancestor Sioux looked at Zhou Zhongmao with a weird expression. He remembered that this kid was badly injured last night. Even if he consumed his pills, he definitely couldn't have recovered so quickly. Moreover, it seemed like he was perfectly fine. How did Lin Wani develop him? Or did he leave something up his sleeve for his son? "Grandfather, what is wrong with him?" Suing asked. Old Ancestor Sioux smiled. "It is hard to say. Okay, let's go meet that kid. Actually, I came this time to recognize him as my grandson. In the future, Lin Wani will be my son, ha ha ha." Suing was helpless. Grandfather still loved to play. "Oh right, this kid is the one who hit your seventh sister. She isn't smart enough and doesn't even know who hit her, Hayes." Old Ancestor Sioux sighed regretfully. Some of the juniors in the family were really smart, but some were really dumb. It wasn't scary to be beaten up. What was scary was to be beaten up and not know who did it. That was the truly scary thing. Suing was slightly furious. She didn't expect that he was the one who hit seventh sister. As expected, if they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't join the same family. She had already remembered Lin Fan. Back courtyard. Lin Fan was in deep thought about something. His days of being a salted fish would never return. It was time to work hard. If he was an expert, based on the situation last night, even if he didn't kill half of them with one sword, he would at least stomp a bunch of them to death. That was true strength. His current strength was far from it and he didn't have enough. Gozi saw that young master's expression was solemn, like he was thinking about something. He stood at the side and didn't dare to disturb him. He had a feeling. Young master was definitely going to work hard. "Grandson, what are you thinking about?" Old Ancestor Sioux smiled as he walked over and teased. Lin Fan took a look. "You have problems. Rage points plus 66. Damn. This kid dared to scold him. He had balls." Chapter 186. He didn't even know what this fellow was here for. He just called him a grandson. If he wasn't old, he would have fought him to the death. "After this matter, do you feel that you are really weak? Do you have any thoughts of becoming strong?" Old Ancestor Sioux smiled and asked. He had seen through the young man in front of him. That look of contemplation was exactly the same as when he felt that he was very weak in the past. "Of course, what do you want to do?" Lin Fan was a little wary of this old man. Although he didn't have any bad intentions, but there was definitely more to his words. If he wasn't careful, he would be dragged in. Old Ancestor Sioux smiled. "It is good that you do. I know your father. I saw that he was a decent person and wanted to be his father. Unfortunately, we weren't fated. Now that I see you, I am really happy. Why don't you recognize me as your grandfather? I will nurture you." Direct. He was really direct. This old man was here to recognize someone as his grandson. Normally, people with no pride would kneel down and call him grandfather. But who was Lin Fan? Would he casually recognize someone as his grandfather? Moreover, this didn't just concern him, it concerned his father. If he really did, then wouldn't his father be his son? So, he said that this old man had bad intentions. "There is no need to trouble you, I will solve it myself," Lin Fan said. He just wanted to become strong. How tough could it be? In the past, he was just enjoying himself and didn't work hard. The small support system might not be strong, but it was enough for him. But as long as he had a few months, he was confident that he would be ahead of everyone. Kid, don't be stubborn. Sometimes, stubbornness doesn't have any benefits. Instead, you will waste a chance. Just like your father, he was stubborn when he was young and took a few more years on the wrong path. Old Ancestor Su said. Lin Fan looked at him. "Hearing your tone, you seem really familiar with my father." "Haha, not very familiar but really familiar. I hope that you won't be like your father. Once you miss something, you won't get it again. To have it again, apart from luck, you also need talent. But such luck and talent are 1 in a million." Old Ancestor Su seemed like he was telling Lin Fan some sort of logic. Lin Fan asked, "Then between you and my father, who is stronger?" Old Ancestor Su had a short moment of hesitation towards this question. He didn't want to lie, but since he had been asked, he had to say that he was the best. If it was in the past, he wouldn't hesitate to tell this kid that his father was defeated by him. But now, he might not be Lin Wani's opponent. Lin Wani's fortuitous encounters were simply too thick and ordinary people simply couldn't compare to him. "Alright, there's no need to answer. I already understand," Lin Fan said. How could the other party's hesitant look escape his eyes? He was definitely not a match for his father. An inexplicable sense of pride. Old Ancestor Su felt that something was wrong. Did the kid in front of him think wrongly about something? "I want to ask, what is above grade 12? Lin Fan asked. His brother didn't tell him about this. When he read martial path theories in U City, he only saw martial path grade 12. Old Ancestor Su looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. He didn't expect that he didn't know about the realm above grade 12. It seemed like Lin Wani really knew how to educate people. This was what they meant by telling you too much and you would think too much, so it was best not to tell you. "Kid, you know too little. Above grade 12 is Master Realm. This realm has started to break away from the range of normal martial path. Using internal strength to open up the Governor and Conception meridians means that one has entered Master Realm. The realm above Master Realm is when the internal strength is connected to the limbs. This is also known as the 100 meridians being opened up. That is when one steps into Grandmaster Realm. Your cousin already has the ability of a Grandmaster," Lin Fan said with a weird expression. "My cousin is only grade 9. How can he be a Grandmaster?" "Aha, you don't understand. Your cousin's acupoints were opened up and his 100 meridians were opened up. He has the initial strength of a Grandmaster. As long as he cultivates, he will become a Grandmaster in a short time. Your father is really willing to let someone protect you. He actually sacrificed himself to help your cousin open up his acupoints and meridians. Amazing, really amazing," Old Ancestor Su exclaimed. Lin Wani was a bold person and normal people wouldn't dare to do that. To anyone, this was a huge opportunity. Of course, as the 100 meridians weren't cleared by one's own internal strength, it had a huge impact on the person involved. Lin Fan was in deep thought. He didn't expect his father to actually open up all the meridians in his cousin's body. So that was the case. He knew it, cousin was only at the 9th stage of the martial path, so how could the power that erupted from him be so strong? "What about above Grandmaster?" Lin Fan asked. He wanted to understand the cultivation realms of this magical world right away. But looking at Old Ancestor Su's expression, it was obvious that he didn't want to say much. "Kid, enough, you are asking too much. With your talent, you will need at least 10 years to break through to Grandmaster. Your father only became a Grandmaster when he was 30. Once you become a Grandmaster, you will naturally know." Old Ancestor Su was helpless. Young people nowadays were biting off more than they could chew. Lin Fan asked, "My father only became a grandmaster when he was 30? Then you said that my cousin could become a grandmaster in a short time, so why do I need so long?" Kiki, that question isn't good. Let me give you an example. How long do you need to earn 100,000? But if I have 1,000,000 and give you 100,000, wouldn't you earn it in a short time? Old ancestor Su said. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and nodded his head. And that makes sense. But why does it sound like there aren't many benefits for either side? Ha ha ha, you have a brain. Not bad, it does affect both sides. However, it isn't much for your father, but for your cousin it is. He didn't cultivate himself, so he is much more unfamiliar with it. He also doesn't have the ability, so he needs to be nurtured slowly. Your cousin is a smart person and knows the theory. He didn't try to break through right away but slowly stabilized it. Old ancestor Su's words helped Lin Fan a lot, allowing him to understand many things that he didn't know in the past. Just like that, you asked and I answered, slowly communicating. Suing stood at the side, not anxious at all. She was thinking about 9 Bug Gang. She couldn't go back. Those people who followed her were all killed by her. If she went back, she would be walking into a trap. But she didn't expect those people to be so crazy. Also, who was it that wanted to kill her? Gang leader? If one said that there was a misunderstanding, who knew whether or not Suing would believe it? Those people saw Suing enter Martial Path Mountain and didn't have any conflicts with them before leaving. They felt that since Suing had already betrayed 9 Bug Gang, she might not be her match in a head-on fight, so why not borrow someone else's knife to kill her? It was enough that she had a city of people to accompany her. Old ancestor Su said, "Kid, call me grandfather. I will give you some benefits and let you soar into the sky." Lin Fan looked at old ancestor Su. This fellow had a problem. "No need, I am not interested in all this," Lin Fan said. He had no interest in benefits at all. In the next period of time, he had to start to get busy and raise his cultivation. He had to raise it to grade 12 and then become a master and then a grandmaster expert. Old ancestor Su said that he would need many years, but he didn't believe it. He had the small support system, and if he couldn't reach grandmaster in a month, then he wouldn't be able to survive. When he decided to do something, it would be really terrifying. Old ancestor Su shook his head and sighed like he was filled with regret. Su family didn't know Lin family, but Lin family owed Su family. He wanted Lin Fan to call him grandfather to give him good things. That was to take advantage of Lin Wani. Of course, if this kid didn't shout, then he wouldn't have anything good. Helping them get through the demon crisis was already a huge help to them. "You really don't need it?" Old ancestor Su asked. He then tempted him. "As long as you shout, your life will be amazing." "No need." Lin Fan replied really cleanly. No matter what it was, he really didn't need it as there was no need. Rage points plus 88. Old ancestor Su was furious. This kid didn't know how to grab a chance, he was as dumb as a pig. Haze, forget it. Let him be stubborn. Old ancestor Su seemed to have something to do. He didn't stay on Martial Path Mountain and left right away. The demon matter came to an end. He scared them away with one sword and they should have scurried back to U City East Forest. What Lin Fan was thinking was that since he could kill half with one sword, then why didn't he slash once more to wipe out all the demons? That wasn't good at acting cool. Suing said, "You really are confident. What my grandfather gave you is enough to save you a lot of trouble. In the future, even if you regret it, it is useless." She had never seen such a person. If it was someone else, they would have knelt down and hugged his legs, willing to be his grandson. Lin Fan smiled. "Don't you know that my father is Lin Wani? What your grandfather has, how can my father not have?" Suing was speechless, his words made sense. "Let's not talk about this. I heard you say that what happened last night had something to do with 9 Bug Gang, or did they do it?" Lin Fan asked. He didn't have any enemies now, so it wasn't his style to disturb people for no reason. But 9 Bug Gang was different. He had a grudge with them long ago. Moreover, 9 Bug Gang purposely found trouble with him. If he could bear with it, then that really wasn't his style. Suing said, "Right, someone followed me. Maybe they thought that I had something to do with Martial Path Mountain and betrayed 9 Bug Gang, which was why they lured the demons over. I don't want to know about all this, I just want to know where 9 Bug Gang is." Lin Fan asked. Fuzhou, what do you want to do? Suing looked at Lin Fan. Did he have any other thoughts? Lin Fan said, what else can I do? I will definitely wipe out 9 bug gang. Of course, he knew that he didn't have the ability to wipe them out in one go. But what he didn't lack was time. Take it slow. He would infuriate them to death. That? Can you consider how I feel? Feng Poliu looked at the two of them and said, no matter what, 9 Bug Gang was a subsidiary power of Insect Valley. Although he had left Insect Valley, he had to be more tactful.